The Powder. Tales from a Revolution, Bermuda. Written by Lars D.H. Hedbor. Narrated by Shamaan Casey. Dedication. For Matt, Jody, and Lisbeth, who each in their own way have kept me going on this journey. Chapter 1. For countless centuries, the surf had rolled in on this beach, with the steady rhythm of calm seas like tonight's, or the wilder crash and ebb of a storm. It would continue doing so for countless eons after his name was forgotten, the sea taking no note that anyone named Harold Cooper had ever existed. Tonight, though, something was different, and it had every nerve in his body on alert. Even though he knew intellectually that he should not be able to sense it, he was aware that somewhere out there beyond the surf, an American ship lurked in the darkness, its presence a rebuke to royal authority on the island of Bermuda. Harold, Hal to his friends, and that accursed rascal to his enemies, had but a small part to play in this night's plans, but he could not help but think that it might secure his place in the annals of the island's history, if ever it could be spoken of. At the moment, though, the only thing demanded of him was that he wait and hope. He peered into the darkness, but could discern nothing other than the stars slowly wheeling through the sky into the inky, murmuring darkness of the Atlantic Ocean, the moon glinting off an occasional wave in the distance. He reflected on the strange and discomforting road that had led him to this desperate action, which was technically an act of treason against the crown. He supposed that it had all started with Molly. "What do you mean that you wouldn't consider accompanying me to the dance unless I were the last man on the entire island?" Molly Haskins crossed her arms in front of herself and answered starchly, "Just what I said, Harold. You failed in your apprenticeship to your father's business, and instead you found nothing better than working on the docks as hard as a slave might, and moreover, you've a reputation as a rake among my friends." Hal bristled. "I'll have you know that my work on the docks demands as much skill as did my father's business, and quite a lot less time under the lash than either my father or a foreman might apply. As for my reputation," Hal grinned, "I'm no rake, but neither am I so unworldly that I will step on your foot as we dance, or slobber on your hand. I'd rather like to think of myself as refined than some alleyway hound." Molly favored him with a dubious grimace. "In any event, with the trade being stopped by the Continental Congress in answer to Parliament's blockades of their harbors, what honest work can you even find on the docks?" Hal had to admit that this was an awkward question to answer. At present, there were no ships carrying food and supplies from the mainland colonies, and accepting what goods the islands could produce. As a result, there had been distressingly little legitimate work of late for anyone on the docks, never mind for a barely skilled stevedore. After a long pause, he considered the girl and said quietly, "There is always some traffic, even if it is from sources that Parliament neither knows nor approves of." Molly's frown deepened. "You are hardly improving your standing, Harold, by hinting that you might be involved in smuggling." Hal made a shushing motion with his hands and hissed, "Not so loud, Molly." Then he shrugged, adding, "When the law makes it impossible to fill our bellies legally, haven't we an obligation to break the law?" Her expression grew thoughtful as she considered his argument for a moment. Finally, she said, "It depends upon the nature of the law. If you must deny somebody else their bread in order for you to eat, it seems difficult to justify that exchange. However, if you are defying a distant and wrathful body of men who seek only to exact revenge upon the people of a town far from here, and are well satisfied to injure us by incident, I suppose I could see that obligation." She pursed her lips, though, adding, "Not that it makes any difference whether you hang from a gibbet for stealing from a neighbor or for cheating the Parliament of their claimed due. Your pitiable remains will be of no use to me or anyone, whatever brought them there." It was Hal's turn to frown. "I have seen no victims of the gibbet here of late. At worst, the governor's men might hand me over to the impress service to serve on a Royal Navy ship. They hardly require one to be convicted of any crime to do that. Nobody my age with any sense stays within a loud shot of the port when a naval vessel comes to call." Molly waved her hands in a frustrated gesture. "You are raising yet more reasons why a girl would be foolish to entertain any suit you might offer. Why, you might go in to work one morning and not be heard from again until the mails brought word that you drowned in some far-off port or lost your head to a pirate's sword." Hal scoffed. "You raised the most lurid and remote objections to a simple invitation to a dance. In any event, the Royal Navy has been most engaged in visiting violence upon innocents and imposing the Parliament's will on our mainland counterparts. In consequence, none of their ships have been seen here in months. I dare say that we won't see one again until after this unhappy affair has been concluded, and all of our circumstances have returned to normal. What you call lurid, I call but sensible. It matters not, though, as there is no chance whatever that my father would permit you to call on me, even for the most casual of visits. You must have anticipated already that your family's name is infamous at our table." Al's eyes flashed angrily. "What has my family to do with anything? I have scarcely seen my father in a year, and my break from him was for reasons both private and all too public." Molly shrugged. "I mention it only to demonstrate the futility of your pursuit, Harold. You cannot deny that, completely aside from whatever sentiment in favor of mindless devotion to the crown that you might have absorbed from your father, did you stand to benefit from the resumption of normal trade, owing to your occupation." He started to speak, and she cut him off with a sharp motion of her hand. "Whether it's outright smuggling or merely shaving the corners off of a duty owed to the king's men, you also cannot deny that your interests and those of the crown align at least somewhat. Your labors on the docks would be easier, and you would enjoy more reliable work should the king prevail over our mainland cousins and reduce them under a rule of absolute despotism." His eyes narrowed. "I do not like your intimation that I would for any reason favor the selfsame Parliament that has choked off our trade, whether it be that I am a mindless devotee of my father's sentiments, or to the ease of lining my pockets by fair means or foul. Perhaps I've misjudged you, if you think so little of me." Molly closed her eyes for a long moment, her mouth tight, and her head slowly shaking from side to side. Al was beginning to wonder if she was going to refuse to open her eyes again until he left, when she drew a deep breath. Sighing, she looked steadily up at him. Her tone was far quieter as she said, "Please accept my apologies. My argument got ahead of me, and I spoke both out of turn and without cause. I did not intend to give you offense." She again gestured him to silence as he tried to answer. "That does not change the simple fact, however, that my father will tolerate no involvement between us, not even to the slight extent of accompanying you to this proposed revelry." His scowl did not ease, but he relented, shaking his head. "I suppose you have the right of it, though I don't doubt that you could talk your father into anything that you wanted badly enough." She acknowledged his comment with a grimace and a tip of her head. "Be that as it may, even if my father were amenable, the prospect of spending an afternoon among the rowdies of the town as they drink enough courage to persuade them to take liberties with anyone in a skirt is scarcely an appealing one." He shot her a reproving glance. "I'd let nothing happen to you, Molly." "I am not only worried about the other rowdies, Harold." She crossed her arms before herself. "As I said, your reputation precedes you." He started to roll his eyes, but then caught himself. After a pause, he asked, "Is there aught that I can do to change either your opinion of me or your father's? Or, at the very least, gain some modicum of trust from either of you?" Her surprise at his measured and calm response was visible on her face, and it was her turn to think before answering carefully. "I can think of nothing at this moment, but I will ponder it." He nodded his acknowledgment. "That is more consideration than might be deserved by the rake you say you believe me to be, which either speaks well of your true sentiments toward me, or of your willingness to believe in the capacity of a man such as that to change his ways." Hal grinned playfully at her unrestrained eye-roll and watched her thoughtfully as she turned and walked away. He wasn't sure what had given him the confidence to approach her in the market as she moved from one stall to the next, but he had to admit that he had not expected her to do anything except flatly refuse his invitation. She wasn't wrong about the nature of the dance. Such events were usually just an excuse for the free laborers around town to enjoy some of the rum received in trade from the distillers of the islands further to the south. There was little prospect of such revelry this year, though, with the interruptions in the trade. What rum there was still about had to be drawn from the barrels that had been hoarded from prior year's purchases, or smuggled in. Unfortunately, the majority of smuggling was now in the form of more essential goods. Instead of rolling barrels of rum through the darkness to evade the eyes of Crown officials, Hal's nights had more often consisted of secreting ashore such commodities as salt beef or dried beans. He'd once heard someone say that Bermuda had to import 8 out of 10 of the meals a family ate, and while he didn't know how precise that assessment was, he did know that his own diet had become both plainer and less satisfying ever since the mainland colonies had declared that they would suffer no trade with any British colony that did not support their demands. Political wrangling was of limited interest to Hal when it did not directly affect him, but he'd heard enough animated conversations at the tavern where he had a room to have gathered the broad outlines of the mainlanders' complaints. There had been trouble for years, of course, starting with some sort of a special tax laid on newspapers, legal documents, and, this was where it had reached Hal's awareness, playing cards. As a gangly youth, he'd vaguely aspired to someday acquire a set of the brightly colored things and teach himself to play the games on which gentlemen whiled away hours. The new tax in question had placed his aspiration that much further out of reach. More recently, there had been resistance to a flurry of measures out of London that had culminated in the senseless destruction of several shipments of tea at various ports along North America's coast. In retribution, Parliament had shut down the port of Boston entirely, and, most galling to the men Hal had heard discussing it, swept away the locally elected government in the Massachusetts Bay Colony, to be replaced with officials appointed by the Crown. Hal didn't see that it mattered all that much whether the officials who made life difficult were appointed by one's neighbors or by a faraway ministry, but it seemed to be terribly important to the mainlanders. While he did not hold with his father's open admiration for the king and Parliament's firm hand in dealing with what he called the American rabble-rousers, Hal did not appreciate his dinner table being used by the Congress to apply pressure against royal authority, nor by Parliament to crush their resistance. Regardless of who was directly responsible for the interruption of shipping from the nearby mainland of North America, it meant that Bermuda would go hungry. Hal knew all too well that it was hopeless to expect that the mother country could be bothered to transport enough supplies across the broad Atlantic to feed the thousands of people on this little island. Indeed, based on the battered condition of what stores he had handled from the ships that had undertaken that long and arduous voyage, he knew that it wasn't even a physical possibility. To the extent that he had given the matter any conscious consideration at all, Hal had supposed that it would be best for all concerned if the troublemakers in Boston were quietly rounded up and brought to justice, allowing normal trade to resume. Of course, that had been before Molly's fiery accusations of his interests aligning with the Crown's, accusations that he was none too eager to confirm. Chapter 2. You there? Are you up for a bit of work? Hal looked up sharply from the worn table in the tavern to see who was addressing him. He relaxed when he recognized Mr. Anderson, the factor from a warehouse down by the docks. Grinning, he replied, "Always, if there's coin or a meal at the end of it." The factor grunted. "You'll be happy enough to take paper, if that's what I have for you. But this job will include a bite to eat, if it goes well." Hal stood. "Then I am your man. Just lead the way." "Here's as good as anywhere." Anderson motioned him back down into his seat and eased himself into the chair on the other side of the table. "The job isn't until after dark, and it would be well not to draw any attention to the matter we're discussing. As far as anyone else here needs know, we're just a couple of old friends, sharing a pint and some gossip." He raised two fingers to the barman, who had watched him sit down and had been waiting for the gesture. The proprietor acknowledged him with a jerk of his chin, presently brought over 2 tin cups of small beer, and withdrew again without saying a word. Hal's new companion lifted one of the cups in his direction, asking quietly, "Are you still my man?" Hal nodded slowly, but couldn't help thinking of Molly's comment about smugglers and gibbets. "I am," he said, "if only because you said that there'd be both a meal and some money in it for me. I don't insist on specie, so long as the paper spends just the same, but it sounds as though the sort of work you're offering involves more risk than just the ordinary hazards of crushed toes and sliced hands." Anderson nodded, taking a deep drink of his beer. "You are not wrong, though there are few enough here who might object to the cargo, just its source." Hal's eyebrow raised in question, and the factor shook his head. "You need not know more than that, but you may be assured that all the town will be the happier for this cargo's arrival in our stores." "That sounds good to me," Hal said. "Where should I meet you, and at what hour?" At dusk, Hal approached the cove Mr. Anderson had named, moving cautiously among the trees beside the road, just in case the meeting were some sort of trap laid by the governor's duty collector. He'd worked with the factor before, but one could hardly be too careful when bending, if not outright breaking, the law. He followed the roadway around a bend and saw his employer for the night sitting atop an empty wagon, with a team of horses and harness at the fore, and a younger dockhand sitting at his side. Hal stepped up onto the road and hollered at the pair, a broad grin on his face. The factor's expression was inscrutable, but he answered, "Fine evening to take a little ride, don't you think? Hop on up here, and let us see what sights we might be able to see." Hal sprang up onto the bed of the wagon, and Anderson shook the reins. The wagon creaked into motion, and they bumped down the road for a few minutes, until they came to a place where the shoulder dipped down on one side toward a grassy clearing that opened up to a broad, sandy beach.
The factor nodded out toward the ocean, and Hal could just make out a shape in the gloom. "It appears that our friends are punctual sorts. Sun's barely under the horizon, and there they are, warping in on their anchor to approach within range of their pinnace." The other dockhand looked puzzled, and saved Hal the embarrassment of asking for clarification of the unfamiliar term. "Is that a gun of some sort, sir?" Anderson smiled. "You're accustomed to working off a wharf, where the big vessels just come in and tie up directly, aren't you, lad? No, a pinnace is just a ship's boat, with a shallow draft, so that it can draw up near to a beach such as this one." "Ah, yes, that makes sense, since there's no wharf here. Pity that they couldn't just come in the usual way." "Aye, 'tis. But things being the way they are in the world these days, the customs office would not permit that." The factor winked and turned away from the young man, gazing out to sea again. "Ah, there's their boat lowering away now," he said with satisfaction. The ship was close enough now that Hal could see men along its rail, working to lower the launch. "Relax for a while," Anderson advised. "They'll still have to move their cargo onto the pinnace, which will take them a little while. You two can get acquainted until then." He turned to the boy and said, "Jonathan, this is Hal, who's done some good work for me in the past. Hal, it's the boy's first time meeting an unconventional cargo, so I expect that you can tell him a thing or two about the need to keep our secrets, both for our safety and for his own." Hal smiled at the young man reassuringly and offered his hand. "'Tis a pleasure to meet you, Jonathan. Don't worry too much about Mr. Anderson's warnings. He likes to scare us silly on our first outing. But the fact of the matter is that there hasn't been a man hanged for smuggling in, 9 months, Mr. Anderson?" The boy froze in the middle of shaking Hal's hand and glanced over at Anderson anxiously. Hal winked broadly at the factor, who snorted. "You're a fine one to talk about scaring people silly, Hal. No, there's little zeal of late to stop any goods from landing on the island, however they get here. The king's men have to eat the same as the rest of us." Anderson added, grimly, "Just can't rub their noses in what we're up to. If they are forced to take official notice, well, that could end poorly for us, 'tis true." He nodded in the direction of the busy figures working on the deck of the anchored ship. "So long as you don't happen to note what language our friends are speaking, or where their accent sounds as though it hails from, the worst we could be accused of is getting this cargo to shore by more difficult means than necessary." Gesturing to the bed of the wagon, he added, "Once the goods are loaded up, the customs collector will have no interest in their appearance at the market, other than to choose some prime items for his own kitchen." Hal spoke up now. "What are we landing tonight?" Anderson shrugged. "Whatever the merchantman out there thinks he can skin us for the most." He lifted a leather pouch from under his apron. "I'm happy enough to pay his prices, though, as I'll probably double them or more at the market." He fixed both dockhands with a fierce glare. "Don't you let that slip, though. Best you hang back and stay quiet while I haggle with the man. His English is good enough, but he tends to get loud when he's worried about being understood." He glanced out at the ship again and straightened in his seat. "Ah, they are away. They'll be ashore in just a few minutes now. Let us go down to greet them." He wrapped the reins around the hitch and jumped down from the cart, the agility he possessed for a man of his girth as surprising as always to Hal. Jonathan followed him, and Hal climbed down from the bed, trailing the other two down to the beach. In the shadows of the deepening evening, Hal stumbled over some unforeseen obstacle and fell headlong into the sand. He lay sprawled for a moment while he regained his breath, and then rose as his companions turned back to help him. Anderson asked, concern evident in his tone, "Are you hurt, son?" Hal blew sand from his lips and brushed himself off energetically for a moment before answering, "I believe 'tis only my pride that is wounded, Mr. Anderson." He stood blinking stupidly for a few breaths, and then added, "Knock the wind out of me. But at least the sand is soft and yielding this far up from the water. Further down, it might as well be solid rock, as hard as I went down." He gave himself another shake and said, "Sorry to have delayed you. Let us go and meet your friends, shall we?" The factor nodded and started back toward the sea, while Jonathan approached Hal and helped him get more of the sand off of his clothes. The younger man pointed at Hal's belly and noted, "That's going to chafe something fierce as we're working, unless you can shake it all out of your shirt." Hal glanced down and saw that his shirt indeed held a full mug's worth of sand, sagging down over the waistline of his breeches. He retorted, "It'll do worse than that if I allow it to intrude further into my clothes." He gingerly pulled the tail of his shirt out of his breeches, holding the bulge of entrapped sand away from his body as he did so. Once the hem of the shirt emerged from his waistline, he let the sand fall out onto the ground, and then brushed away as much as he could from the skin of his belly. "There's no more to be done for it," he said finally. "I won't be able to get rid of it all until I can wash myself and my clothes. All I can do is hope that I don't rub my skin raw in the meantime." He shot the boy a grateful smile and said, "At least I'm not trying to work with a paunch of grit grinding into me. Thank you for helping me to avoid that peril. But come, let's hurry. They must be almost here by now." As they hurried to where the calm waves of the cove lapped at the sand, Hal could see the ship's launch just grating up onto the shore. Anderson waded out into the water and took a rope from one of the sailors, helping them to haul the boat firmly onto the beach. As they caught up with the factor, Hal heard one of the sailors speaking to another in a strangely nasal tongue. He thought it might be French, but he'd had little enough exposure to that language that he couldn't be certain. In any event, he couldn't understand a word the men said to each other. Anderson seemed to follow it well enough, though, and he interjected, "I should not think that you will need to worry about any patrols this night. The captain of the governor's revenue cutter is recovering from a bout of jaundice, and will not stir from his bed for another week at the soonest." The sailor who'd spoken before answered him in heavily accented English, "If it is the yellow fever, he will need luck to stir from it ever again." "True enough," Anderson agreed. "Anyway, we need only worry about some prying wanderer from the land, and even such a person would have to reflect on the meanness of his own table of late and consider whether he cared enough about the exact nature of our work here to call out the guard." The sailor nodded briskly. "Then it is best that we unload our boat quickly, eh? Permit me to show you what we have brought."
He led Anderson to the bow of the boat and pointed into the darkness between the gunwales.
15 barrels of good salt pork, 25 of flour, 7 casks of rum, and a few hundredweight of peas are the majority of it. I have brought a few young cockerels for something fresh, and a bit of salt, should you need it." Anderson looked thoughtful, and then asked, "How many hundredweight of peas?" 3 1/4, in 25-pound sacks. They were stored well above our water, and we had fair weather for the voyage, so they were not touched by any damp." The factor pursed his lips, considering, and then said, "Let us step over to the other side of the boat so that we can arrive at a price that will make us both happy without anyone listening in." "Certainly," the sailor answered, and then began calling out orders to his crew. He explained to Anderson, "I am having them start unloading while we talk, so that we can return to our ship as quickly as possible." The factor nodded, then said over his shoulder to Jonathan and Hal, "You both wait here, as this will not take but a moment." True to his word, Anderson returned before the sailors had even finished moving the goods to the beach. Gruffly, he directed his two dockhands to help finish the unloading, and before Hal had marked an hour's passage by the movement of the stars, the ship's launch was sliding away silently into the water, a pile of barrels on the sand, the only evidence that it had ever been there. As he watched the boat disappear into the gloom, Hal was struck by a sudden thought. "Mr. Anderson, are we to roll these barrels up through the sand of the wagon? And how are they all to fit in its bed?" Anderson laughed. "It took you long enough to ask the right question, Hal. We'll carry up just the smallest casks, and then you'll stand guard over the barrels until I return with a crew of blackbirds and 2 more wagons." Hal grimaced openly, aware that the older man could not see his expression. "And what do I tell anyone who might come along while you're gone?" He could almost hear the amused grin that Anderson's face bore as he answered, "Why, you'll just tell them that you decided to take a midnight stroll with your collection of barrels and thank them to be on their way. The goods are as legal as breathing now that they're landed. You'll be fine. Now, fetch up this first cask. We'll make quick work of the smaller cargo, and Jonathan and I will be on our way." Chapter 3.
No less than an hour had passed with only the sound of waves lapping at the beach before Hal heard gravel crunching and wheels creaking, announcing Anderson's return with his wagons and crew.
When Hal had asked why he had not just brought the whole crew to begin with, the factor had said that the fewer who saw the goods actually delivered, the better. Who knows? One of them might have been brought in from a place where they spoke the language of our suppliers, and could have turned informer to gain favor with the authorities. The 3 wagons rolled to a stop, and nearly a dozen dark figures jumped down, speaking quietly among themselves. Anderson called out, "The barrels are just down here. Mind that you roll them with care, so you don't break any staves." "Yes, sir," one voice called back, and the members of the crew busied themselves at the hard work of moving the heavy barrels up through the dry sand at the top of the beach. Hal tried to step in to help, but Anderson called him away. "Let the Negroes do the work to which they are best suited. You'll earn your keep for the night in due time." Hal objected to this dismissal, asking, "Do you think that I am a stranger to a heavy load? I may be no more than half the size of some of those men, but I can do my part of the work nonetheless." He didn't continue aloud with the rest of the thought, but he wondered to himself just what Jonathan had added to the whole affair, other than keeping Anderson company for the trips to and from town. The younger man was even less suited than Hal to the heavy work of lifting fully laden barrels into the bed of a wagon, as 2 of the slaves did, as Hal ruminated. He frowned, remembering the adage his mother had taught him, back before his father had sent her away. "Never think that someone else's path looks easier than yours, for everyone has their own mountains to climb." He sighed and went to stand by the wagon where Jonathan sat quietly, watching the laborers by the light of the rising moon. "Odd sort of night's work," Hal commented. Jonathan shrugged. "Not so odd as I've seen. You work for Mr. Anderson often, then?" The younger man grinned, his teeth flashing in the wan light of the stars overhead. "Nay, he hasn't had me along to his jobs until recently, and even now He seems to be nervous about me doing or seeing too much. But what he doesn't know can't hurt him, and what he doesn't know is that I've been watching his work closely for years now. Years? Are you some sort of spy, then? The boy laughed gaily. Never for the life of me, and most especially not for the Crown's officers at the harbor. No, he would flay me alive, no matter what Mum would say. Startled, Hal asked, Mr. Anderson is your father? Aye, that he is. I should have thought that was obvious. Hal shook his head ruefully. Perhaps to one who's not a blockhead, but I'm apparently not at my best when my belly is rumbling. The boy laughed and said, My father is not a bad man, for all that he is a lawbreaker. Oh, I never said I thought he was, Hal assured him hurriedly. I am only surprised that he did not introduce you as his son, but instead as just another employee. Trust me when I say that he treats me more or less as he does any employee, Jonathan responded in a suddenly serious tone. My overseer at the docks is a good deal more kind to me, if only because he fears to answer to my father. At least your father will suffer you to join him at his work, Hal said darkly. Mine threw me out of the cooperage after less than a year of apprenticeship to him. Jonathan's mouth gaped at this revelation. Whatever for? Hal pursed his lips bitterly and answered, For my inability to make the trade with the mainland operate as it did before all of the troubles began. He shrugged at the confusion on Jonathan's face. I don't doubt that he would name some other cause, but in the end it amounts to that. He was never easy to work for, but as we had more and more trouble getting the materials we needed, he held me responsible for every wasted stick of wood, every broken hoop, every cracked lid, whether or not I was even working on the piece in question. Jonathan was looking at Hal, wide-eyed, some realization obviously dawning on him. Why, I believe I heard my own father talking about your troubles. He named no names, but the details he mentioned match what you're describing. Oh? Hal was aware that the break between him and his father had become a public matter, but he was none the less surprised to hear that Mr. Anderson might have been discussing his circumstances in earshot of his own son. Might any man who employed his own son have felt awkward about the possibility of comparison to Hal's situation? Aye, he was telling a friend at dinner one night that it was high time to make some changes to the apprenticeship system, as it was being used to grant some men skilled labor at no expense, and scapegoats when their goods were delayed or shoddy. Hal nodded in agreement. It did that for my father, for certain. Jonathan continued. My father described an apprentice he knew who had been turned out at the point of a boot by a man who accused him of waste and neglect in the making of barrels. He was of the opinion that the fault lay less with the boy and more with the Bostonians, although I couldn't understand at the time what he meant by that. A concise way to describe it, Hal agreed. And it wasn't just a boot that my father used to send me on my way, though it was the final stroke, to be sure. He lashed me on a regular basis as a way to ensure that I remembered my lessons. Jonathan's jaw dropped, but Hal only shrugged. I did mark what he taught me, but it had nothing to do with the making of barrels, and everything to do with the making of a man. The boy said, You can't have turned out all that badly, else my father would have nothing to do with you, no matter how much sympathy he had for your history. He's very particular about the men he employs. I thank you for that observation. Hal grinned wryly. If nothing else, I can look to my father as a reliable guide of how not to conduct myself. He glanced back at the wagons, and was surprised to see that nearly the entire lot of goods was already loaded up. It seems that your father's particularity about the men he has work for him extends to those he owns. Oh, those men are not his slaves. He just hires them out from the shipyards when he needs some extra hands for a job. But yes, he insists upon his picked men. A sound policy, and one that clearly gets results. Shall we go see what remains on the beach? Sure. The boy hopped down from the wagon seat, and Hal jumped down from his side, wincing when the sand remaining on his skin bit into his waist where the breeches were tightest. They encountered Anderson on their way down, and the older man called out, "All done, fellows." "We thought you must be close to being finished, as full as the wagons are," Hal said. Anderson chuckled. "Not done. Not until the goods are in my warehouse, and even then, I'll need to get them out to the merchants who are depending upon their delivery. But yes, this part is finished, and a good thing, too, with the near full moon rising." He glanced over at where the moon was clearing the tree line, casting its pale light over the landscape. If our friends had been able to wait a few more days, we would have had some more time to get the goods landed without any chance of being spotted. But I suppose that it's better to have a bit of light for the trip back. He continued up toward the wagons, and the two younger men turned to follow him. Over his shoulder, the factor said, "Lots of folks getting hungrier with every passing day, so getting this stuff into their hands sooner is more important than is acquiring more safely in this circumstance." Back on the wagon, all three crammed themselves onto the seat at the front, as the space around the barrels and back was filled with the borrowed laborers and their overseers. Anderson twitched the reins, and his horses dutifully set into motion. Hal wondered whether they, like he, might be happier slumbering the night away, rather than pursuing illicit but indispensable commerce. None of the three had much to say as the wheels ground over the road, the sway of the wagon occasionally causing them to lurch into one another. In the middle of the seat, Jonathan got the worst of the jostling, but bore it without complaint. When at last the trees lining the road opened up and revealed Anderson's low, solid warehouse, the factor's disposition became almost cheerful. He called out to the driver of the wagon behind him, "Follow me right into the building, and we'll unload inside." Then he pulled back on the reins to slow his own team, turned to his son, and said, "Leap down and get those doors open, will you?" The boy nodded, and Anderson shifted aside to let him get to the edge of the seat. Jonathan jumped down, pushing himself away from the slow-moving wheels of the wagon, and hurried off into the shadows at the front of the building. Al could hear the squealing protest of the hinges, and saw the young man emerge into the moonlight as he pushed the first door open. He disappeared again, and then reappeared to slide the cane bolt into the ground to stop the door from swinging shut. The factor tipped his head in acknowledgment and guided his horses into the gloom inside. Al could see nothing at all once the darkness swallowed them, but Anderson and his horses seemed to be able to navigate just by memory alone. As though reading his thoughts, Anderson remarked, "I wouldn't chance this without a light, save that I know that the space is entirely empty, more's the pity." The factor brought the wagon to a stop and climbed down, muttering, "I'll get a lamp lit in a moment." Hal could hear the man moving in the darkness, and then a spark leapt, and he could make out Anderson cupping a bit of flaming charcloth in his hand. The man blew on it softly and held it up to the spout of a brass lamp mounted on the wall, which flared and sputtered for a moment before settling down to produce a steady, bright light. Once he was sure that the lamp would stay lit, he tossed the charcloth to the floor and stamped out the sparks with his boot, striding over to the doorway that yawned open to the night to guide the others in. Al could see now that the space was not so large as he'd supposed it would be from the outside, but was still ample for all 3 wagons to fit into side by side, with space at the far end for many times the amount of goods that they were carting in tonight. Anderson directed the other 2 wagons into place, and then attended to the work of unhitching his horses. He called out, "Jonathan, take these fellows out and put them into their stalls, will you? By the time you have attended to them, I'll have the next team ready for you." "Yes, sir," Jonathan said, practically skipping in from outside to complete this task for his father. Anderson turned now to Hal. "Time now for you to truly earn your meal, my friend. Direct the men in properly stacking the goods, and mind that you account for the possibility of damp. This warehouse may be stoutly built, but it is on soft soil, so the floor isn't always as dry as I'd like. There are timbers over there, which you can use to elevate the bottom rank." "Yes, sir," Hal said, echoing Jonathan's crisp answer. A brisk half-hour of work later, the wagons were cleared out, and a neat stack of full-sized barrels and smaller casks lined the wall that Anderson had indicated. The factor declared himself satisfied and sent the slaves home to their masters under the watchful eyes of their overseers. He gathered up Hal and Jonathan with a glance and put out the lamp before closing the door behind them and locking it with a long key that he drew out of his waistcoat. "Now the job is finished," he said, replacing the key inside his pocket. "Let us eat, and then get some rest." Chapter 4. Having replenished his meager larder, Hal was catching up on the news of the day, reading the broadsides posted on the front porch of the Mercantile, when a familiar voice called out his name. He turned to find Molly standing behind him, her own sack of provisions hanging from her arm. "A pleasant day to you, Miss Haskins," Hal greeted her. He nodded to the sack she held. "I am happy to see that you are benefiting from my work of a few nights ago." He winked at her. She gave him a reproving look, glancing down at his own cloth sack, and answered, "Am I to believe that you brought these goods to the Mercantile, and have now returned to actually purchase them for your own use?" He smiled gently. "I do not claim responsibility for the entirety of the work, but only my small part in ensuring that your table need not be bare. And naturally, I cannot freely take from the goods I help deliver, but must pay my own way, like anyone else." "I suppose that I ought not ask why you had to perform this work at night?" "Not if I want to remain safe from the gibbet or the jail." He grinned openly now. "I wish to remain of some use to you, after all." She snorted derisively. "I am less interested in what use you could be to me than to my father. He asked me to have you come and meet him, if you are willing." He raised an eyebrow at her. "Are you so interested in me that you have prevailed upon him to disregard my surname and summon me as though I were a suitor?" She blushed deeply, but her eyes flashed as she answered. "It has nothing to do with me, Harold. I overheard my father discussing a topic that I think you may know something about, and of which we may not speak of in public, so I mentioned to him you and your claim of experience." He gave her a skeptical look, and she added, "I did not mention your surname, and I will leave it to you whether it is wise to do so if you meet with him." Al frowned. "Is this expertise related to the work I did the other night, then?" Molly nodded, and replied quietly, "He hoped that you might be able to aid in a project he's working on to help the mainland colonies and resolve some of the difficulties we are experiencing here as well." Al shook his head. "I don't particularly want to get involved in anything to do with the fight between Boston and the King. We've trouble enough already on their account, without becoming directly enmeshed." Molly raised her hand in a calming gesture. I do not want to rehearse the argument in front of the entire town, but he would like a chance to speak with you over dinner, if you are willing to share a meal with us."
Hal tilted his head agreeably. I should have to be in violent disagreement indeed to refuse the opportunity to enjoy a free meal in the company of someone as charming as yourself. Molly blushed again and shook her head in dismissal.
"Put the thought out of your mind, Harold. This is strictly a business question, nothing more."
"As you say, Miss Haskins. When should I make my appearance?"
"We dine just after midday, like most people. It is too late in the morning for Sari to assemble a proper dinner today, but if you can join us tomorrow, that will give you time to bathe as well."
He frowned at the jibe, particularly since he had bathed that morning to rid his skin of sand, and had washed his shirt besides, but said only, "I will come around tomorrow at midday, then, and look forward to meeting your father."
"I am sure that he will be pleased to meet you as well. It will be a full table, as my brother's ship came in yesterday, so he is spending a few days in our company before he departs again."
Hal gave her a sharp look. "Your brother? What ship?"
"The Dolphin, out of Barbados. It is one of the few places with which we still have legal trade," she answered,
the emphasis on the word legal slight but pointed. "I've worked in her," he said. "I just wasn't aware that she'd come in again. I suppose that she is berthed someplace other than the usual wharfs where the trade touches." Molly narrowed her eyes.
"Do you mean that his ship might be involved in smuggling, too?"
He shrugged. "I am only surprised that I hadn't heard of a ship arriving, as I would usually be called upon to help transfer cargo in or out of her holds." With a slight frown, Molly offered,
"Well, you may satisfy your curiosity and ask him in person tomorrow, if you like. I expect that we may all be completely honest about our activities in a private dinner."
She added a meaningful look, and then turned to leave. Hal called after her, "Molly?" She turned back and looked at him expectantly. "Does this mean that you're reconsidering coming to a dance with me?" She did not answer, but only rolled her eyes and marched away without another glance back. Hal sighed and lifted his sack to his shoulder. He supposed that he had better wash all of his clothes, as well as bathe himself again, if her jab about attending to his personal cleanliness had been serious. The next afternoon found him walking under the puffy clouds of a perfect late spring day, making his way to the Haskins' home. Although he had no reason to think that Molly might have changed her mind about going to a revelry with him, he also had to acknowledge that her father's summons would have been far less compelling without the allure of his daughter's presence at the dinner table. Their conversations always left him thinking for hours, even days afterward, of how he could have expressed himself better or responded to one of her quips. At least she'd have no reason to complain about his appearance. He'd managed to sneak a look in a glass in the tavern keeper's hallway as he left his room, and he thought that he was turned out as nicely as he had ever managed. His hair was tied into a neat queue, his waistcoat was fully brushed, and his shirt and breeches were still a bit stiff from drying on the line overnight. He'd shaved with great care, honing his blade so that it would not nick his skin as he did so, and had tied his boldly printed cravat neatly, the splash of color at his neck giving him a little smile of confidence as he'd glanced at himself in the glass before hurrying on his way. The main house at the Haskins estate was not as grand as some on the island, but the dazzling whitewash on its exterior walls made a brilliant contrast to the surrounding verdant gardens. The veranda extended around the front of the building, and a set of wide stairs led up to an imposing front door. A well-dressed slave waited beside the door, and as Hal reached the top step, the man said, "Mr. Harold,
Mistress Molly told us to expect you. Come on in, and I will fetch you something to drink." The man opened the door and held it for Hal, motioning him to enter first. Inside, the house was cool and relatively dimly lit, and Hal couldn't help but think that it must be comfortable at the height of the summer heat. The slave conducted Hal to a sitting room, where Molly was talking with an older man. She looked up at his arrival and stood. "Harold, I'm so glad that you could come to talk with my father." She nodded to the man beside her. The gentleman stood and strode over to offer his hand. In a gravelly voice, he said, "I am pleased to make your acquaintance, young man. Louis Haskins, at your service." Hal hesitated, but decided it was best to grasp the nettle firmly. "Harold Cooper," he replied, "and I am pleased to meet you as well." The older man's brows rose, and he shot his daughter a glance. "Cooper, you say?" "Aye, sir, though I am estranged from the father who gave me the name." "I see," grunted Haskins, his expression returning to studied neutrality. He motioned with his chin at his daughter. "Molly neglected to mention your connection to him." Molly colored slightly, but said nothing. Hal jumped in, assuring him, "There is no connection, as I said. My father and I parted company over a year ago, and I have not spoken with nor even laid eyes on him since." The older man seemed satisfied with that, and nodded briskly. "Laying that aside, I suppose that you have wondered why I asked my daughter to invite you to dinner, then. I believe that Sherry has the table laid and the meal prepared for us. Follow me." Haskins led the way into a dining room whose understated decor and clean serenity was wondrous and strange to Hal's eyes. The whitewash had been brought to the inside walls here, and a pair of windows highlighting the view of the ocean in the distance made the space bright and inviting. On the center of the table, surrounded by finely decorated plates of Delftware, was a heaping salmagundi, more dazzling in its presentation than any that Hal could remember from his father's table. The greens around the perimeter were crisp and fresh in appearance, and each successive layer of ingredients had clearly been arranged with care and skill. A wizened old woman, her white hair just peeking from under a brilliantly dyed kerchief, stood proudly at the doorway to the kitchen, and Hal could only presume that this was Sari. Another woman, whom Hal took to be Molly's older sister, so alike were their features, stood waiting by her chair at the foot of the table. The man who'd greeted Hal at the door stood to the other side of her chair, and at Mr. Haskins' nod, he seated the woman. He next proceeded to the chair where Molly now waited, seated her, and then attended to Mr. Haskins, and finally, Hal. When they were all sitting, Haskins said, "Harold, please allow me to introduce you to my wife." He gestured at the woman who shared Molly's looks, and Hal half rose from his seat again to bow his greeting, hiding his surprise at her apparent youth. "It is an honor and a pleasure, Mrs. Haskins." The woman smiled graciously, but said nothing in reply. Hal had the feeling that she was reserving judgment on him, and that perhaps she was as dubious as Hal himself was to the purpose of this meeting. Haskins continued smoothly, "I regret that my son could not join us. He is on the island, but his duties aboard the Dolphin called him away this morning." Hal had checked, out of professional curiosity alone, he told himself, and had confirmed that the Dolphin was not, in fact, berthed at the docks. The fact that Molly's brother had been called away on such urgent business as to be unable to join them only deepened the mystery. He said nothing of this, but only acknowledged,
I understand quite well that the demands of the tide and wind can draw mariners away with little warning,
which earned him a quick smile from Mr. Haskins. After Sari had gone around and served out the salad onto everyone's plates, she and the other slave retreated to the kitchen, and Haskins finally said, "I have heard of you not only from Molly, but from my associate, Gilead Anderson. I believe you did some work for him recently?" Hal paused with a forkful of salad halfway between his plate and mouth, his brow creased with confusion. "You know Mr. Anderson?" Haskins waved a hand airily. "Yes, of course. He has, from time to time, assisted me in identifying potential customers who might like to commission work from our shipyards during times of normal trade, and has been most helpful in mitigating the disruptions to the trade at the extent possible under the present circumstances." "I think I see," said Hal carefully. "And what has this to do with me?" "I was telling Mr. Anderson that I was in need of someone who knows the shoreline well, who can be trusted to keep his mouth shut, and who is sympathetic to the cause of the mainland colonies against the mother country. You see, we mean to strike a blow here on this island that may help them to win their war outright." Chapter 5. At first, Hal was speechless. He became aware that he must have lost his fork, for Sari came bustling back into the dining room with a fresh fork and a broom to sweep up the food he'd dropped to the floor, along with the utensil. Molly looked at Hal from her seat on the other side of the table, her expression anxious and tense. Mrs. Haskins' mouth was compressed in a tight grimace that gave the impression that she had expected all along that Hal would be a disappointment in her husband's machinations. Mr. Haskins, though, simply regarded him with patient expectancy. After a few moments, Hal said quietly, "Do go on, sir. I have no especial sympathy for their cause, but neither am I particularly opposed to their independence. I will confess that I have mostly felt anger at their Continental Congress for its decision to take out on us their frustrations with the Parliament, but I have not considered their justifications any more deeply than that." The older man nodded in acknowledgment. "'Tis true that they have done our little island no favors, and yet they are sensible of the harm done by their actions, and of late have taken steps to try to heal it, to our mutual benefit." Hal leaned forward, his interest piqued. "I have heard nothing of any such steps." Haskin permitted himself a quick smile. "It is well that you have not, for it is a matter of secrecy, and will need to remain so for the plan to succeed. You are aware, I presume, that Bermuda gets most of its foodstuffs from the mainland colonies, and that we have not the plantations or other capacities to achieve the domestic production of food?" "Aye, and anyone who has spent any time in a mercantile can see that, with the trade from the mainland stopped up by Boston. Indeed, the job that I worked on lately with Mr. Anderson was an attempt to fill that gap somewhat." "Yes, so I heard. Mr. Anderson was most circumspect about where the goods he acquired came from, but I have heard from the mercantile that some of the barrels had French stamps upon them." He raised a hand to forestall the protest that Hal clearly wanted to make. "I am not interested, other than out of idle curiosity, in whether Anderson is trading with our old enemies. It is enough for me that he's helping to ensure that the people of this island have enough food to keep body and soul together." He motioned at the grand salmagundi between them. "I am keenly aware that most people here cannot supply their tables in such a manner. I am fortunate to have had enough foresight to have set aside a small part of my land holdings here for the production of household foods, though I miss many of the items that we had formerly been able to import from abroad. He exchanged a glance with his wife, who seemed to give him a small nod of assent, for what, Hal could not imagine, and then he continued. Are you familiar with the common usage of our customs house in collecting duties from ships that touch here, whether to trade, attend to their own supplies, or even make use of our capacities to refit? Only in that most of the ship's captains seem to be unhappy with the exactions demanded of them, but I should expect that most any duty would cause them to complain. Haskins grinned. You aren't wrong about that. Anything that reduces their sacred profit is greeted with loud complaints. But what I was speaking of was the unusual arrangement that our customs service offers for the payment of the duties. Hal's face must have registered his confusion, for the other man nodded, his excitement obviously rising. Ships have the option of paying either in specie or in gunpowder, in recognition of the simple fact that powder is easier to come by in these parts than is coin. I don't see what that has to do with the problem of the mainland colony's refusal to trade with us, Hal admitted. It is a practice that is passing strange, I suppose, but we can't eat powder any more than we can eat gold. Ah, but what if we could? You see, the Crown Authority here has need for only a little powder in the ordinary course of things. We might pass some along to any of His Majesty's ships that touch here, but otherwise, it just stacks up at the magazine. Hal's eyes narrowed. I think I know where that is. Up at the top of the hill above town? That's it exactly. Now, Governor Brewer must represent the interests of the king, but a number of the prominent men of the island have somewhat more devotion to the interests of the people here, and we've been in contact with the Congress in Philadelphia to see if there isn't some arrangement that can be made. Again, Hal's expression betrayed his confusion.
What has the powder magazine to do with the Congress?
The thing that the mainland colonies need more than anything else right now is gunpowder, Haskins said flatly. Their armies are reduced to firing no more than 3 volleys before their supplies are exhausted, and they must fly, giving ground to the king's men at every engagement. If they can get more powder, they might be able to make a stand and preserve their positions. Hal began to see the relevance. So, the Congress will permit trade so long as they get powder in exchange? Aye, you've smoked it completely. But the governor's hands are tied. If he were to join us in declaring his sympathies to the American cause, the king need only send 1 or 2 ships to block our harbor and starve us out utterly. Hal's eyebrows jumped at this. You're going around the governor, then? The older man's mouth formed a grin line before he answered. We are doing what we must to ensure that we all can eat. One of our number traveled earlier this year to Philadelphia, where he met with Dr. Franklin, yes, that Dr. Franklin, and came to a gentleman's agreement that the Congress would unofficially permit trade to this island, if the ships could be returned to the mainland loaded with powder. So, what do you propose? We can hardly go and smash down the door of the magazine. Not only will it be stoutly made, but I cannot imagine that the governor would leave it unguarded. The problem of how to get inside is one that we must solve, Haskins admitted. But the governor apparently considers the magazine secure enough on its own that he need not waste any troops in guarding it. Hal frowned. Then it must be secure indeed, else he is a fool. Mrs. Haskins spoke up then. The 2 possibilities are not mutually exclusive. Hal swiveled his head to face the woman, and even Molly turned to gawk at her mother, who continued, "I have met the governor, and he is a man of short temper and even shorter sight." Her husband nodded. "We think that this gives us an opportunity to save our people from the results of his misplaced loyalty to the crown." He motioned with his fork at the salad on Hal's plate. "I would like for all Bermudans to eat as well as we are today." Hal realized that he still hadn't taken a bite of his dinner, and set to rectifying that, in part to give himself a chance to ponder before he answered this incredible turn of conversation. When he'd swallowed, he asked, "This is all well and good, but once again, what has it to do with me?" Haskins said, "We'll need men who have knowledge of loading goods for transport, to ensure that there are no mistakes made that might lead to the loss of men or materials, should we gain access to the powder. Mr. Anderson told me that you have experience as a stevedore, and that you acquitted yourself with full competence in arranging the goods that he brought in the other night." "Aye, I can stack barrels or direct men in the accomplishment of that task, but there must be a dozen men with more experience than I in that field just down at the docks." "But you can be trusted with sensitive information, and that's more than can be said for many men. There is a reason that Anderson landed his goods well away from the harbor, and it's not just because the customs officer insists on inspecting any ship that enters there. We've found that all too many of those who work on the docks are happy enough to turn informant for a few pennies and a pat on the head." Hal nodded slowly, but he was still reluctant to commit himself to a cause he understood only imperfectly. "You have laid out a persuasive case on practical grounds," he conceded. "But a man caught stealing from the powder magazine for the benefit of the rebellious folks in Boston would likely dance upon the gallows for the crime of treason." He glanced over at Molly, whose expression revealed nothing. He had expected at least some reaction from that quarter, as this was the very sort of activity she had claimed constrained her interest in him. Finally, he shrugged. "Some have pointed out to me that my life is forfeit if I am caught at ordinary smuggling, but I think my own father would appear to cheer on my demise if I were convicted of a crime against the crown of the nature you're proposing." Haskins sat back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. "I think you underestimate the degree to which sentiment among the leading figures of this island, the governor's fealty to the king excepted, lies with the Boston rebels. Governor Brewer would be hard-pressed to find a jury that would convict someone of a crime of such self-evident public benefit." That reminded Hal of something he'd heard the men at the public house grumbling about to one another. "Has not the Parliament asserted the right to send certain accused criminals back to Mother England for trial, where a friendly jury would be utterly impossible to find?" Haskins dismissed this argument with the wave of a single finger. "That act only applies to the New Englanders involved in piracy and destruction of goods, and there has been no hint of expanding its reach to include us here." "What is it, then, that has so won over the hearts of you and your compatriots in this scheme? Surely you have more to lose by being implicated than someone like myself." The older man seemed to consider for a moment before he finally answered, speaking slowly. "There comes a time in which one must do the right thing, and set aside the risks that may attach themselves to that action. I believe that we are living in such a time." He glanced over to meet his wife's eyes, and she seemed to take it as a prompt. "Would you have this island reduced under the utter despotism of a parliament that would act without restraint, free to impose any restriction upon our trade or action that they saw fit?" she demanded. "They have very nearly acted so against our cousins in New England, and have set troops under arms to carry out their fell deeds for them." Her eyes flashed, and she stared at Hal, nostrils flared, as though daring him to utter another word of any contrary opinion. Instead, he turned to her daughter and asked, gently, "What do you make of all of this talk, Molly? You seem to think little enough of my chancing the hangman's noose for mere profit." She glanced over at her mother, who still glared at Hal, before looking down at her hands as she answered, "While profit is not to be sneered at, there are many means of earning it that do not expose your neck so extremely. To risk losing your life, I think that one ought to be clearly acting for some greater cause." She looked up at Hal. "I have listened to my parents discuss these arguments between themselves and with many guests at our table, and I am utterly convinced that the winning of American independence is the greatest cause of our age. I hold those who devote themselves to that cause in the very highest esteem." She dropped her gaze back to her lap, and Hal caught her parents exchanging a look. Mr. Haskins added, his tone low and serious, "I also hold any who devote themselves to this cause in great esteem, and will pledge to do all in my power to shield you from harm, should something go awry in our plot." Hal glanced around the table at all three of them, and found them all gazing back expectantly. Finally, he said, "Very well, then. I am your man."
Chapter 6. It was not as simple as that, of course. Hal was directed to seek out Mr. Anderson on the morrow and get further instructions from the factor. He scarcely remembered what was served at that dinner after the Salmagundi, though he did have a general impression of seemingly endless courses delivered to the table by the indefatigable Sari. The walk back from the Haskins estate was a slow, thoughtful one for Hal. The thrill that he felt on securing a load of goods from the prying eyes of a revenue inspector was nothing to the nervous energy that had entered his gut once he'd agreed to take part in this open plot against Crown authority. It was akin to the difference between how he felt after drinking a small beer and how he felt when he downed a dram of good rum. Both were refreshing and lightened the spirits, but their effects were of a different quality from one another. However, if the preachers had the right of it, both drinks would lead to the ruin of one's reputation and the loss of the soul, so they had that in common with smuggling and treason too. The thing that had left his mind a whirl, though, was Molly. She had followed him outside when he'd said his farewells to her parents. "I meant what I said in there," she murmured quietly. "You have risen quite a bit above the last man on the island now." She gave him an impish smile and clapped one hand on his shoulder while shaking his hand like a man with the other. "You'll do, I think." She'd released him then, spinning and slipping back inside, the door gliding closed with a definite thump behind her. All the way back to his room in town, Hal kept trying to think of what he could have said in reply, had he been able to slip a word in edgewise. It wasn't even about a dance anymore, he'd realized. Having been drawn into a rebellious plot by the whole family, he felt as though he had been, in some strange way, made a part of the family. The thought made his stomach flip, though perhaps in a different way than it did at the consideration of the plot itself. Family was something he had never expected to experience again after he and his father had had their final confrontation. The day had been stormy, with downpours lashing the roof of the cooperage and thunder drowning out most sound. Hal was weary from a long day of using the drawn knife to shape staves, and had missed his father's first call out to him in the rumbling echoes of an ill-timed clap of thunder. "Harold,
Are you ignoring me now? His father's roar had finally penetrated Hal's awareness, and he'd quickly finished his current stroke with the razor-sharp knife and then set it aside carefully before standing and turning to face the man. "No, Father. I was just focused on getting these staves ready." "That's why I was calling to you. You've done them all wrong." Hal's heart sank. His father reached past him to pick up one of the pieces of good white oak that Hal had just finished shaping, and then rummaged about for one that he'd made himself. He held the two pieces of wood beside each other. "Do you not see how these differ?" His voice was harsh and demanding, and Hal thought he could smell the rum rising from the man's pores even from 2 paces away. Hal examined the two pieces of wood. Both were slightly curved and tapered at each end to permit them to fit snugly with their neighbors, forming a tight seal as they were driven together within iron bands. He risked an answer. "They look alike to my eye, sir." "Do they now? Very well. Let us fit the ones you've shaped together in a hoop and see whether your eye or mine has the right of it, shall we?" "Yes, sir," Hal said miserably. Although he could see no fault in his work, he knew from bitter experience that his father was almost certainly right, and this exercise was meant not to instruct him, but to humiliate him. His father threw down a head hoop and a quarter hoop on the floor, and began to fit the tapered ends of Hal's staves into it. At first, consistent with Hal's assessment, they seemed to fit together well, the ends forming a tight circle of wood within the iron as his father dropped the round head into the center of the staves. But when his father started to slip the quarter hoop up the side, instead of coming together smoothly as Hal had seen so many times before to form the gently curved side of a well-made barrel, they shifted and jumped. When his father finished forcing the quarter hoop into position, it was clear that these staves were never going to join together into a watertight seam. Indeed, Hal miserably picked out with his eye a number of places where he could see clear through the joints, so obvious were the gaps. His father fixed him with a glare that contained real anger and not a little menace. "These staves are utterly spoiled," he said flatly. "That's a week's worth of meals in wasted oak, good wood that is now fit only for the stove. God alone knows when we might be able to lay hands on any more such either, and he is not sharing his secrets." He viciously kicked the malformed, partially assembled barrel, and it flew apart in an explosion of boards, the quarter hoop clanging to the ground amongst the clatter of falling wood. Hal winced, because he knew where the next blow would be aimed. But something shifted within him in that moment, and ever after, he could clearly divide his life into 2 distinct periods, those days that had come prior to this instant, and those that followed. He realized that he was cringing in anticipation of being struck, either full upon the face, or perhaps in the belly this time, and he made an effort to stand up straight as he backed away. "No, Father." He had spoken quietly, but within Hal's mind it was as though the whole of the skies had opened up to roar the words in echoing thunder that came not from any stroke of lightning, but directly from the throat of some ancient and forgotten god. His father reacted as though it were he who had been struck. He jerked back, looking at his son with incredulity. "What did you say to me?" The older man's voice was shrill, almost brittle, and Hal felt his resolve stiffen at the sound. A calm replaced the ice that had flowed through his veins a moment before. More firmly and clearly he declared, "I said no, Father. No, you may not use me as the object of your frustrations with the entire world. No, I will not take the sole blame for the shortcomings of work that I perform to the utmost of my ability, without the patient, ongoing instruction that is the master's obligation to an apprentice." He reached behind himself and untied his leather apron, folding it neatly and placing it on the shelf along with the drawknife that had hung, forgotten, in his hand. He met his father's wide, disbelieving eyes one final time and said, "No, I will no longer be either your apprentice nor your son. Goodbye." He turned to leave, expecting an eruption of shouted rage from behind him. None came. Instead, an oaken stave blasted into the back of his shoulder like a cannonball. Its impact was a complete surprise, as was the searing pain that it left in its wake. In utter shock, Hal had staggered through the door of the cooperage into the downpour outside, nearly blind with pain, and made his way to the public house by the docks, passing by the nearer one that his father frequented when he wanted his daily dosage of liquid pride. Upon Hal's appearance, the proprietor had been solicitous and gentle, helping him to a room, and binding his arm against his side so that his damaged shoulder could heal. During the weeks of his convalescence, he had not seen his father once. In fact, he scarcely ventured outside, choosing to take his meals in his room, delivered by a slave who had been muted for some offense, but who was punctual and careful in his service. When he had finally regained the full use of his arm, he had presented himself at the docks, throwing himself at the mercy of the chief stevedore there. It seemed the man had liked something in Hal's earnest deportment, as he gave him a series of small jobs. They were barely enough to cover Hal's room and board, but he'd rapidly proved himself both a quick study and a willing hand. At first, he had been limited in how much he could lift. Truly, he came to realize that it was only through sheer luck that he had not been permanently maimed. But over time, his strength had returned, and he'd risen quickly to a position of some responsibility. The American trade restrictions had instantly put a stopper on that potential, though, and he had again had to scramble to find enough work to keep himself in a bed and beans. He counted himself fortunate beyond reasonable expectation to have happened upon a public house whose proprietor was so patient and accommodating. After he'd gotten to know Mr. Lathrop a bit, he understood the man's kindness better. His own son had gone out on one of the island's innumerable sailing vessels, never to return, and had been about Hal's age the last time the man had seen him. Something about Hal had reminded the tavern keeper of his lost son that first night, and Hal's story, revealed in small pieces as he came to trust Lathrop more and more, stirred his sympathy even more. So it was that the tavern keeper had been the one to suggest going to the docks to seek employment when Hal had healed enough to consider it. In addition, he had set a rate for the room that was, in Hal's estimation, not even enough to cover the cost of the food it included. In consequence, Hal had always done his utmost to ensure that his lodgings were paid for promptly and in full. The first time that the disruptions to the trade left Hal without enough money to pay Lathrop, the man had simply smiled, saying, "I know you're good for it, my boy." Hal had started to thank the man effusively, but the tavern keeper had shushed him. "Some day, it'll be in your power to share kindness with someone who deserves it as well as you do today. Only then will you understand how rewarding that opportunity is for me now." Hal had only nodded, and reserved to put himself in such a position as quickly and as often as he could. Tonight, arriving back from the dinner with the Haskins family, he wished that he could share with the tavern keeper all that had transpired there, for he knew that his host would have been happy beyond words at Hal's prospective role in support of the cause of American independence. But he also knew that as garrulous a man as Mr. Lathrop must never hear one word of the plot in which Hal was now enmeshed. However, Lathrop was keenly interested in what he supposed was Hal's growing relationship with Molly, and was waiting by the door to the tavern when Hal arrived, his bushy eyebrows fairly dancing their way up his forehead in excitement. "How is our Miss Haskins, then, my friend?" Hal smiled. "Molly was in fine form throughout dinner. Her father seemed most taken with me, and I believe that I may have won her mother over, too, by the end of the meal." That much, at least, Hal thought might be true, even if their reasons must remain unspoken. The tavern keeper's eyes twinkled. "Have you set a date, then?" Hal rolled his eyes. "She has not so much as consented to come out to a dance with me," he retorted. "Tell me, is it true that back in Mother England, when a fellow asks a girl to a social event, she is obliged to treat his request with some measure of respect?" "Oh, aye," said the tavern keeper. "A girl who gets a reputation for refusing all visitors soon finds that she has none at all any longer, and must resign herself to the life of a spinster." He motioned up the stairs to his private residence. "Now, you take my Mrs. Lathrop. She has no lack of young men coming to call on her, and she treated us each with gentle kindness, even the ones such as she later told me she found utterly repulsive." He smiled for a moment, lost in memory, and then turned back to catch Hal's eye. "She made her choice in the end, of course, and has never regretted it for a day. And naturally, I have not either." He grinned at Hal. "You keep after your young lady, Mr. Cooper. If she's worth your time, she'll come around." Chapter 7. The next morning, Jonathan spotted Hal approaching the warehouse and called out to him. "Good day, Mr. Cooper. Shall I tell my dad that you're here to see him?" Hal waved a greeting to the young man. "That would be very kind of you, yes." "All right. If you just wait here, I'll fetch him out. He's left instructions that none are to enter the warehouse, some project or another that he doesn't want to be disturbed in." Hal thought he might have some idea of what sort of project the factor was engaged in, but didn't say so. "Certainly. 'Tis a pleasant day on which to pass a few moments in the sun anyway." Jonathan shot Hal a quick smile of acknowledgment, and then darted between the barely ajar doors of the warehouse. In what seemed to be no more than a few seconds, he reappeared, saying, "Dad said to come on in. He trusts you better than most men who come around here." Hal followed the boy into the dimly lit warehouse, and as his eyes adjusted, he saw the wagons from their recent nighttime adventures pulled neatly into a row on one side of the space, while at the far end, Anderson was bent over a cask. Hal could see at a glance that the head hoop was sprung, and that as a result, the cask was opening at the head, and that its contents, dry beans in this case, were starting to spill out onto the ground. "Good morning to you, Mr. Cooper," the man called out as Hal approached. "What brings you here on this fine and sunny day?" "Mr. Haskins sent me to learn what my part might be in the scheme that you and he are planning." Anderson stood straight up then, his expression shifting to one of shrewd appraisal as he looked Hal over. "Did he, now? Good, good. I'm glad that he listens to me from time to time. How much did he tell you?" Hal started to outline the justification that Haskins had shared with him, but Anderson shook his head impatiently. "I do not need to be persuaded of the reasons that compel us to act, but rather I need to know what action Mr. Haskins told you that we have settled upon." "Oh, yes," Hal said. "We're to break into the powder magazine somehow and spirit away the gunpowder secured there." "Aye, and that will be a neat trick. But We have a secret weapon in my boy here." Anderson reached out to tussle Jonathan's hair, pulling him into a half hug as he did so. "My son loves to climb things. Many's the time that I've glanced outside to see him eye to eye with me in a tree. This isn't all that surprising when I'm in my kitchen on the ground floor of my home. But when I am in the bedroom upstairs, it is a mite disconcerting." Hal chuckled. "I can see how that would be. Is there a tree that he can climb outside the magazine? And a window that is routinely left both unguarded and unlocked, where a boy might expect to gain entry?"
No, but it has other qualities that augur in our favor.
Anderson ticked them off on his fingers as he spoke. "1. It is located a good distance from anything else on the island. This is to limit the damage to the surrounding area, should a wayward spark ever set off the lot of it." "Smart," said Hal, "and very handy for those nefarious characters who might like to do something dastardly there without being observed." "Exactly," Anderson agreed. "2. While the door is stout and well secured, and there are no windows to guard against the damp, or that errant spark that could bring disaster, there is a small vent at the crown of the structure. I'm not certain, but I suspect that it's large enough for a boy Jonathan's size to wriggle through." Hal nodded thoughtfully. "I begin to see the relevance of your son's practice to this project, though that leaves him at the top of a large open space, I presume. Has he the skill of a spider in clinging to the underside of a roof?" "No, but he has been practicing climbing up and down ropes. Even if he could mount the side of a building like a mountain goat, as you have pointed out, he still would need to lower himself to the floor within. Once there, he can unbolt the door and open it from the inside." "Sure, of course," Hal said. "It sounds like a very workable plan, although I should like very much to have a clearer idea of the lock on the door. It is hardly likely to be designed to be open from within, is it?" Anderson shrugged. "I would expect that there is some provision for the possibility that someone might find themselves locked within and needs to effect their escape." "If that turns out not to be the case, though, how are we to get at the powder, or your son?" The Factor grimaced. "If it comes to it, we'll force the door, but that carries the risk of causing noise and light that might betray our presence to the governor's men. Or worse, some spark igniting a conflagration that would clear that hill off the earth, and us with it." He grinned wryly. "So we will go on the faith that the door can be opened from within, and come prepared for the possibility that it might not." Hal nodded. "And once the door's open, what then? We roll the barrels out of there and secure them someplace for the Americans?" The older man shook his head violently. "Nay, as you know, the first principle of any sort of smuggling is to get the goods away from where they're not legal and to a place where they are legal." Another wry grin, and he added, "I would guess that the same applies to theft, but I've never been involved in anything of that nature before." Al said thoughtfully, "Powder is stored in smaller casks, isn't it? My father liked to grumble about the fact that the manufacture of powder casks require nearly as much work as larger barrels, while commanding a lower price." "Yes, of course. Does that inform our plans in some way?" "Rolling the casks would make a lot of noise, particularly if we pass over a cobbled street on our route. But these casks are small enough that even filled with powder, a strong man can lift them to his shoulder and carry them." Anderson snorted. "Well, I can ensure that we have no lack of strong men." Hal remembered the crew of hired slaves who had done the heavy work of the last job he'd taken with Anderson, and had a passing thought about the irony of slaves working on a scheme that was meant to win liberty. However, the Factor continued speaking, and the thought was lost. In any event, we won't strike until we know that there is a ship to take the powder away immediately. Once it's on the seas, only the governor's revenue cutter would have either the authority or the practical ability to bring it back. And, well, the sea is large, and sailors have a lot of experience in using that to their advantage. When do you expect that a ship from Boston might happen into the area and be willing to make arrangements? Oh, we won't leave this to chance, my friend. There's a packet headed up their way now, calling for the ships needed to be brought together and sailed hither. We ought to have some idea of when to expect them within a fortnight, but I wouldn't think that they might appear any sooner than a month from now, and depending upon the seas and weather, perhaps not for several months. That seems like a long time to keep a plan this perilous hanging fire, Hal said dubiously. Do not fret. We won't waste the time between then and now, Anderson promised. Our plot will be easier yet to complete if we could arrange for someone who holds the key to the magazine to open it for us, or to part with the key for a time so that we may use it. That seems unlikely, Hal observed. Even loyal soldiers have to eat, and finding a way to restore trade with the mainland will benefit those men no less than anyone on Bermuda. Hal still had his reservations, but he said only, "If nothing else, we can try to learn whether the door may be opened from within, and acquaint ourselves better with accessing the inside through the vent you mentioned." Exactly. In any event, part of why I told Mr. Haskins that you might be the man for this job is your knowledge of casks. How so? Hal immediately felt defensive. He knew that his father was held in low regard by Mr. Haskins, though he wasn't certain of the particulars, and he was wary of being associated with his former apprenticeship. If Anderson noticed his unease, he ignored it. If we can avoid leaving any visible trace of our work outside of the magazine, I thought that we might also be able to delay the discovery of the raid by replacing each cask we take with an empty one of similar manufacture and markings. Hal considered the idea for all of half a second and then shook his head. I am sorry to disappoint you, but there is no source for such casks on this island. Well, Mr. Cooper does not manufacture them because they require wooden hoops in place of the iron ones that he uses in his shop. Of course, if the iron were to strike a spark, that would lead to a disaster. Does Mr. Cooper not know how to work with anything but iron, then? I heard him tell someone once that while he certainly could undertake to make casks with wooden hoops, they would cost many times what the same article brought in from the mainland, or even the mother country would. Why on earth would that be the case? In any event, if it's just money that is required, we may be able to overcome that. He didn't explain the details to me, but I believe that it may have been because the wood necessary to make the bands that are strong enough would have to be gotten from elsewhere, like the oak for the staves. All that I know for certain is that he was in a foul mood after having to turn away that work. Hal didn't add that his father had taken his foul mood out on his son, striping his back for some imagined oversight. Indeed, his father, and in consequence Hal himself, had only found peace that night as a result of the older man's voyage to the bottom of yet another bottle of rum. Anderson sighed deeply. You have not provided the answer that I hoped for, but you have provided an answer at least, which proves the value of having Mr. Haskins bring you in on the plot. I am sorry that I didn't have happier news to relate. The factor waved away the apology. It's only a minor complication to the plan. If empty casks could have been easily procured, it would have been worthwhile. But since that is not the case, I'll waste no tears over the impossibility. In truth, sir, I would prefer to be of service in some capacity that is more suited to my present occupation,
and give no further thought to Mr. Cooper's business." Anderson looked at Hal with evident curiosity, but didn't pursue the questions he obviously had. "I do not anticipate any opportunity for us to load the powder in a conventional manner. The nature of the whole affair means that we will necessarily be loading into ships boats of one sort or another, much as we did the other night. Once again, no docks are open to those of us who do business on the slightly less legal side of the ledger." He grinned merrily, and Hal couldn't help but answer in kind. However, the younger man persisted. "What skills can I bring to bear in this, then?" Anderson's expression immediately became more serious, and he gave the matter a few moments' thought before he answered. "There may be nothing that calls on your specific prior experience, but—" He clapped Hal on the shoulder. "Never fear. Undoubtedly, there is a place in a plan such as this for a determined and creative fellow like yourself to contribute to the point of proving himself invaluable." Chapter 8. Several days after the dinner with the Haskins, Hal was taking his ease in his room, not that there was anything else for him to do, when a knock at the door startled him. He arose and opened it, surprised to find Molly standing on the other side, looking agitated. She asked, "May I come in? There's an urgent matter that I need to discuss with you." Hal quirked an eyebrow at her. "Are you sure you want to chance being seen entering a man's room unaccompanied?" In a serious tone, she murmured, "That is the least of my concerns. I cannot discuss this with you in the open, in any event." Hal stepped aside and motioned her into the room, closing the door behind her. "I have no chairs," he told her apologetically, "but if you don't mind sitting on my bed, we can talk there." She nodded, and he seated himself at the far end of the bed from her, for propriety's sake. When she was settled, but still didn't speak, he asked, "What brings you here in such a state? And it's so urgent that it couldn't wait for any better place of privacy in which to discuss it." She twisted the bottom of her apron between her hands. "It's my brother. The Dolphin has been taken by an American privateer, and the ship's owner is absolutely refusing to pay the ransom her captors are demanding to free the crew." "Why would a privateer want to keep the crew of a ship they have taken? Don't they have men enough for their ship?" She shook her head in clear exasperation. "No, they don't want the crew. They extracted a promise from the captain of the Dolphin to pay their ransom once the ship was returned. He sent a gig back here to present the demand, in expectation that the owner would rather part with some money than lose his ship." Her distress rose visibly as she continued. "Mr. Hammond absolutely refused, and furthermore denied the gig permission to deliver his refusal." Hal nodded sympathetically. "What do you expect that I can do to help?" She wrung her hands in the fabric of her apron again. "I am not sure, but my parents went to go and try to reason with Mr. Hammond, and left me alone at the house, and, well, I had to come and talk to someone." Her eyes welled up with tears, and not knowing what else to do, Hal moved down to the bed to hesitantly put an arm around her for comfort. Molly did not pull away, but instead threw herself against his shoulder, her entire frame racked with sobs. When her own shoulders had stopped quaking, and Hal's was soaked to the skin, he murmured into her ear, "What reason did Mr. Hammond give for refusing to honor the arrangement his captain had made?" She spoke without lifting her head from his chest, her voice muffled and thick-sounding. "Paul, my brother, has always said that Mr. Hammond would pinch a penny just for the joy of hearing it cry out in pain. With so many shipwrights idle due to the interruption in trade, the accursed man may have thought that he could have a new ship built for less coin than getting back an old, worn one would cost him." Hal thought it likely that the shipyards were as affected by the interruption in the trade as was everything else on the island, a factor which would undermine Hammond's plan. But he asked only, "Does the crew likewise have no value to him?" He could feel, rather than see, Molly's shoulders rise in a slight shrug under his arm. "Crew members are lost all the time, and yet there seldom seems to be any lack of new hands to fill the ratings when a ship comes to port, or when a new one is launched." Hal supposed that was true. But still, it is difficult for me to imagine that word of this callous and cold disregard for the welfare of his crew will go unnoticed at the taverns and docksides, he remarked. Even a man desperate for a few pounds might hesitate to sign on to a ship owned by someone with that history. He wasn't sure that his reasoning would hold up under close scrutiny, but he could feel her relaxing by degrees beside him. She finally sat up and regarded him through tear-swollen eyes. She said, "You may be right, but Paul signed on to his first ship when he was several years younger than I am now. I've heard his tales about his shipmates, and most of them sound as though they would join up on a voyage straight to the river Styx if the rum ration were reliable and the bonus could be spent before they boarded." She shook her head. "Few would think to inquire any more deeply than the reputation of the captain. The owner is just some far-off, absent figure of their imagination, with no direct influence over their lives." "But if Mr. Hammond should persist in his refusal to pay off these privateers, and they take their ire out upon the crew, men might learn to take notice of who backs the captain," Hal pressed. Molly frowned deeply, her eyes welling up again. "I would rather that my brother not serve as the example that causes ship's hands to deepen their scrutiny of the jobs that they are considering. Oh, Harold, what do you suppose that the pirates will do to him?" Hal considered for a moment how brutally truthful he ought to be. He settled for equivocation. "First, and most importantly, you told me that it was an American privateer, rather than pirates, that has taken the Dolphin. And a privateer is bound by law, as strange as it might be to apply the word, as well as tradition." "How do you mean?" "Mind you, I've never sailed myself, but I've passed many an hour in conversation with sailors as I helped load and unload their cargoes. I've learned that privateer has been authorized by his government to take the shipping of some enemy country. So, while a ship under fire may not care about the fine distinctions between a pirate and a privateer, it makes a large difference once they've struck their flag and the battle is lost." Molly grimaced, but said nothing, and Hal continued. "In this case, it sounds as though the Americans are claiming that whatever they might be using for government in Boston or Philadelphia has given them license to seize British shipping. If that is the case, they would be strictly forbidden from unnecessarily harming the crew of any ship they might capture, beyond defending themselves from some sort of subterfuge, such as a false surrender." He frowned. "Of course, the sailors I've known have also said that demanding a ransom is also usually forbidden, but bending that tradition does save the privateer the trouble and risk of splitting their crew to bring in their captured prize and then trying to sell it off." She sniffed back fresh tears and asked, "Then you think that my brother is safe from harm?" "It seems likely to me, yes. At worst, he might be pressed into service by the privateer to help them bring the Dolphin into port, and then released once that has been done." He didn't mention his suspicion that this was no privateer. He'd heard nothing about any being authorized by any of the self-styled governments of the mainland colonies. It seemed more probable to him that these were actual pirates, operating completely outside of any law, which made their actions a lot more difficult to predict. Nor did he mention that any able seaman set ashore in a port of a rebellious colony would likely be pressed into service by whatever navy might be raised to sail against the crown. Even without being aware of these omissions, Molly still wasn't satisfied. Where might Paul find himself stranded then? Boston? Charlestown? Newport? And if the hostilities are so far advanced as to make any ship on the sea a legitimate target for one side or the other, how likely is he to be permitted to return home at all? Hal didn't even try to put on a brave face on his answer this time. I have no idea what the answers might be, but those are excellent questions, and ones that I should hope that Mr. Hammond can be persuaded to give full consideration to. He shook his head, his expression grim. What I do know is that if these privateers get away with their ploy, either by being paid their ransom or by being allowed to take in the Dolphin and sell her and her cargo, they will be emboldened to pursue our shipping even more. It is a bad time for anyone to be afloat, I am sorry to say. Molly sighed. When Paul first proposed the idea of going to sea, my father tried to talk him into being sensible of the dangers. However, all of his friends had already joined crews of one ship or another, and as a result, it seemed like nothing but a grand adventure to him. Hal nodded in agreement. And adventures feel more exciting if they come with at least a spoonful of risk. She made a noise at the back of her throat. I preferred that the risks my brother undertook were more of the mundane variety, rather than those of life and limb. To live is to accept risk, Molly. One could, I suppose, remain immobilized with fear, confined to their bed lest they trip and fall and break their crown. After all, a ship is safest when it is in port, but it is of little use to anyone if it remains there. Molly scowled slightly, and looked as though she might like to snap a retort, but she said nothing. She only looked down at her hands, which were back to twisting the cloth of her apron. He examined her thoughtfully. They had separated entirely while they spoke, but she still sat comfortably close to him, though no longer wrapped around him in grief. Even with her eyes swollen from weeping, and her reddened nose emitting the occasional sniffle, the aftermath of a good cry, she was prettier to his eyes than most any girl in town. He watched her hands work and worry at the fabric, and couldn't help noticing how strong and elegant they were. He found himself wondering if she'd gotten her hands from her father or from her mother, and made a mental note to look for resemblances the next time he saw her family. This brought up a new chain of thought, and he asked, What arguments do you suppose your parents will present to Mr. Hammond? They were discussing that as they waited for their horses to be saddled. My mother favored appealing to his natural sympathy for the men of his crew, but my father said that he doubted that Hammond had any such capacity, and advocated taking a strictly economic approach. Hal shook his head. I don't know that either would persuade a man who has already made up his mind to absorb the loss of a ship and its cargo. A fresh possibility occurred to him. Unless he had some reason to believe that the Royal Navy might have a ship to spare in coming to the defense of our shipping this far south. Molly thought about it for a moment, then challenged him. But why would His Majesty's ships bother with protecting our shipping? After all, the revenue from any legal cargoes would have already been paid to the treasury here, and if they were engaged in smuggling, as you've insinuated, why, I should expect that the Navy would have even less interest in providing for their defense. Yes, Hal agreed, but it might make for a persuasive argument to discourage our shipping from engaging in smuggling. Those ships which have declared their cargoes and paid their duties could be afforded the full protection of the Royal Navy, while those engaged in illicit trade would be left as fair game for the privateers and pirates. What a horrible, brutal thing to think about, Molly objected. Are men really so calculating as to leave their fellows to be captured and abused by pirates, simply for failing to pay a few pounds of duties? Perhaps a small number are that way, but I sincerely hope that it is no majority. It would only take one or two commanders to enact such a policy, if only informally. Hal shrugged. I cannot say that this is what is happening, but it could explain Hammond's actions. Molly said, That is somewhat more comforting, if only a bit, than the thought that he truly cares so little for his ship's crew that he could leave them in the hands of the villains who claim to be acting for America. Though, if they truly are acting under orders from the Congress or one of the mainland colonies, then it may be overstating things to call them villains. Hal held up a hand to forestall Molly's retort, and she glared at him, but let him expand upon his point. It is a simple enough strategy. By taking ships sailing under a British flag, whether naval or merchant, they weaken the supply lines and resolve of their enemies. I've heard sailors talk of it as just being one of the hazards of their calling, like ugly weather or uncharted waters. Well, my brother has favored their cause as strongly as anyone in our family, so why should he fall victim to this peculiar and horrid form of warfare? Hal knew that the question was rhetorical, but he answered it anyway. The likelihood is that he will find some way to express that support and will be treated with appropriate care. Why, he may even be offered a position among the privateer's crew, should that be his wish. Molly shuddered, and Hal again refrained from expressing the alternative scenario. If the ship that had taken the Dolphin were not a true privateer and was simply engaged in ordinary piracy, no such fine distinction would be likely. Instead, he chose to focus on the practical considerations. Is there anything that you or I can do to influence Mr. Hammond's decision in this matter? Molly shook her head at once. No, nothing that I can conceive of. Hal nodded. That is my perception as well. What we can do, then, is to ensure that we are hale and hearty for whatever events may overtake us next. Let me bring you down to the dining room, and we'll enjoy the pub's ordinary. It may not be as grand as what your table offers, but it will at least satisfy our hunger and give us something to do other than worrying over a situation whose outcome we cannot affect. Molly pursed her lips, but stood. I do not see how you can expect me to eat when this is occupying my mind, but neither can I argue that we are better off continuing to rehash the question in your room. Chapter 9. The meal was plain, as promised, an indifferent soup of fish and meal, and a loaf of bread that Hal suspected had been salvaged from a bakery's day-old shelf several days ago. However, despite her objection, Molly ate with good appetite. Of course, they could not speak plainly of the matters that weighed on their minds, being in the public room now, so Hal tried to lighten Molly's mood a bit by teasing her again about the dance. So, now that I've met your parents and heard a bit of your family business, might you consider coming out to dance with me, after all? He'd long since lost any interest in actually attending the event. Her description of it had festered and bothered his mind until he was forced to conclude that she had the right of it. Still, he wanted the entertainment of hearing her latest arguments against accompanying him. She fixed him with an incredulous expression. Are you honestly still thinking about that accursed dance with everything else that is going on? He grinned playfully and took a long drink of the small ale that the tavern keeper had served with the soup. Are you thinking about everything else that's going on? Or are you thinking about how persistent I am? You are one for the madhouse, is what I am thinking about, she retorted. But he saw a hint of a smile across her lips. He tipped his head in a mocking salute and drank from his ale again, finishing it. Hadn't we better be getting you home, Miss Haskins? She glanced out through the half-open door of the tavern, eyeing the slanting shadows that had started to creep over the street outside. I suppose that my parents will be back from Mr. Hammond's with news. I will accompany you, if you don't mind, as I am concerned for the welfare of your brother, and am eager to hear the outcome of the conversation with Mr. Hammond." "Very well," Molly said. "You might vouch for my own whereabouts and safety while you're there. My father sometimes worries so." Hal didn't doubt that the man did, with such a spirited daughter, but he said nothing, only nodding briskly. They rose to leave, and the old tavern keeper motioned Hal over, a slight frown on his face. Hal had a feeling that he knew what it was about. "Wait here, Molly," he murmured. "Mr. Lathrop wants a word with me." She gave him a frown of her own, but nodded, and Hal left her side. When Hal stood before him, Lathrop said, without preamble, "Your young lady made quite a fuss upon her arrival, my friend, demanding to be told where to find you. I made an exception and directed her on how to get to your room, but I trust you'll not make a habit of it. I've a reputation to uphold, don't you know?" Blushing, Hal said, "Mr. Lathrop, it wasn't like that. Not at all. She came to seek my advice about a matter involving her brother, and it was of some delicacy. That is the only reason she didn't have you summon me to speak down here. I give you my word that nothing unsavory happened in my room." Lathrop nodded easily. "And I will accept your word. However, the appearance of the thing would ruin me just as surely as the thing itself, if you take my meaning. The body house would have the governor's men after me for encroaching on their business just as quickly as would the priest, if word spread that my boarders were welcoming ladies into their rooms." Hal blushed even more deeply at the mention of the bawdy house, and the irreverent thought flashed through his mind that it was a curious thing that they should be united with the priest against the presumption of sinful activity in Mr. Lathrop's tavern. Suppressing the smile that threatened to cross his face at the thought, he said only, "I shall not make a habit of it, sir." Lathrop nodded sagely. "Thank you kindly, Mr. Cooper. Now, if you do ever have a need to meet with your friend discreetly, I will be happy to make an arrangement for you that will keep everyone involved safe from the prying eyes of neighbors and friends alike. So just keep that in mind." Al would not have believed that his blush could deepen any further, but he felt his entire face and scalp go hot, and his ears were about ready to ignite under their own pressure. "I shall, sir, but I very much doubt that I will ever have need of such arrangements." Lathrop just laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "Of course you don't think so. Until you do." He winked and chuckled again. Hal fled, not wanting to continue the most awkward conversation he could remember ever having with anyone, never mind the old tavern keeper. When he returned to Molly's side, she regarded him curiously. "What was that about?" Not having had time to think of a reasonable alternate explanation, Hal stammered. "He wanted to remind me that having a young woman visit me in my room was not permitted in his establishment." Molly giggled aloud, and Hal scowled at her. "'Tis no laughing matter," he admonished her. "The man's reputation and even his livelihood are at stake." But she just kept chortling, wiping her eyes as she tried to bring herself back under control. Finally, she managed to say, "I know well enough that it is a serious matter for a tavern keeper. I'm not laughing at him, but rather at how red you turned while you were speaking with him." She stifled a resurgence of her mirth and explained, "I saw your blush from across the room, and wondered at what he must have said to you to bring up such color to your face. I was worried that he had shared some news that had given you cause for rage, till I saw your expression, and now I understand it all." The tavern keeper had looked up sharply when she started laughing, and she now waved merrily at him. "Thank you, sir.
"And worry no further," she called out. "The matter has been resolved."
Mr. Lathrop nodded and conspicuously turned back to his work, issuing as clear a dismissal as Hal had ever seen from him. A nearby patron who had been eavesdropping with obvious interest shook his head and spoke to his dining companion in a disgusted whisper that seemed calculated to be just loud enough for Hal and Molly to hear. "Girls today think they could just do anything that they wish, don't they? First it's holding the property that their husbands have left them, and now it's visiting openly with a young man at his meal. What will they want to do next? Vote?" The man's companion said something inaudible, and he snorted in response, the course of his comments turning away to rail about the American rebels and their fell influence on the price of tobacco. Molly either didn't hear the original whispered comment or chose to ignore it. Turning to Hal, she said soberly, "Shall we go and learn what my parents have accomplished?" Hal was glad to avoid whatever confrontation the unpleasant man appeared to be seeking, and said, "Yes, let's be on our way." Although the afternoon shadows were lengthening, the sun was still bright enough that both Molly and Hal were blinking uncomfortably for a moment after they exited the tavern, trying to adjust to the light. The heat of the day had passed, leaving in its wake a warmth that almost seemed to caress Hal's face like a silken glove. Molly walked alongside him, uncharacteristically quiet. As they passed out of the town proper, Molly finally spoke. "Why do you suppose that fellow at the tavern was so worked up over my sitting to dine with you in public? It is not as if we haven't already taken a meal together in the privacy of my home, after all, and I doubt that he would have had any objection to that. What about it being done in public somehow made it more distressing for him?" Hal found it interesting that she sounded genuinely puzzled rather than angry. Before he could formulate any kind of an answer, she continued, "And what is his objection to widows retaining ownership over property they inherit from their husbands? It's bad enough that the woman in question is mourning the loss of her partner, but that man would not be satisfied until she was turned out of her home too, and at a loss of any means to support herself?" Hal shrugged. "Perhaps he hails from the mainland. I understand that things are done somewhat differently there. For example, a widow in Charlestown would be expected to remarry in short order, replacing her lost husband's support with another man's. Here, though, there are few enough men who resist the call of the sea as it is, so it's quite unusual for a widow to simply turn to another man." Then he grinned widely. "As for his objection to seeing our dining together in the public house, why, I expect that he is just a grouchy old man, not accustomed to the new ways of modern society. The stars turn overhead, the years pass, and the world changes. Those of us who can change with it are, I'll warrant, happier than those who cannot." Molly returned his grin. "So, women gaining the vote will not trouble you?" He laughed aloud. "With no property, I am far enough from the prospect of being able to gain the vote myself that I've never given the matter much thought. I suppose that if a woman holds the same amount of property, and she will inform herself as carefully, and exercises her duties as intelligently as the men who currently have the right to vote, I cannot say that I would see any objection, no." She shot him a surprised look and said, "Have a care how loudly you say that. There are those who would denounce you to every authority there is if they should hear you express such a radical opinion." "It is hardly radical to observe that women may be blessed with as fine an intellect as a man." Molly scoffed. "You'd be surprised at how many people would consider that outright blasphemy." Al shrugged. "I suppose I don't spend much time around such folks. In any event, there is no danger of the question arising any time soon. "No, indeed," she said, and Hal thought that he detected an edge of bitterness in her tone. They rounded the bend in the road that brought her home into view, and she fell silent at the sight of her parents standing on the front step together, looking solemnly out over the landscape to where the sea was visible. Molly's pace increased, and Hal lengthened his stride to keep up. They hurried up the stairs together, and Mr. Haskins turned away from examining the vista to look at them. He said somberly, "We had wondered where you had gone, Molly, and I thought that it might have been to go speak with Harold. Mr. Cooper, thank you for conducting our daughter back home safely." Mrs. Haskins turned her back on the sea then. "I presume, Mr. Cooper, that my daughter has acquainted you with the news of the day?" Hal nodded, not knowing quite what to make of their strange deportment. "The owner of the Dolphin informed us this afternoon that the ship was set afire and sunk with the loss of all hands. Our son Paul was among those killed." Hal didn't know which was worse to his ears, the quiet severity of the woman's voice as she relayed the news, or the howl of anguish that Molly let out as she rushed past them into the house. After the shock of Molly's dash inside, Mr. Haskins' quiet tone was almost more distressing than the news had been. "Mr. Cooper, would you stay with us for a little bit of supper? When Molly recovers herself, I am certain that she will welcome another friendly face at the table." Hal tried to keep his involuntary reaction to Molly's upset out of his voice as he asked, "Are you sure you wouldn't prefer to come to grips with this awful news as a family before inviting outsiders to sit with you in your grief?" The older man smiled gently, but the expression didn't reach his sad eyes. "Son, you have shown your quality well enough in our brief friendship that you are far from being an outsider." He glanced over at his wife, who nodded, as though confirming something that they'd discussed previously. "I did some more asking around, and after I learned your full name and learned more about your history, the men I spoke to were consistent in praising your return from a thrashing at the hands of your own father, and your focus on making a place for yourself in this community without any help from him." Hal felt a clutch of fear in his belly at the mention that Mr. Haskins had been checking into his background and the conditions under which he had left his apprenticeship. Would he demand to know why Hal hadn't completed his studies? Or did he have suspicions about a man who would permit his master, even if it was his own father, to injure him so badly that he could scarcely stand for weeks and not answer the assault in any way? Haskins took a deep breath and blew it out gustily. "Events have overtaken our intent, but for the time being, let us leave the matter at this. You are welcome at our table at any time, and tonight is no exception." Hal could hardly make sense of the man's words, but he understood enough to mumble, "Thank you, sir, for your kindness." His wife shot Mr. Haskins a sharp glance. "Mr. Cooper, let me speak more plainly than my husband. Our daughter has clearly become interested in you, and you may be satisfied that there will be no impediment to that interest, should you return it." Mr. Haskins grimaced slightly, but didn't contradict her. "Now, come inside," she concluded briskly. "I believe that we shall ask Sari to serve us something more substantial to drink than the shrub that I might otherwise offer you at this hour of the day." She turned and went into the house. Her husband took one more lingering look out at the sea, and then turned and silently motioned for Hal to precede him inside. Chapter 10. Supper started out as a quiet, somber affair. All three of the Haskinses had already changed into the black of mourning, and Hal felt very much out of place in his plain working clothes. When he had left his room at the public house, he had hardly expected to be joining the Haskins family at their table, much less at a time when they were reeling at such a loss. When Sari had called her to dinner, Molly had emerged from her room with her face puffy and eyes red-rimmed from sobbing. She sat down across from Hal, as she had when he was last at their table, not meeting his eyes at all. Sari served the first course of green beans and butter, which Molly only picked at, while her parents ate it with the appearance of appetite. For his part, Hal ate mechanically, but Sari's fine cooking barely reached his palate. The wine that Mr. Haskins passed to him was probably excellent, but it may as well have been vinegar for all that he tasted of it. After the first course was removed from the table, but before Sari could bring out the second, Molly turned to her mother and said, "What I cannot understand is how you both carry on as though our loss is but a minor inconvenience. If I should die next, would there be so few tears to mark my passing? Is the death of a child whom you felt quicken within your belly such a small thing that you need do no more than don the black and pass a bottle?" Hal fell completely still at Molly's cold and openly disrespectful words and tone. He felt certain now that the Haskins' invitation to join them at their grieving table had been a terrible mistake. Mrs. Haskins sounded wounded by her daughter's accusations as she answered, "Molly, I shall weep every night over the loss of my son, most likely for the rest of my days. That I do not make a public show of my grief is no fault, but a matter of self-respect. A lady expresses her emotions in private, while a girl is permitted the luxury of doing so as she pleases." Molly shot back, "Then I shall never be a lady, for it is positively unnatural to hold back the oceans of tears that your child is due at his passing." Mr. Haskins interrupted her tirade. "Molly, your mother's sorrow is beyond your reckoning, and likely beyond even mine. You owe her the respect of believing her when she says that she will never again sleep untroubled. I know you are angry and distraught at the loss of your brother, but you ought to direct your rage not at your mother, who lies wounded beside you, but at those who killed your brother, and, if you've any left to spare, at the man who refused to save him." Molly turned on him now, practically spitting the words. "Oh, yes, our great friends, the Americans. We are engaged in trying to help them achieve their aims at the risk of our necks, and they repay us in this manner?" "If they were even telling the truth about who they are and the supposed authority under which they are operating," Mr. Haskins interjected. "If they were not Americans, then who are these murderers of innocent men?" Her father answered, "Does it really matter, Molly?" She looked down at the table, studying her hands for a long moment. Finally, she relented. "No, I do not suppose that it does matter. But I should rather hope that we could find some positive proof that Paul was not put to the sword by the selfsame men we're striving to assist." Mrs. Haskins answered in a calmer tone. "While I hold Mr. Hammond responsible for not simply parting with the money that would have saved Paul's life, I am well enough convinced that his reasons for disbelieving that the pirates were American are sound, that I will not suggest that we ought reconsider our involvement in the plan to acquire the powder for the benefit of the American cause." Mr. Haskins nodded. "And if the ship were American, with a motley and mongrel crew aboard, I should think we would have heard a word of warning from our friends among the mainland colonies that the Congress, or even some individual colonies, had authorized privateers." Sari entered at that moment, setting down a handsome boiled pudding in the center of the table. She placed a small pitcher of gravy beside it, and bustled back into the kitchen without a word. Molly watched her depart, looking stricken as she said, "Oh, poor Sari. Paul always was her favorite, and she loved giving him little treats when he'd come and wheedle from her at the kitchen door. I do believe that she's been crying from the look of her." Mrs. Haskins sighed. You are right, of course. I would tell her to take the evening to recover herself, but there is nobody else to serve us dinner. Like the rest of us, she must soldier on in the face of this tragedy. Molly grimaced, but said nothing, and Hal suspected that it was less because she agreed with her mother, and more because she didn't want any further conflict this evening with that formidable woman. Mr. Haskins broke the awkward silence that had settled over the table, saying, Molly, could you pass me the pudding and gravy? While everyone served themselves and slowly worked their way through the supper, Hal surreptitiously observed each of the family members in turn. Mr. Haskins appeared weary, and ate now with what seemed to be grim determination, with pauses for thought as he chewed each bite for an extraordinarily long time. Molly was crying again, chasing a bite of pudding around her plate with her fork slowly and without much conviction. In contrast, Mrs. Haskins ate steadily and even took a second serving, but her eyes were distant and her expression vacant, as though she had simply killed the feeling part of herself, at least for the moment. Hal had little appetite himself, even for the rich pudding and its fragrant gravy. The sense of loss and sadness that hung over the table reminded him too much of the days immediately following his break from his father. Strangely, he could not remember a single one of the meals that he had taken in those first days after he had taken refuge in the tavern. He knew that he must have eaten, if only for mere survival, to say nothing of the healing of his injury, and he knew, also, that the tavern keeper's fare varied only but slightly from one day to the next. But the actual memory of eating eluded him. Other memories from that time crowded in upon his mind. The sickening crunch of bone when the stave his father had hurled struck his shoulder, and the sagging weakness of that arm afterward were both seared into his recollection. So, too, was the kind solicitude that Mr. Lathrop had shown him throughout his recovery. The tavern-keeper had been so kind to Hal that he thought it some sort of trick, to gain his confidence before dashing it in an act of violence. Instead, the worst that Lathrop had done had been to come by each day to ensure that Hal's arm was bound well to his torso, so that the shoulder could heal undisturbed. The pain of those moments had nearly been as bad as when it had initially happened, but Hal knew in his intellect that it was for a benign purpose. He was pondering the necessity of pain to the process of healing when he realized that Mr. Haskins had addressed him. "Excuse me, sir. I was lost in my thoughts. What did you ask me?" "I said, will you return to your lodgings tonight, or should I have Sari make up a room for you?" Hal froze, his glance going involuntarily to Molly's face. Her expression was unreadable, but she gave him a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of her head. "Thank you, sir, but I will return to my lodgings. I am well enough accustomed to traveling after dark, as you know." "As you like it." Mr. Haskins smiled sadly. "If it is not too much trouble, though, would you mind coming around again in the morning? I may have some work that you could help with, if you're willing." "Certainly, sir. I have no other engagements." "Good. Thank you." Haskins rose from the table. "I will bid you a good night, then, as it has been a long, terrible day, and I find that I am overcome with exhaustion. Tomorrow will be no better, and I must be rested to prepare for it." Hal rose as well, despite the unfinished pudding on his plate. "I am truly sorry for the loss that you and your family have endured today. I wish that the news could have been better." The older man nodded slowly. "We are not always the authors of our fates," he murmured. "The world is sometimes moved by the actions of others, and sometimes by a power too great to name. The difficulty is often in discerning which it might be." Not that it matters in a circumstance such as this, Molly interjected. Either way, the agent of our misery is beyond our reach. Her father inclined his head in acknowledgment and left the room without saying anything further. Exhaling, Molly rose and said, I will walk Mr. Cooper to the door. She left the room, and Hal hurriedly bowed his farewell to her mother before following her through the door to the entrance hall. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Mrs. Haskins, sitting in solitude at the table, drop her head into her hands as she finally broke down, giving in to the tears that she had denied herself all afternoon. At the front door, Molly said nothing, stepped closer, and leaned into him. He wrapped his arms around her carefully, not pulling back when she took refuge in his embrace. While he could understand why Molly needed someone to cling to in her grief, he wasn't sure whether she had turned to him only because he was the only person available, or because she had some feeling for him after what they had experienced together today. Whatever the cause, he was unwilling to examine it too closely, and instead tried to offer as much unconditional support as she seemed to need. He had the thought that if someone had told him a week before that Molly Haskins would seek out his arms and would soak the shoulder of his shirt with tears, not once, but twice, and in the same day, he would have dismissed them as daft. As it was, she was very real, clinging to him as he'd once seen a drowning man cling to a floating plank, and sobbing into his shoulder. Eventually, she sniffled herself into a lull. I am sorry, she choked out. You must think me a childish boor, and my parents unfeeling monsters. He shook his head emphatically, sure she could feel his gesture with her face buried in his shoulder. Not at all. I think you are a young woman, a lady, who is enduring a terrible loss and is doing her best to find some equilibrium in a world that is unbearable at this time. He shrugged slightly and added, and I think that your parents have likewise endured an unfathomable loss, and are each doing what they must to adjust and find some way to carry on. She looked up from his shoulder and wiped tears from her eyes. Do you really think that my mother is anything but the unfeeling monster I accused her of being? He thought about the glimpse he had gotten of Mrs. Haskins weeping, and answered with deliberation. I believe her when she says that she has her own way of surviving this day, and I can see that your way is so different from hers that you are having trouble understanding one another. In the days ahead, she will have to forgive you for your outbursts, and you will need to find some way to forgive her for not appearing to share your feelings in the wake of losing your brother. Molly slowly closed her eyes, and Hal could feel her forcing herself to breathe calmly and deeply. Finally, she spoke. All right. I will try to forgive her and earn her forgiveness in return. Good night, Hal, and thank you for everything. I will watch for your arrival in the morning. Chapter 11. After breaking his fast the next morning, Hal warily started down the road toward the Haskins' place. He half wished that he had taken Mr. Haskins up on his offer for a room for the night, if only to spare himself the long round-trip walk. However, it was not merely his comfort with traveling without the benefit of light that had made him decline. The people of Bermuda were watchful, and tongues would wag if he were to spend a night under the same roof as Molly Haskins, especially after having been seen dining with her in public. He wasn't worried about the whiff of scandal that would have arisen around himself. He had weathered worse with the failure of his apprenticeship. But for Molly's sake, particularly as she was completely innocent of any misdeed, he thought it better to avoid the situation entirely. If nothing else, he knew that if he had failed to return to his lodgings, the tavern keeper at least would have taken note, and made certain assumptions. Mr. Lathrop was not one to engage in the sort of vicious gossip that Hal had previously endured, but he was already inquiring almost daily as to how Hal's suit for Molly's interest was proceeding. No need to add fuel to that particular fire. Hal mounted the front steps of the Haskins home with long strides, taking 2 stairs at a time. The skin on the back of his neck prickled as he came to the door and found it slightly ajar. The slave who was usually in attendance at the door was nowhere in sight, and Hal could hear no sounds from within the house. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he gingerly pushed open the door, calling out, "Is anyone about?" When there was no answer, he stepped inside. The relative gloom within made him aware that the shutters had not been opened for the day, which only increased his sense of foreboding. He called out, more loudly now, "Molly? Mr. Haskins? Sari?" Off in the distance, he heard a clatter, and he whirled toward the source of the sound, which he thought might have come from the kitchen. There was no further noise to give confirmation, but he crept that way anyway, tiptoeing through the dining room, simultaneously feeling silly for trying so hard to be silent and wishing that he had some sort of weapon at hand. Entering the kitchen, he spied an iron spoon laying haphazardly on the stones before the hearth. The kettle from which it had evidently fallen still hung over the remains of a fire, its contents badly scorched, with a moist divot in the surface, off to one side, where the spoon had previously rested. Hal picked up the tongs from beside the hearth and used them to swing the kettle out and away from the coals. The wood which had fueled the cooking fire was mostly exhausted, but a few spots still glowed a dull red, and a wisp of smoke rose up the flue and into the chimney. Sari had abandoned not only a pot of food, but an open fire? A clutch of panic seized his gut, and he rushed through the rest of the house, searching for some explanation for the apparent sudden and unplanned disappearance of everyone within it. He climbed the stairs to the top floor, a space he had never been invited into, feeling both hesitancy over the violation of the family's private rooms and trepidation about what he might find there. However, it did not appear that any member of the household had spent time in their chambers the prior night. The rooms were in carefully attended order, save that it appeared that Mrs. Haskins and Molly had both left their dresses laying out after changing into morning clothes. Hal's panic had by now risen to its full height, roiling his belly and driving him to hurry back down the stairs and out through the front door, into the surprisingly large gardens surrounding the house. He shouted their names as he ran, becoming increasingly desperate to find anyone on the estate who might be able to explain what had happened in the night. "Molly! Mr. Haskins! Mrs. Haskins! Sari!" As he dashed through a field tall with corn, he nearly collided with a bent and worn-looking old slave, whose face was pocked and scarred, evidence of the ravages of smallpox. Hal stopped short and cried out, "Oh, thank God! Do you know where the master of the house and his family have gone to? I cannot find them anywhere." The old man regarded him impassively, and then tapped his ear, shaking his head. Hal nearly shrieked in frustration. The only man he could find, and he was deaf? It was too much to bear. Without bothering to attempt further to make himself understood by a man who could not hear him, Hal rushed on through the field, hallooing and yelling, until he reached the stream that marked the edge of the gardens. and, presumably, the boundary of the Haskins estate. The far bank of the stream showed not corn or beans in their neat rows, but a wild tangle of vegetation, untamed and unused. Hal turned around and ran back toward the house, hoping that perhaps he had missed someone else working in a different part of the gardens. He noticed a thin thread of smoke rising from a small structure behind the house, which he realized was the outdoor kitchen. He hurried in that direction and nearly cried in relief when he found a young woman feeding wood into the fire that licked the bottom of a large skillet suspended over the hearth. He approached her, shouting, "You there! Do you know aught of what has become of everyone in the house?" The girl turned to face him, looking him over dubiously for a long moment. Finally, she spoke, her voice thin and high. "They all left in the night in an unbelievable hurry, and left no instructions to the likes of me." Hal's hammering heart did not slow one whit at this news. "Do you know where they were bound to?" "They did not tell me, but I heard the master say something about bringing what they needed to Mr. Hammond's place." This answer also failed to calm his frantic concern. "Do you know nothing of their business with Mr. Hammond?" The girl shrank back. Hal realized that his manner must have become menacing indeed. She stammered, "No, sir, not at all." Hal forced himself to speak in an even tone. "I am sorry if I frightened you. My urgency is due to my own fright at not knowing why they were gone, nor where. I will follow them to Mr. Hammond's home and learn what I can to satisfy my concerns about both questions. Thank you for what you could tell me." She curtsied mutely, and Hal nodded his acknowledgment while turning to leave. Relatively certain that he knew the way to Hammond's place, though he'd never had any cause to visit it before now, he broke into a jog, thankful that the sun had not yet risen high enough to bring on the heat of the day. He thought that Hammond lived down the bay, in a house that he'd once heard someone comment held a commanding view of the anchorage for the smaller ships that visited the islands. There was only one road that led that way, and while Hal had only been down it when meeting launches ashore, he thought he knew where the house he sought must stand. The road went on further than he expected, and he was starting to have doubts about his assumptions when a fine, proud-looking house came into view from behind a cluster of tall palms. Hal hurried to the door and knocked urgently upon its solid panels. Heavy steps from the other side, and then a large, florid man with a fleshly chin and a wide, rum-reddened nose opened the door. "Mr. Hammond, it's me, Harold Cooper. I was told that Mr. Haskins might have come this way." Hammond examined Hal minutely before nodding. "Aye, he's here, along with all the other Haskinses. They're in the parlor. It's a regular convention of the people, it is." Hal's ears roared as relief flooded over him. "Might I join them?" Hammond stepped out of the way, and with a resigned shake of his head, admitted Hal into his home. "It might take a shoehorn to fit even one more person in the room, but I'll let you work that out amongst yourselves." Hammond closed the door behind him, then edged past Hal, who stood in the foyer, unsure of where to go. "This way," the man grunted. He followed the bulky man's ponderous progress through the house until Hammond motioned him toward a doorway. Hal could see that the room was, indeed, filled up with the members of the Haskins household, including Sari and the other house slave, whose name Hal had not yet learned. They were all clustered around an ornate divan on which lay a figure,
smudged with soot and dressed in rags that bore a variety of burn marks and other filth. Molly glanced up at Hal's arrival and cried out as she stood and threw her arms around him. Hal, for his part, was keenly aware that all eyes were upon him as he disentangled himself from the girl. Gently, he asked, "What is the meaning of this, Molly?" With tears welling up and threatening to spill over yet again, she answered, "Don't you see? It's Paul. He has escaped with his life and has been restored to us." Hal's mouth fell agape, and once he'd gathered himself, he asked, "You had a certain report of his fate, and yet he is here, intact?" The young man turned slowly, and, it seemed to Hal, painfully, before croaking, "Not entirely intact, no." Molly rushed back to his side, and both she and Mrs. Haskins made shushing sounds and soothing gestures over the young man, until he let his head fall back onto the cushioned arm of the divan. Sari bent and offered him a cup to drink from, concern etched into the deep lines on her face. Mrs. Haskins said, "Not at all unharmed, no. He will need time to recover his health, but it is a miracle wrought by his own hands that he will have that opportunity." She shot Mr. Hammond a furious glare, but the man was looking elsewhere and didn't notice. Her husband gave her a warning glance and told Hal, "Paul was just about to explain the circumstances of his escape to us. You should stay and hear it, I think, Mr. Cooper." Mrs. Haskins added, "He has already put a stopper on the pirates' claim that they were operating under the authority of the mainland colonies in any way. They were naught but brigands and scum, taking advantage of the disarray of all forms of civilization in these times." Molly jumped in, saying, "We never thought that the Americans would cast so wide a net as to enmesh the shipping from this island, without any warning to their friends here." Mr. Haskins nodded and turned to his son. "Setting aside political considerations for a moment, Paul, can you now tell us how you alone escaped from the Dolphin?" Paul drank again from the cup that Sari had offered him, and then handed it back to her. When he spoke after a moment, his voice still sounded hoarse, but not nearly as gravelly. "The pirates confined us to the Dolphin's hold after Captain Daniels struck our colors. They seized our cargo and moved it to their own ship. During the day after, the captain was sent to convey their ransom demand. Once they'd finished shifting the cargo, we could tell that they were becoming impatient at the delay in getting an answer. But we had no warning of what they intended." He paused, coughed, and spit into a cloth that he clutched in one hand. Hal noticed that it was covered in dark stains, and wondered what the condition of the young man's lungs must be. "I happened to be near the grating when I heard the pirates' captain tell his men to fire the ship and return to their own. One of them unbolted the grating to the cargo hold to toss in a torch, and didn't bother to fully bolt it again before fleeing himself." Even Hammond, standing by the door, seemed to be caught up in the young man's story, and he asked, "How on earth did you escape?" Paul shrugged. "Most of the men were too frightened of the flames that leapt around the grating, and were trying to force the hatch at the other end of the hold. But I and a few others ran through the flames, got the accursed thing fully loose, and regained the deck." He shuddered. "The pirates must have spotted us as they opened fire on the Dolphin. My companions were all felled by a canister of grape shot. By some miracle I was not struck, but the launch we had been trying to put over the side to escape in was smashed by a ball from another gun." Another coughing fit seized him, and when it was over,
His voice was considerably weaker. I made my way through smoke and flame to a boat on the far side of the ship, and got it over the side by myself. Hal asked, Isn't that a job that usually requires 4 men? Paul accepted another sip from Sari's cup and smiled grimly. I, or one man, was desperate for his preservation. Hal gave Paul a quick, tight smile, and the sailor continued. As I got myself down into the boat, I could hear the rest of the crew screaming and pounding on the hatch, still trapped below decks, where the flames were starting to reach them. The smoke from the burning ship concealed me from the pirates as I rowed away, and by the time the flames reached the powder room, I was just far enough for safety. He paused again, seeming to concentrate on simply gathering a breath, and then concluded. The magazine exploded, and in the chaos and ruin, I managed to slip away beyond the sight of the pirate ship and out of the reach of the sound of my friend's death agonies. He lay back and closed his eyes, seeming to have exhausted himself. Molly broke the silence. I thank Providence that you found the strength and the good fortune to escape. Paul did not answer, and Sari took a blanket that had been on the sideboard to gently spread it over him. Mr. Haskins motioned silently for them all to leave the room, and everyone but Sari preceded him through the doorway. She knelt at the end of the divan and whispered, I will stay and take care of Master Paul. Hammond nodded, and closed the door to the room behind himself as he led the family to the front door. Chapter 12. So when Toby brought word from Mr. Hammond that Paul had come ashore and had been brought to his house, we all dropped everything we were doing and came over here at once. We stayed by his side while he slept, and he'd just awoken when you arrived, Molly explained. Hal nodded. I guessed as much once I found you here, but I won't deny that coming to your house completely abandoned, with nobody at all to explain where any of you had gone, had my imagination concocting all manner of lurid possibilities. He laughed slightly. The worst was wondering whether the pirate gang had come and seized your whole family in an attempt to collect the ransom they were after for the Dolphin and her crew. Mr. Haskins' eyebrows shot up. That would be a new and awful tactic, even for such bandits as these. Oh, I know it would have been without precedent, Al said quickly. However, my mind was beyond the boundaries of reason by that time. Fortunately, the cook's assistant was able to point me in the right direction, but the absence of so many of your hands only added to my anxiety. He shrugged. All's well that ends well, though. I am extremely gratified to have discovered that your son was restored to you, and that none of the horrid fates that my mind presented to me came to pass. Molly smiled and shook her head at him. Why, I do believe that you were actually worried about us, and not just because you are engaged in that plan with my father. Mr. Haskins shot her a warning glance and flicked his eyes over to where Mr. Hammond sat on the other side of his sitting room, occasionally drinking from a tankard, while gazing absently through the window out at the sea. When Molly blanched and shut her mouth firmly, Hal realized that Hammond was not a part of the plot, and understood that they must not discuss it in his presence. Haskins grinned then, and, attempting to cover the gaffe, It is merely a business transaction, my dear Molly, and I am certain that our young friend was only worried for his payment. Mrs. Haskins snorted aloud. Our dear Molly seems to have made herself a part of the bargain, if her behavior when Mr. Cooper arrived is any indication. Molly now blushed a deep red, and then answered with dignity. I was simply overcome with Paul's suffering, mother, and turned to someone who was not likewise overcome himself for a moment of support. Mrs. Haskins snorted again, but Hal saw a smile flit across her severe face. He wondered whether Molly might have been telling no more than the plain truth, and whether she had turned to him not out of any feeling of affection, but only because he was there. Then he remembered that she had come all the way into town from her home to seek him out when word of Paul's capture had first reached the Haskins family, and he felt even more deeply confused and unsure. All that he knew for certain was that he would settle for being her friend, if that were all she was interested in. Still, he dared to permit himself to hope that she might see him as something more than just a casual acquaintance, and that her reaction on his arrival to Hammond's house might indicate the development of some greater feeling for him. Molly herself spoke up again, then. In any event, the fact is that Harold is taking me to the next dance, now that I am no longer prevented from attendance by the constraints of mourning. He asked me several days ago, and I had intended to tell you before Paul was taken prisoner. Harold has been a good friend to me, and I am looking forward to teaching him how to dance like a civilized man. Hal could feel his ears grow hot, an affliction that seemed to happen with alarming frequency in Molly's presence. She apparently enjoyed surprising not only her parents, but him in the bargain. He was only a little bit caught off guard to hear himself say, Molly, I did not know that we ought to plan to go to the event at all, things being as they are. She fixed him with a determined glare. Mr. Cooper, if you are going to back out of inviting me to the dance and shame me in front of my parents, why, I'll find someone else to take me. No, that's not what I meant at all, Hal protested. I only thought that all of this upset might have left you uninterested in such a frivolous outing. Harold, I need a bit of frivolity more than ever before, after the events of the past few days. Had I still been wearing the black of mourning, I would agree that it would be both unseemly and unappealing to go. Hal cocked an eyebrow at her, his gaze flicking down to her garb for the briefest of moments. Molly looked down at herself, seeming to notice that she was still clad in the mourning dress, and added hastily, This signifies nothing now. None of us took the time to change when Toby arrived with word of Paul's return. So great was our haste to see my brother restored to us. Hal bowed with as much dignity as he could muster. Miss Haskins, I should be most honored if you would accompany me to the dance as my guest and my friend. She glanced over at her mother, who rolled her eyes in resignation and then turned back to Hal. I shall be most happy to accept your invitation, Mr. Cooper. She grinned wickedly and added, Be sure to wear your dancing shoes. He grimaced, but said nothing. The only shoes he owned were the same ones that he'd just worn to traipse through sodden fields and dusty roads. However, he was not about to spoil the moment by bringing up such an unimportant detail. Perhaps Mr. Lathrop had a better pair, and could lend them to Hal, if he was so keenly interested in Hal's relationship with Molly. Mr. Hammond cleared his throat in the silence, and drained his tankard. Setting it down with a firm thunk, he rose and crossed the room to where the Haskins family and Hal were standing. By your leave, Louis, he said to Mr. Haskins, I should like to take a midday rest, and I dare say that you all might enjoy the opportunity to restore yourselves as well.
Your son, of course, should not be moved in his current state, and is welcome to stay here. I will have Toby tend to him." "That won't be necessary, Frederick. Our Sari is quite devoted to Paul, and I rather doubt that we could persuade her to leave his side in his condition. I do admit, though, that I am utterly fatigued, and agree that some sleep would do us all good. Thank you for your offer to let Paul remain here." He turned to his wife and daughter. "Let us return home and reclaim some of the sleep we have lost this night. We will do Paul no good at all by driving ourselves into sick beds by lack of rest." Molly asked,
"What of Sari? Doesn't she also need to sleep?"
Her father shrugged. "Sari is smart enough to find time for a break while Paul drowses. I'll not presume to give her close direction in this matter, but will trust her to know her own mind for the moment." Hal wondered at the slave's devotion to Paul. There was no doubt that there was a level of care and regard that a slave owed her master, just by virtue of his, or his father's, ownership of her person. However, Sari had demonstrated a level of attachment and solicitude toward Paul that far exceeded what he would have expected of that connection. He supposed that it must be due to the humane treatment that Mr. Haskins and the members of his household offered to their slaves. But Hal wondered if he were missing a piece of the whole picture. Hal followed the family out through Hammond's front door. They walked together down the road toward the Haskins home and the town. Once they were out of earshot of the house, Mrs. Haskins hissed,
"Louis, how could you offer gratitude to that snake when he nearly got our son killed and cost the rest of his crew their lives?"
Her husband grimaced. It seemed proper to thank him for his hospitality, even if I was just yesterday wondering why it was not legal to challenge a man who had so thoroughly abandoned his honor, and in the process condemned so many good men to die.
"The cause is still there. Paul's salvation came at his own hand, with no credit due to Mr. Hammond whatsoever," Mrs. Haskins retorted. "I would not be so eager to see you arrange to meet him at dawn, but I should be most happy to see someone do so. I doubt that the coward could hold a pistol steady in his hand, never mind fire it with any effect."
The question is a moot one in any event, Mr. Haskins said patiently. Hammond will doubtless drink himself into oblivion in short order anyway, and find his way to the hereafter in the company that he so richly deserves, without me needing to imperil my mortal soul for the satisfaction of hurrying him along. Mrs. Haskins did not reply, merely continuing to trudge along the dusty road toward home, a deep scowl lining her face. Mr. Haskins addressed Hal then. "Mr. Cooper, I know that you had expected to meet with me this morning to discuss the business that we have together, but, as you can see, it is quite impossible at the moment. Should you like to return tomorrow, or have you matters to discuss with my daughter before you leave?" Molly answered for him firmly.
"We have nothing to discuss that cannot wait until I have had some sleep. Mr. Cooper, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow."
When they reached the intersection where their paths diverged, the family said their farewells, Molly's with somewhat more warmth than her parents', and Hal followed the road to return to his lodgings. There, Mr. Lathrop was holding court from his seat at the tavern, discussing the news of the day with a couple of men from the town. Hal greeted him with a wave of his hand, and started toward the stairs that would take him to his room. "Hold on there, young Mr. Cooper. Have you heard about the loss of the Dolphin with all hands under fire from an American privateer?"
Hal could see no harm in correcting the record, as far as it went. I have, although a survivor was found this morning. He said that their attacker's origin was unclear, never mind the truth of their authorization from any American capital. He seemed very clear in his conviction that his ship fell victim to ordinary pirates who were pretending to be operating under the color of the law. Lathrop chewed on this information for a moment. I suppose that you are aware that one of those lost was the son of your business associate, Mr. Haskins. Hal smiled wryly. Nay, the sole survivor was that self-same son. I have just seen him with my own 2 eyes, and although he was badly used by the pirates, I think he has every reason to expect a full recovery. Lathrop's eyebrows raised. Then you have also had a chance to spend some time with Molly Haskins? He turned to the other men and explained, Mr. Cooper pines for Miss Haskins, but she has shown him no interest. The innkeeper gave a melodramatic sigh. The course of true love never did run straight, but is only ever wound about like a goat path up a mountain. Hal grinned. I am happy to inform you that your information is, once again, out of touch with the changing times. Molly Haskins will be accompanying me to the dance. Lathrop's jaw fell agape, and, still grinning to himself, Hal took the opportunity to escape upstairs before the tavern keeper could ask any further questions. Chapter 13. The welcome at the Haskins home was wholly different the next morning. The doorman was back at his post, and when he conducted Hal inside, Mr. Haskins awaited him along with Mr. Anderson and Paul Haskins. The younger Haskins looked far better in the morning light than he had the day before, and had evidently had a chance to bathe, as well as to don fresh clothing. All 3 of them looked up from a set of papers spread across the dining table when Hal entered the room. Anderson greeted him first. Ah, Mr. Cooper, it is good to see you again. Hal answered, Likewise, sir. Mr. Haskins, it is very good to see you looking as hale and hearty as anyone after the shocks you have suffered. Paul inclined his head and replied, I am not entirely recovered, but I can at least contribute to the plan that my father has put into motion. Mr. Haskins explained, Paul has been inside the powder magazine, a fact that I was previously unaware of. He believes that we will be able to open the main door from within, if we can get Mr. Anderson's boy down inside. Aye, Paul confirmed. And I remember thinking when I was in the magazine that the ventilation windows were easily large enough for any sort of creature that could reach them to gain entrance to the building. Indeed, I should wonder at how much damage we will find has been done to already by rats and the like. The younger Haskins seemed very much in his element as he warmed to his subject, his complexion gaining color, and emphasizing his point with animated gestures. Then he was seized by another coughing fit. His father stood and put his hand on Paul's back, and Anderson looked on with concern. Paul waved them off. I will be all right in due time. It's just that I took some smoke into my lungs while I was making my escape. His eyes took on a haunted look then, and Hal wondered at the details of what the young man was remembering from those awful moments. Between the effect of his memories and of the coughing fit that had overtaken him, Hal thought that Paul looked somehow diminished, his vitality and confidence abandoning him for a moment. The sailor seemed to recover himself, though, and said, briskly, In any event, it should be entirely possible to succeed at what you have planned. Mr. Anderson spoke up next. In that case, the most engaging question would seem to be when we ought to put the plan into motion.
Mr. Haskins nodded enthusiastically. That is what I hoped we might be able to discuss today. Anderson replied, The timing is the most dependent upon securing transportation of the powder away from the island at the moment when we have acquired it. It does us no good to have removed it from the magazine if it will only be discovered and returned to its original place, and with a redoubled guard. Haskins laughed bitterly. Not to mention that any place we might store it would betray our involvement in its removal, and likely result in the governor having us thrown in jail or worse. Even the governor's men are bright enough to see that if the powder is discovered in my warehouse, I must be part of the scheme. Yes, exactly. Therefore, we must start by establishing communications with American ships that can swiftly deliver the powder to the mainland colonies where it is needed the most. I have some correspondence with a few captains whose ships might serve, but I don't know how seriously they might take me. He smiled gently and said with self-deprecating humor, After all, I am but a factor and an irregular importer of goods. If I were to approach them and reveal myself as one of the masterminds behind a plot to liberate hundreds of casks of gunpowder from the Crown, they might very well laugh outright. Haskins shook his head. I think it likely that you underestimate your standing among your friends in the shipping trade. However, it would not hurt our cause to involve some men whose names might be better known to them. The key, of course, is to limit the number of parties who are privy to our plan, lest we unintentionally spread it to ears more inclined to the governor's way of thinking than to our own. Naturally, agreed Anderson. So, we approached the American ships first. Although they are barred by their Congress from officially touching here on the islands, they nonetheless maintain a pretty steady traffic between the mainland and moorings off our shores, just close enough that goods may be exchanged. His smile now held a playful slyness in it. Until this point, most of that trade has been in food coming to the islands and salt going out, albeit not enough to satisfy the needs of either side. But there is little enough risk in discussing with those same vessels the prospect of augmenting their cargo somewhat to aid in their cause. The trouble comes in finding the right man whose name we may attach to the question. And, once again, I believe that your name would likely be sufficient to provide these men the reassurance they need that our plan is viable enough to justify their part in it. Haskins seemed slightly frustrated at Anderson's self-doubt. The other man still looked skeptical, and the younger Haskins put in, I think my father has the right of it, Mr. Anderson. From my time working aboard the Dolphin, I can assure you that your name was well known and held in more than light regard. While I cannot speak with certainty of your reputation among our American friends, I believe that you would be received with both respect and due consideration. Something was bothering Hal about the conversation, and he asked, What risks would the American ships be taking in accepting this cargo from us? Just the natural concerns of carrying such a volatile load in their holds, or something more? Is our governor likely to send his revenue cutter out after a ship whose presence in our waters is not officially barred by our government, but its own? Mr. Haskins looked thoughtful, as though he hadn't thought of the situation from that perspective. Why, I suppose that most of the hazard lies in the first point. Our revenue agents would have little interest in the cargo itself, unless they should learn the source of the powder. In that case, all of the ships at the governor's command would be sent in pursuit, and that risk is not insubstantial. Hal reasoned. But those are all problems that only arise once they've taken the powder on board. They would, I presume, drop anchor and send boats ashore, making them no more than, what was the term you used, Mr. Anderson? Irregular importers? Anderson laughed. It was, yes. And although the revenue agent thinks poorly of those importers for their covert trade, the reality is that he has a family to feed. So, the trade is overlooked, so long as it isn't conducted where he is forced to take official notice of it. Hal said, "So, up until the point where they have taken aboard powder stolen from the governor's magazine, they are subject to little actual action, correct?" "Yes, that's true, as far as it goes." "Then it seems to me that we ought to be able to send word to any American ship whose captains we know to be friendly and trustworthy, and let them know that we have cargo to offer that none in their Congress would spurn under any circumstances." Haskins grimaced. "Well, that is the rub, isn't it? We never know who will be trustworthy until we discover that they are not. Their interests may be served by taking part in our plan, yet who knows what secret loyalties may lurk in a man's heart, or how pliable his morals may be if the reward for violating them is high enough." He turned to Anderson. "Can you name 3 captains with whom you have had dealings in the past, and who you would trust with the life and safety of your son or your wife?" Anderson snorted. "There's no man who sails upon the sea who I would trust with my wife." He glanced over toward Paul and added, apologetically, "I mean no offense, but sailors are not known for their scruples when it comes to the company of a woman." Paul shrugged. "I take no offense, although I should hope that you would not think so little of me." "Nay, but we know each other personally, and you have good reason to avoid earning my wrath." Anderson smiled and continued, "Not to mention that I have every reason to believe that your father would look ill upon your behavior in such a situation." Now Mr. Haskins snorted, "I would do more than look ill upon it. Son, I would deliver you up to Mr. Anderson myself, and you know it well." Paul raised his hands in mock surrender, chortling, "I do not think that the situation would ever arise, as no woman I've met yet has such poor taste as to violate the bonds of matrimony on my account." His father smiled and shook his head. "Very carefully said, my boy. But we still have serious business at hand. My question stands, Mr. Anderson. Are there 3 captains you can name who you would trust so completely that you can justify including them in our scheme?" Anderson's face assumed a thoughtful expression as he pondered. Finally, he said, somewhat reluctantly, "I think I might be able to think of 3, yes." Haskins nodded. "Good. As Harold pointed out, we are the ones taking a chance at this stage. Up to this point, we've done little that could endanger us directly. However, we have also made only the most elementary progress in defining our goals either. So, it is time to move forward." Paul frowned slightly. "In what regard?" The elder Haskins pointed at Hal. "We need to familiarize ourselves with the lay of the land around the magazine. I think that you should take my daughter for a picnic, as the French say, and enjoy dinner together out in the nice fresh air at the top of the hill there." Hal stammered, I suppose I could do that if Molly is willing." Mr. Haskins chuckled. "One would almost think that you were frightened of her. She's not that terrifying." Hal looked at him with skepticism. "Perhaps not to you, sir. But then it is more likely she would fear you than the other way around, no?" Mr. Haskins laughed. "Fair enough, young man. As it stands, I think it's safe to anticipate that Molly will be willing to go with you, even if only as part of the subterfuge aimed at collecting information about the powder magazine. I'll have Sari pack a basket for you, all right?" "Shouldn't we ask Molly first?" "Certainly." Mr. Haskins called out, "Sari, could you go ask Molly to join us?" "Yes, sir, Mr. Haskins," the woman called back, and Hal promptly heard her climbing briskly up the stairs. In a few moments, Molly appeared, still knotting her apron ties around her waist.
You called for me, Father?
Yes, Molly. Mr. Cooper here had something he wanted to ask you. Hal swallowed hard, having had no time to prepare the words, and as a result lacking the confidence he'd normally feel. Molly, your father thought, that is, I should like to invite you to join me for dinner. Up by the Powder magazine. Molly shot her father a dark glance, but turned back to Hal with a sunny smile.
Why, of course, Harold. I would be delighted to go and spy upon the magazine with you, and to take dinner together among the trees around it.
She looked back at her father.
You need not have made this poor fellow sweat so, Father. You already know that I would be glad for the opportunity to pass an afternoon with him. For that opportunity to serve the double purpose of learning more about the defenses and surrounds of our objective only makes it all the more appealing.
She turned toward Hal and offered her hand coquettishly. He knew that it would be impolite, even hurtful, to refuse it, so he took her hand and pressed his lips to it briefly. It was only an instant, but the sensation of her fine, delicate fingers in his calloused and rough ones, and the warmth of her skin against his lips, was one that he felt certain would last him until the end of his days. Chapter 14. The weather was fine, although Hal could see a dark smudge of clouds along the western horizon that he resolved to keep an eye on. The breeze toyed with the tendrils of Molly's hair that escaped her bonnet, which was woven cunningly of dyed palmetto leaves. Hal had to suppress the desire to tuck the loose hair back into her bonnet, but he found that he also enjoyed just watching the wind play with it. He had not been up to where the magazine stood since his boyhood. Once, when he was much younger, he had been exploring the various roads around town, and had followed this one to the very top of the hill overlooking town. As he neared the top of the hill, the magazine had loomed up out of a clearing beside the road, strangely silent for a structure that he thought ought to have been swarming with activity. It wasn't until some years later that he came to understand that this strange house with the commanding view was home to nothing but inanimate supplies. He'd been struck by the strangeness of it then, and even now it seemed a waste of a fine prospect. When he'd first seen it, there had been no guard, and part of the purpose of his and Molly's visit was to see whether the tensions and worries of the world had prompted the governor to have one posted. In addition, of course, they hoped to get a better look at those high windows, as well as the general conditions of the grounds around the structure. Although Hal was preoccupied with the job at hand, Molly kept up a stream of light conversation, giving the appearance to any who might encounter them on the road that they were just a young couple out enjoying one another's company, away from the watchful eyes of family and friends. Indeed, another thing that preyed on Hal's mind was the question of how their expedition might be viewed by anyone who did see them, apart from any suspicions that might attach to the locale that they chose for their dinner. He realized abruptly that Molly had stopped in the road and was waiting for him to respond to something that she'd asked him. "I'm sorry. What did you say?"
I asked you whether you've ever been up this road before. I've never been over to the north side of the island, having contented myself with visiting the town from time to time, and passing time with friends whose estates are strung out along the western road.
"Ah, yes. I have been up here, once. I used to range all over this island, particularly when my father was—" Hal stopped abruptly, realizing that he had been about to share with Molly the awful truth about his childhood. He finished awkwardly, "Uh, when my father was indisposed. I grew to know most of the roads as a result, and walked all around the shores of the island, sometimes all in one day. He didn't add that he had sometimes even managed to wheedle the ferryman into a ride across to the next, much larger island, and had explored much of its shoreline as well. There were many days when it had been prudent to avoid his father from sun-up to sundown. "What a grand adventure that sounds like," Molly exclaimed. Hal grinned. "More so when the soldiers at the fort caught me trying to work out how one of their cannon worked, climbing up all over the thing to get a better look." Molly gasped, and Hal found that he quite enjoyed having surprised her. He added, "I suppose that I should have been in much greater trouble had I been older. As it was, one of the soldiers gave me a sound thump on my backside and told me never to scale their fort's walls again. The next time I came by, the vines that I used to make my way up had all been cleared off." He smirked at her. "I don't suppose that the extra work they had to do on my account did anything to endear me to them, but the plain fact is that they should have been keeping those vines cleared off anyway. What if it had been French soldiers who had come to those walls, and not a curious lad?" Molly shook her head, her shoulders shaking with mirth. "From the beginning, you were truly just performing a public service, ensuring that the defenses were well tested." "Aye, and that the watch was alert. Still, when I think of it now, I have to wonder whether the soldier who punished me didn't turn around and deliver the same and worse to his men, for having neglected their duties to the point that I could so easily overcome their fortifications." Molly said, thoughtfully, "They were lucky that it was not the French, then, for the soldiers would have suffered far worse than a beating in that instance." "True enough. In any event, yes, I have seen the magazine before, and looked it over to my heart's content, as it was not under guard at that time. It's been many years, but what I remember of it is that it is built even more stoutly than those homes that survive one hurricane season after another, and that the door did not so much as wiggle in its casing when I pulled at the handle." "Well, we should be coming to it soon, if my father's description may be relied upon," she said, and peered out along the road ahead. The way was narrow, but relatively straight, and Hal could see a high embankment, or was it a wall, rising to one side. Below it, trees crowded in close to the road. Hal pointed to a squat building among the trees, saying quietly, "I think that's it." She looked where he indicated and replied, "Yes, it must be, though somehow I expected it to be much larger." "Well, wait until we're upon it before you pass judgment on that. That wall behind it makes it look smaller." Glancing around to make sure that they were still alone, with nobody in earshot, he added, "It might also offer some access from an unanticipated angle. Let's see if we can get closer." They continued up the narrow road, and Hal thought they gave a passable impression of a couple just looking for a nice place to enjoy a meal together. Molly tucked her fingertips in the crook of his elbow, adding to the appearance of innocent purpose to any who might be at the magazine, and Hal couldn't help but take note of the thrill that raced up his arm at the contact, minimal though it was. He turned and smiled at her, and she gave him a sunny grin in return, murmuring, "Even my own father would think us to be nothing more than a couple out courting." Hal's heart nearly stopped in his chest at this offhand comment, and it took him a moment to reply, slowly, "I suppose, although some might think it strange that we are alone on this outing, without so much as the chaperonage of a spinster aunt." She giggled. "None of my aunts are spinsters. Indeed, it seems that we Haskins women have all been quite young when we've found the man we intend to bind to us for all time." Hal's confidence seemed to have evaporated like a spilled glass of rum in the summer sun, and he felt his mouth go dry. Summoning what courage he could, he asked, in a tone meant to echo the lightness of her own, "And have you joined them in doing so?"
It is possible, although there is still the matter of whether he will end his days at my side or upon the executioner's gibbet.
Hal regained enough presence of mind to shoot back. Is it not possible that he might do both, given how eager you are to test your own luck against the hazards of rebellion and treason? Molly looked around sharply, then pressed her finger to her lips.
Shush! We do not know that we are completely alone here.
Chagrined, Hal said quietly, You are correct, of course. I must always act under the assumed possibility of being overheard by unfriendly ears. I apologize for my thoughtlessness. Molly's head continued to swivel around for a moment longer. Finally, she said,
I do not think there is anyone up here except for us.
When they arrived at the magazine, Hal did his best to look nonchalant as he walked around to the side of the building, searching for a good place to lay out the blanket that Sari had packed, along with the meal. He pointed to a clear spot between two trees and asked, What do you think of this place, Molly? She replied,
It is a bit further from the road than I expected, but it suits our purposes quite nicely.
Hal couldn't be sure if she meant the purpose of looking over the powder magazine, or if she were playing for an unseen audience, making it seem as though they sought solitude. The then prospect of the latter made him blush crimson, but he said nothing, focusing his attention wholly on taking the blanket out of the basket and shaking it out to open it. He laid it over the litter of dropped leaves and fronds, and set the basket in the center, which he hoped would put a stop to any double entendre that Molly might have been intending. Once he'd seated himself on the soft surface, his posture so rigidly upright that it could not be considered remotely suggestive, he started pulling food out of the basket and laying it out for their meal. I don't know about you, but I've built up quite an appetite climbing up this hill. It's a good deal more of a climb than I remembered. She replied,
I have too. Not only that, but I am eager to see what Sari has packed for us. Do you know, she wouldn't let me into the kitchen all afternoon yesterday or this morning? Quite unlike her, as she is usually happy to share a sample of whatever she has cooking.
She grinned then.
I think she wanted to surprise us, well, me, with something special. She likes you, I think, and wants to make sure that you stick around.
Hal laughed. I've already enjoyed enough of her cooking to stay close to your family's table for as long as I'm welcome, and you can tell her I said so. He lifted the lid of a clay pot that had been wrapped in cloth and sniffed appreciatively. That is as fine a chowder as I have ever smelled, he declared, peering into the basket. Is there a bottle of Pepper's wine? That would make it just perfect. Molly looked skeptical.
This hardly seems like a good meal to take out of doors without the benefit of a table. Are we to sit on the ground and balance bowls on our laps?
Al lifted another crock from the basket, undeterred. If you are worried about spills, it looks as though she has also packed us a nice pot of rice to soak up some of the broth. Oh, and there's the Pepper's wine. Mind you, just a little of that will go a long way, unless you're accustomed to it, he chattered, laying out a pan of cornbread. Next, he pulled out a platter bearing a firm, orange-colored dish he didn't recognize. With a puzzled expression, he asked Molly, What is this? Molly grinned widely, all hint of doubt gone from her attitude.
I told you Sari likes you. That's her sweet potato pudding, which she only makes when she's trying to get my father to grant her some favor or another. We'll have that after we've eaten our chowder.
She frowned.
And rice? An odd combination, but I suppose Sari was trying to think of everything.
Hal nodded and set the pudding to the side. He was reaching into the basket to retrieve the bowls that Sari had nestled into the bottom when a loud voice rang out across the clearing. "What do you think you are doing? This is no place for an afternoon tryst with your tart, not when there is a war going on. Show your hands, both of you, and be hasty with it." Hal turned in the direction of the voice, only to find himself staring down the barrel of a musket, held unsteadily by a soldier who looked as though his heart was pounding as wildly as his own. Chapter 15. "There is no need to make threats, friend," Hal said, willing his voice to remain calm, though he could see that his own hands were quaking as he held them aloft. Beside him, Molly was as white as a freshly laundered sheet, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Her hands were steady, though, and he wondered at her nerve. "We had no idea that this was a forbidden place," Hal lied, relying on his hard-learned ability to project confidence in the face of danger. "Can you direct that thing somewhere else while we sort out the misunderstanding?" The guard seemed surprised to find his muzzle directed at the couple, and immediately raised it to point awkwardly upward before himself. Following the movement of the deadly maw of the gun as it pivoted away, Hal noticed the blue skies he and Molly had admired earlier had been replaced with sullen gray, and he realized that their idol had likely been doomed in any event. "You say that you are innocent of the nature of this place." The soldier sounded almost as eager to believe them, and Hal felt hope welling up in his heart that they would emerge unscathed from being caught on the forbidden premises. Just then, there was a blinding flash of light, and an almost instantaneous, deafening boom. Hal discovered to his mild surprise that he had instinctively gathered Molly under his arm and had thrown both of them to the ground. Glancing upward, he saw the guard's finger twitch at the trigger of his musket, and heard an echoing crack as the guard fired, apparently blindly, at where they had stood. Hal launched himself from the ground and tackled the soldier, knocking the gun out of his grasp as they fell to the ground. "You accursed fool!" he roared. "You could have killed us. There was only the thunder and a stroke of lightning." Proving his claim, the first heavy drops of rain spattered onto their faces, and a more distant grumble of thunder rolled over the clearing. The other man stammered, "I'm sorry. I get so nervous on patrol around here, with so much powder in one place." Hal decided to play dumb. "What on earth are you talking about?" The soldier sat up and motioned toward the nearby building. Hesitantly, he said, "I shouldn't speak of it, but there are easily 100 barrels of gunpowder stored in the magazine there. Any spark would set them all off, likely clearing the entire top of this hill away in the process." The guard shuddered visibly. "The idea gives me nightmares every time I am assigned this duty," he concluded miserably. The rain was falling in earnest now, and Hal watched Molly rise from the dirt, abandoning her bonnet, which had been dislodged in the fall. She hurried to pack their dinner back into the basket before it was utterly ruined. She was getting soaked through, the rain plastering her hair down on her head. But she put the last of the dishes back into the basket and swung it up onto her arm before bending again to fetch her bonnet. Finally, she swept the soggy blanket up off the ground, raised it over her head, and hurried to Hal's side, saying nothing. When she started to shiver, Hal got a wild idea. He turned his attention to the soldier and motioned to the powder magazine. "I don't suppose we could just nip inside there to get out of the storm. I wouldn't touch a thing. You have convinced me of the danger. But it would surely be drier than standing out here in the downpour. Can you get inside?" The guard looked dubious. "I have the key, yes. But the whole purpose of that building is to keep the damp out of the powder. If the rain were to reach inside, it could be ruined completely."
Are the casks not stacked well clear of the ground to guard against the possibility that some water might come in?
Yes, of course, the guard agreed, relaxing perceptibly. Hal was glad that the man had not become suspicious at his knowledge of proper barrel storage. Another stroke of lightning illuminated the sky, and in the wake of the answering peal of thunder, the storm seemed to triple its efforts to soak the trio all the way to their bones. The guard seemed to come to a sudden decision, nodding to himself. Fine, we could go inside, but only into the entranceway, no further. Hal nodded encouragingly. Of course. I want no business with anything so dangerous as an entire building full of gunpowder. The guard retrieved his musket from the ground and fiddled with the mechanisms for a moment, finally holding up a chip of stone triumphantly. I've taken the precaution of removing the flints from my gun. He shuddered visibly and added, Even St. Peter couldn't put us back into one piece if a spark went off with us inside there. Hal didn't think that St. Peter needed to worry about collecting scattered bits of the dead, as the spirit could not be torn apart. Or so he understood it, from the few times he'd attended church with his father, before everything had happened. However, he clapped the man on the back. That is good and prudent thinking. With more conviction than he felt, he continued, We are fortunate to have found such a careful man in this moment. The soldier seemed to swell under the praise, standing a little taller as he said, Follow me. Hal and Molly did so, trailing closely behind the man as he approached the recessed doorway and fished a heavy iron key out of his waistcoat. The soldier inserted the key into the lock and turned it, until the rasp of metal against metal ended in a click, and the door swung out under his hand. Unnecessarily, he repeated, Follow me, and led the drenched trio into the relative darkness within. The only light visible inside filtered in from high windows beyond the entranceway. Hal willed his eyes to adapt to the dimness more quickly, so that he could see the locking mechanism on the inside of the door for himself, but it remained too dark to make out anything definite. The air was heavy with the sulphuric smell of gunpowder, and both he and Molly sneezed, nearly in unison. The soldier's teeth flashed in a smile, even in the darkness, as the man said, God bless you both. I used to do the same, but I have spent enough time around powder now that my nose is accustomed to it. He seemed about to add something, but then he, too, sneezed explosively. Molly spoke up for the first time since the guard's arrival, using a tone that sounded uncharacteristically meek to Hal's ear. Bless you. The soldier's face had turned rueful. I suppose that would teach me to boast, eh? Then he motioned to the stout, solid stone wall behind Molly, and said, You may as well sit down, as the storm doesn't seem to have spent half its fury yet. He took his own advice, sliding his back down the opposite wall until he was firmly on the floor. As Hal and Molly followed suit, he noticed the trickles of water coming off all three of them, and wondered whether the damp they had brought in could do the powder any harm. Then he reminded himself that it had been brought in ships that had sailed over the oceans, and he didn't suppose that sailors could keep out the damp entirely in those conditions. One must trust the cooper's work for some protection. Hal was gazing toward the main room when another flash of lightning outside briefly illuminated even the shadowed corner of the interior of the magazine. He got a moment's clear sight of rank upon rank of neatly stacked and well-maintained casks of powder. A particularly loud crack of thunder followed quickly after the lightning, and Molly jumped, pressing herself into Hal's side. He found her presence there both slightly alarming and quite welcome. The guard was wrapping his musket in a cloth that he'd withdrawn from his bag, and at Hal's questioning glance, he explained, "Trying to get the damp off the metal, as well as prevent any chance that the barrel might strike stone in here. Nobody would even be able to tell how many of us had been inside, or possibly even that there had been people inside, with that room to go up." The soldier motioned with his eyes toward the storage room, and Hal began to see why the man was having nightmares. Why, he was giving them to himself, with his lurid imaginings of what would result from an explosion here. His repeated descriptions of the dire consequences of a blast were starting to wear on Hal. Hal shrugged to himself. If something did go awry at the powder magazine, either today or when they were pilfering from it in the very near future, the situation would very abruptly no longer be his problem. However, to the guard, he merely nodded. "Seems prudent. We appreciate your caution." Molly huddled closer to him under her blanket, as another long, low rumble seemed to shake the very stones beneath them, and the soldier smiled from where he sat across the room. "Have you two been courting for long, then?" The question seemed innocent enough, and confirmed that they had successfully presented themselves as a couple doing nothing more nefarious than finding a quiet place in which to pass the afternoon together. However, the frankness of it still caught Hal off guard. Molly seemed unaffected, her voice steady and certain now. "About a month, though my father only gave his assent a few days ago." She glanced up at Hal, her eyes wide and vulnerable, as though she was afraid that he would contradict her. Instead, he pulled her close to share warmth. She relaxed into his embrace, and he wondered yet again at her transformation from the young woman who swore that she wouldn't even dance with him even if he were the last man on the island, to the one who was now happy to tell one and all that he was her suitor. Another stroke of lightning flashed outside, quite close in Hal's estimation, as the roar of thunder followed almost immediately. However, it wasn't that sudden onslaught of sound, or even Molly pressing even more closely into his arm, that seized Hal's attention. It was the door, where a flash of reflection had drawn his eye when the lightning gave the appearance of bright daylight to its surface, that held him rapt while the crash of the thunder echoed both within the room and against the cliff behind the building. A large, solid handle had been revealed by the brilliant flash of light, and Hal could see that it was connected to the massive mechanism of the lock. He hid his smile of victory in Molly's wet hair. The door would unlock from within. At least that part of their plot would be a success. Chapter 16. The walk back down the hill, now slick and muddy from the storm, was somewhat quieter than the trip up had been, as they were both lost in their own thoughts. Molly had folded up the blanket before they'd left the magazine, laying it atop their uneaten dinner in the basket. She combed her fingers through her still damp hair and put her bonnet back on, but had decided to rely on the afternoon sun to dry her clothing. Hal wasn't sure how effective that was going to be for her. As for himself, he was pretty well soaked to the skin, but he could tolerate it without complaint if Molly could. In the wake of the thunderstorm, the sky had mostly cleared, and the breeze blew warm. Hal's stomach growled, as they hadn't gotten to enjoy the meal Sally had prepared for them, but he was too excited to pay it much attention. Once they were quite out of any possible earshot of the guard, Hal looked around carefully and murmured, "Did you happen to see the inside of the door to the magazine?" Just as quietly, Molly answered, "No, I did not. I was too consumed with fear that some stray bolt of lightning would strike the building and send us directly to Kingdom Come without so much as a farewell party." Hal chuckled. You listen too much to that guard. Never mind for now, but I'll tell you what I spied once we are behind doors again, at your house.
As you wish,
Molly sighed.
Sari will be so disappointed that we did not have a chance to enjoy the dinner that she made for us.
Hal smiled. We can always eat it at your house, inside and out of the weather, after you get into some dry clothes.
Oh, you must change as well, she insisted. I'm certain that my father will have something you can wear while your own clothes dry.
Perhaps, Hal said, but he could scarcely see himself wearing anything of Mr. Haskins. Why, even the man's small clothes must be far finer than anything Hal had ever worn. Thinking on that made him keenly aware of the potential absurdity of his actually courting Molly. They came from such different places in the small island society that there seemed little chance of ever bridging that gap. Their pretended affection was a useful conceit for the purposes of the plot, and that was all. He did his best to dispel the memory of how she had come to him for comfort in the moments of upset, both large and small, and how very nice she had felt tucked under his arm for warmth.
Well, Sari won't stand for you remaining in those wet clothes in any event, Molly sniffed. She has a mortal fear of any person being damp for longer than it takes to get them into something dry. Says that to do otherwise is to invite the phlegmatic humors and all of the disease and misery that they carry with them.
Hal said nothing, but he wondered how much of this belief was Sari's and how much Molly's. It sounded more deeply informed than he would expect a mere slave to be, but then his direct experience with slaves was limited.
Thank you,
Molly said suddenly, looking up at him from under her eyelashes.
Your swift reaction to that first thunderclap probably saved my life.
Hal's brow wrinkled in thought as he tried to recall the moment Molly was referring to. When he remembered the musket blast, he dipped his head in acknowledgement. It was no more than the least that I would expect of myself. I cannot stand to see a friend come to harm, particularly over some guard's foolish error. He chuckled, adding, I can laugh now about how frightened he was of us, now that he and his musket are no longer about. But at that moment, all I could think of was how very cross your father would be if we were shot by a British soldier even before we attempted the theft of his powder. She laughed, too, the sound reminding Hal of the babbling of a brook as it rushed down a cascade.
Cross is one word you could use for it. He would have demanded that the guard be brought out to sea and fed to the sharks.
Well, then, I suppose that it is good for us and for him that I was able to get the two of us out of harm's way. Molly reached out and placed her fingertips on his arm, stopping him in the road and bringing him around to face her.
I am very grateful to you, Harold. I have never been so frightened in all my life as I was when he pointed that musket at us, and I was absolutely unable to move in my own defense. But you reacted instantly and saved us both.
Hal scoffed. If he hadn't been surprised by the lightning, I doubt that he would have fired. Even if he actually had intended to shoot us, it had blinded him. We were preserved more by luck than by my action.
It required both, and I am thankful.
She studied his face for a moment, her eyes roving across it as though she were considering a momentous decision. Then the moment passed, and she released his arm, leading him down the road once more toward her home. Hal wasn't sure whether to be relieved or disappointed at whatever had just happened, or had failed to happen. Still, he mumbled, Think nothing of it, Molly, and fell into step beside her. She smiled at him warmly, again nestling her fingertips into his elbow as they walked, but didn't say anything more for the brief remainder of their walk. When they arrived, Sari was waiting for them.
I wondered whether you had gotten caught in that storm. Oh my, but you are both soaked. She turned and addressed the doorman. Peter, you bring Mr. Harold up to the master's room and get him into some dry clothes. I'll take Miss Molly to her room and do the same. She took the basket from Hal, clucking in disapproval. And you didn't even get to eat your dinner. Sari shook her head and set the basket down. I'll get that on the table for you to eat together after you've changed. She bustled away with Molly in tow, and the younger woman shot Hal an amused look as she permitted herself to be directed up the stairs. He could almost hear her saying, Did I not tell you? The women were up the stairs and out of view by the time Peter spoke, his gravelly voice much calmer than Sari's. Follow me, sir. The master would not mind lending you a shirt and breeches for the afternoon, I am certain. Hal climbed the stairs behind the doorman and asked the man's broad back, Where is Mr. Haskins? I have some information of great importance to convey to him. Without turning around, Peter answered, I do not know. He only said that he was going out, and not to expect him or Mrs. Haskins back until supper. Hal had to be content with that, but he was fairly bursting to let Mr. Haskins know of the unexpected bounty of intelligence that he and Molly had gathered. Shortly, Hal was back downstairs, feeling uncomfortable in the borrowed clothes. For one thing, Mr. Haskins was a great deal broader of shoulder and belly than he was. So he only sat quietly while Sari fussed about the table, laying out dinner for Molly and him. When she placed a bowl before him, he looked at stew within, its tomato-red color giving him fresh pause. The last thing he wanted to do was to return Mr. Haskins' borrowed clothing stained from dinner. His belly rumbled again, though, so with a sigh he leaned carefully over his bowl, bringing spoonful to his mouth with close attention. Molly, for her part, was eating with gusto. Hal supposed that long practice with such rich food gave her more confidence about not making a mess of herself with it. Between mouthfuls, she finally asked, Are you going to tell me what you saw inside the powder magazine while I was cowering in mortal fear, or are you going to permit me to expire of curiosity? He laughed, his tension broken, and set his spoon back into his bowl. Leaning toward her, he said, in a hushed, dramatic tone, I saw the handle to the door. She sat back, regarding him with a frown. After a moment, she admitted, I should expect that, being a door, it would have a handle, but I fail to see what is so exciting about that. He grinned, savoring the brief, unaccustomed feeling of superiority. Yes, well, this particular handle was arranged in such a way that it permits unlocking the door from within. She looked at him with dawning comprehension breaking across her face. Ah, so our young friend Jonathan will be able to draw the bolts and let us in to carry away the powder. Hal relaxed back in his chair. Exactly. That was one of the things that could have put a stopper in this whole plan, and our good fortune with the guard has permitted us to learn that it is no impediment. Molly pursed her lips before answering tartly, I would hardly call our encounter with that soldier good fortune, but I suppose that I might be able to forgive him for trying to kill us, as he gave us shelter from the storm, as well as the intelligence we most needed from our outing. He grinned. Just so. It could hardly have gone any better for us. He frowned slightly. Well, I admit that we might have been able to gather the same intelligence without getting shot at, but all's well that ends well, right? Molly rolled her eyes, but her smile betrayed her satisfaction with the outcome of their adventure. She leaned forward and applied herself to the stew again, and Hal did likewise.
Soon enough, they were both sopping up the last traces of the broth with cornbread. As though she had some preternatural means of knowing what was happening in the dining room, Sari came in with 2 bowls, each holding a generous serving of her sweet potato pudding. She set them down with a flourish.
I do hope that you enjoy this, Mr. Harold. It is made from a receipt that my mother taught me when I was a girl no older than Miss Molly.
Hal nodded in acknowledgment. Molly told me that it is a specialty of yours, that I am lucky to get to taste it. Sari ducked her head at him, saying nothing, and gathered up their empty stew bowls before leaving.
Hal, I do believe that you embarrassed poor Sari with so much praise.
Molly smiled, though, dipping her spoon into the bowl to lift a bite of the confection to her mouth. Hal took a bite of his own, and was overwhelmed by the sweet richness that unfolded on his tongue. Molly's eyes rolled back into her head in exaggerated appreciation, and she called into the kitchen,
Sari, you have outdone yourself. I do believe that this is the very best one you have ever made.
The woman appeared at the doorway and answered,
I did put a little extra rum in there to give it some more flavor. My mother told me that doing so could make up for any shortness in the sugar that the receipt called for.
Molly nodded.
I imagine that she did the same when she was trying to convince my grandfather to grant her some favor or another, huh?
Sari shook her head, her eyes twinkling.
Now, what would make you say such a thing, Miss Molly? I make this when I have the parts for it, or when the spirit moves me, or when your father asks me for it. I would guess that my mother did the same.
Molly smiled indulgently.
As you say, Sari.
She turned to Hal.
What do you think of the pudding, Harold?
He answered truthfully, It is the most delicious thing I have ever tasted, Sari. Thank you for taking the time to prepare it for us. Sari dimpled.
That is all the reward I need. You see there, Miss Molly?
She sniffed disdainfully.
I am not asking for any special favor, now am I? It's just that the spirit moved me when the master said that you and Mr. Harold were going to take a dinner to eat afield.
Her self-defensive words were belied by her sly smile, and she added,
Of course, there is the dance coming up, but I'll speak with your father about that after supper.
Molly laughed aloud and waved Sari back into the kitchen.
There it is, and your ploy will likely work, too.
Sari chuckled and disappeared back into the doorway. Molly watched her leave and shook her head, her eyes still holding Mirth.
I swear, she is the funniest member of our household when she wants something from us.
Hal smiled and took another bite. That may be, but I think she has other qualities that are even more valuable. Molly raised spoonful of pudding and a mock toast.
I will not argue.
Just then, they heard the front door open, and Peter saying, Welcome back, Mr. and Mrs. Haskins. Molly and Mr. Harold are in the dining room. Mr. Haskins answered, Thank you. Very good. I am eager to hear what they learned today. Peter chuckled. I think that the primary thing that they learned was to be more alert to the possibility of storms. Haskins strode into the dining room. Is that so? Did you get caught out in that thunder and lightning? Hal looked abashed as he turned in his chair and answered, Yes, sir. I saw the cloud as we climbed the hill, but other matters distracted me, and it caught us unprepared. The older man smiled knowingly. Other matters, eh? Hal hastened to protest. Oh, no, sir, not like that. A guard caught us by surprise, and then fired upon us as the storm broke. Mr. Haskins froze, examining both Hal and Molly carefully. He missed, I take it. Molly said,
Yes, thanks to Harold's swift thinking and immediate action. He saved us both from grave injury, or worse.
Her father's face clouded up with anger. Did you get this man's name? I shall go and report his recklessness to the commander at the fort. Unless you were caught in the act of trying the door or scaling the walls, there could hardly have been any cause to fire upon you.
I believe it was an honest mistake, sir. He was startled by a stroke of lightning. But he redeemed himself by allowing us to shelter with him inside the magazine.
Haskins turned to face Hal, his eyes wide with surprise. Inside the magazine. Aye, Hal answered, a grin breaking out over his face.
Just inside the door, where I could see the mechanism of the lock plain and clear. It will open from within, just as Mr. Anderson hoped.
Well, then, I suppose that we ought not be too hasty in bringing this soldier's incompetence to the attention of his garrison. He uttered a quick bark of laughter at his own witticism, then grimaced. I only wish that I had such good news from Mr. Anderson. On the contrary, all 3 American captains he sent word to have refused our cargo. Hal snorted in disbelief.
On what grounds?
They do not want to take the chance of being apprehended with the powder in their possession. So, until we can solve that problem, the entire plot is at an impasse.
Chapter 17. Mr. Anderson, Mr. Haskins, Paul, and a number of other men whom Hal did not know sat around Haskins' long dining-room table, discussing with shocking openness the plans for stealing the Crown's powder supply, and, more critically, how to get it to the mainland colonies, absent the cooperation of American ships. When Anderson and Haskins had first discussed calling this group together, Hal had balked.
I had understood that our safety depends upon maintaining secrecy around this entire plot. Will not such a large group of men inevitably include some whose loyalties cannot be trusted?
Haskins looked at Anderson with a haggard expression. Yes, that is always a risk, particularly among a group of the island's leading businessmen. But the governor would have us starve our own people before he acts counter to the commands that have been issued to him. Anderson picked up the argument. We have much in common with our mainland cousins, not least of which is a crown official placed in authority over us, but who fails to represent our interests or well-being. Haskins clarified. We are not yet at the point where our only option is to declare for independence from the mother country. Indeed, we are too reliant on trade from all sides to permit that possibility. But it is in our best interests to help our friends on the mainland achieve as swift a victory as ever they can, so that we may return to enjoying free trade with all. He grimaced and concluded. As the governor is either unable or unwilling to see that imperative, we must act without his sanction. The men who we will invite to consider our options are not as bound to the commands of the king as is our governor. Hal objected.
But that does not mean that none among them will feel himself bound by his duty to the king to warn the governor of what we are about.
Anderson smiled grimly. The men that Mr. Haskins and I are calling together have all engaged in irregular trade at one point or another. If the governor does come to be informed, I have little doubt that we will be able to find out which of our comrades to sink along with us.
I still don't like it, Hal said uneasily.
I don't either, admitted Mr. Haskins. But we don't have any other means of inducing the Americans to send the foodstuffs we so desperately need. Anderson retorted, Whether or not we like a thing has no bearing on its necessity. If we do not take this matter into our own hands, there is not a man, woman, or child on this island who will escape the pangs of hunger.
Paul, reclining on the divan after another bout of the terrible cough that had plagued him since his escape from the flaming deck of the Dolphin, spoke up now.
What have we to lose? The present disorders have cost me my livelihood and my health, not to mention the lives of my friends. How many more will suffer and die before we act?
Hal raised his hands in surrender. You need not convince me. I am only giving voice to my doubts. He turned back to Haskins and Anderson. The decision is yours, as it must be. Haskins nodded somberly. You are right to speak your mind, Harold. You have as much to lose as any of us, even without an estate. Your life is no less precious to you than is ours to each of us. Hal chewed his lip and said, I am persuaded of the need. Still, he had a feeling that he would be visited by nightmares of being hauled before the magistrate and strung up in front of Molly and everyone else. However, dark thoughts were not an argument in themselves. Anderson had stood, slapping his hands onto his thighs. That's settled, then. I will ride out and see how many I can persuade to join us tomorrow for a few drinks and some conversations. Now, amongst the group that sat around Haskins' table, Hal felt better about the whole matter. To a man, they seemed less interested in lofty sentiments than in practical matters. Nobody had argued against the need to engage with the mainland colonies and to find a means of convincing their Congress to drop the ban on trade with the island. And when Haskins described his plan to seize the gunpowder from the Crown magazine, a murmur of approval was the only reaction around the table. It was apparent that nobody felt that the government's claim on that property was strong enough to raise any objection against repurposing it for the benefit of all on Bermuda. Several of the men in attendance had glanced approvingly at Hal when Mr. Haskins had related the intelligence that he'd delivered regarding access to the powder magazine. Of course, their host had smoothly elided over the exact details of how Hal obtained the information. Finally, Anderson revealed his failure to secure the assistance of any American vessel in transporting the powder once it was seized. A couple of the men looked thoughtful as they considered the problem. One asked, Could we not just supply a ship ourselves from among the fine stock that we here build and man? Another man shook his head. No, George, that won't do. The governor would doubtless discover the name of the ship involved and show up at the door of its owner with a troop of men to arrest him. He nodded approvingly at Mr. Anderson. I agree with Gilead that it must be an American ship. The first man said back in his chair, You are correct, of course. It just seems a pity that here we are, builders of some of the best ships for this purpose afloat on any ocean, and we must go and beg some other ocean-faring people for the use of one of theirs. Anderson nodded. I know, but that is the way it has to be. So the question is, who knows of an American ship whose master and crew are bold enough to undertake this effort, and swift enough to ensure its success? A man at the far end of the table, who'd been mostly silent up to this point, now leaned forward. As you likely knew before you invited me to this cabal, I have recently returned from Philadelphia, where I had a number of very fruitful, very interesting conversations. He sat back and laced his fingers over his belly. Among those with whom I spoke was at least one man whose name would be familiar to every one of you. I won't name him at his request, but I can say with confidence that he has direct knowledge of the sentiments of their Congress. The man glanced around the table. When he'd satisfied himself that everyone present was paying rapt attention to his words, he went on. While he could make no absolute representations, I came away from our discussions convinced that the Congress may be relied upon to act favorably in the matter of providing us some relief to the interruption of trade between our ports. Anderson scoffed. Yes, but how quickly? And at what price? The man inclined his head. Likely not quickly enough to spare us some substantial inconvenience and even privation. As for what they want, this gentleman's primary concern was salt from our salt works. He may have mentioned their army's pressing need for powder as well, but I will confess that raiding the Crown's powder magazine to assist our friends never occurred to me. Another man put in quickly. Salt is easy. Without the mainland trade, I've just been stockpiling it. Although, he glanced over at Hal before continuing, I've been having increasing difficulty in finding sufficient cooperage to continue doing so. If your friend can supply some barrels which may be reused, I think we can meet any need for salt they might have. Mr. Haskins grimaced at the man at the end of the table. What do you think, sir? Will your gentlemen in Philadelphia be able to hurry things along in the trade, if we were able to send a few dozen casks of powder along as a gesture of good faith? The man guffawed and said, Oh, aye, he might at that. But if this scheme of yours succeeds, it's likely that the powder will precede the question to him, huh? Quite possibly. But we will have to trust that the good people in the Congress of Philadelphia will act with all due haste in either event. A rail-thin man to Hal's left leaned in and, in a voice as high and nearly as thin as his face, said, I may know just the man for the transportation of the powder. He has been engaged in acquiring that very article for the militias of South Carolina for some time now, in addition to participating in some other activities for the benefit of the American cause. Anderson sat bolt upright in his chair, and the other men around the table seemed to similarly become more attentive. What is this estimable gentleman's name, if you are at liberty to share it? Certainly, said the thin man. He is one George Ord, master of a sloop called the Lady Catherine, out of the Virginia colony. Anderson shrugged. I do not believe she has touched here, at least, not under any circumstances that would have brought her into my area of operation. He smiled slightly, and the thin man chuckled. No, he has not engaged in smug, unsanctioned trade, that I know of. In any event, not here. I heard of his efforts from an acquaintance who was vexed that his own ship had been set upon and relieved of its powder. Mr. Haskins asked, mildly, Have we any reason to believe that he would not simply spirit off any powder that we might offer him for his own purposes? Nay, when he seized the powder from my associate's ship, he took pains to explain that he acted strictly for the benefit of the mainland colony's rebellion. Paul stirred in his seat. Did he claim to be operating under a letter of marque, as a legitimate privateer? The thin man frowned. I do not know for certain, but that would be consistent with his actions. Paul sat back, his expression pinched and his eyes narrowed with suspicion. I wonder, sir, if I have already met your Captain Ord, to the anguish and loss of my crewmates and the ship on which I was employed, until they were murdered and burned. The thin man turned pale, and he was not alone in gasping in shock. Mr. Haskins was the first to recover himself sufficiently to answer. Paul, while it is true that the ship that took the Dolphin claimed to be operating under such a letter, did you not say that it was a brig and not a sloop? Paul scowled, but nodded reluctantly. Aye, it was rigged with two masts, not just the one. It could not have been the same ship. You are right. His father pursed his mouth and said quietly, Mind that you are more careful in the future about throwing out accusations of murder and disorder against those who could prove to be our best allies, son. The thin man waved a hand dismissively, having regained the color in his face. No harm done, Louis, and your son was right to have alerted us to the possibility that we might be proposing bringing a knave into our confidence. Anderson put in, Well, your Captain Ord may be a knave, as you say, but it sounds as if he is likely willing to be our knave. I will put out the word that we would like to confer with him, and alert you all if he can be persuaded to take part in our plan. Chapter 18. A few days after the meeting at the Haskins house, Hal was back in Mr. Anderson's warehouse, glad for the light of day after having worked there in pitch dark. He was hoping to ready a shipment of salt, as promised, for transport on one of the American ships that had been unwilling to risk carrying the powder. Just because a captain was too shy of the danger posed by accepting a cargo that was explosive, both literally and figuratively, did not mean that either he or Anderson were unwilling to do business together at all. Because of how heavy salt was, for it was little more than rock after the water was evaporated out of it by the sun, it was packed into casks about the same size as those used for gunpowder. That similarity had sparked a conversation between Hal and Mr. Anderson. Wouldn't it be something for the captain to deliver up a load marked as salt, only for the men in Philadelphia to open it and discover that it was powder? Hal was grinning as he made the remark, but Anderson looked thoughtful. It would be a most welcome surprise, I am certain, he mused. But there is no way to be sure that the captain wouldn't unload it piecemeal at every port where he touched along the way. 2, he might not treat his cargo with the caution due to gunpowder if he were kept in the dark as to the actual contents of the casks. Hal nodded, answering with equal seriousness now. There is also the problem of transferring the powder from casks clearly marked for their purpose to ones that bear misleading markings. It is neither practical nor safe to try to conceal the identifying brands once the powder is in them. Moreover, these casks have iron hoops. A salt doesn't explode if they should happen to strike a spark. With powder in them, it could prove fatal. Anderson shook his head. I hadn't even thought of the design or markings on the casks. Switching the contents is an entertaining thought, to be sure, but the notion can be no more than that. Hal nodded, and he and the factor continued their work. Each cask of salt weighed almost as much as Jonathan did, so the boy was forbidden from the warehouse while Hal directed the workers on where to move the casks and how to properly stack them. The younger boy obeyed, but expressed his frustration by throwing pebbles at a target that he'd scratched into the wood of the door. The sound of the rocks hitting the door had startled Hal at first, until Anderson explained what the noise was. With a smile, the factor finished. It is better that he mars the door somewhat than that I have to go home to his mother and explain how her son found his way under a pile of barrels. However, it was not Jonathan, but Hal, who came to grief at the mercy of the casks. He was adjusting the placement of one near the bottom of the stack when it shifted more than he'd intended and sent the entire stack rolling uncontrollably. Without conscious thought, Hal reached in to try to stop the disintegration of the careful positioning that he and the other men had done. He was briefly aware of a hard pinch on the little finger of his left side, but was too focused on bracing the cask that was about to fly completely out of the stack to pay more than passing attention to the pain. When everything had stopped moving, and straightened up to hold his hand out. He was puzzled to see only 3 fingers stretched out beside his thumb. He brought his hand up dumbly for closer examination, and was just thinking that this was going to really smart in a moment when the pain really hit him. He broke out in a cold sweat, but mastered the urge to cry out. He hadn't cried when his father had broken his shoulder, and he would not cry now either. As calmly as he could, he called out, "Mr. Anderson, have you a clean rag? I need to wrap my hand." The factor had been watching Hal struggle against the heavy casks with some amusement, but he stepped forward to see what was the matter. With his lips compressed into a grim line, Hal held up his damaged hand. "I've left a finger somewhere under there," he nodded to the now sloppily stacked casks, grimacing at the quaver in his voice. He added, "And if I don't get this wrapped up quickly, I'm liable to mark these barrels with blood." "Good heavens!" The factor rushed toward him. "Do you really think that I am going to permit you to work any more today?" He shouted out to one of the workers. "Alvy, you get some bracing up on that stack, lest it falls again." Turning back to Hal, he said, "You come with me. I have something in my wagon that should serve, until you can get your young woman to see you." Mr. Anderson's casual assumption that Molly would tend to Hal's hurts almost took his mind off of the pain, as did the reference to her as his young woman. However, his pulse quickened, and he could feel the blood rushing down his still raised arm, and his mind returned to the injury. Some salt leaking from a cask must have gotten into the open wound where his finger had been torn away, because it burned and throbbed with every heartbeat. He stumbled along behind Mr. Anderson, aware that his steps were unsteady, but as powerless to correct his stride as if he had drunk too many ciders at one of Mr. Lathrop's tables. They had nearly reached the wagon when Hal had the thought that it to be getting dark so quickly, as though he were backing into an unlit, unfamiliar hallway. He heard Mr. Anderson shout his name, seemingly from a great distance, and then he knew nothing at all. When he awoke, he had no sense of how much time had passed, but his head was propped up on Mr. Anderson's legs, and Jonathan, his face pale and his eyes wide, was clutching a piece of crimson cloth around Hal's throbbing hand. Anderson's voice rumbled from behind him. "You have decided to return to us, then, my young friend." Hal languidly rolled his head upward to see the older man's face, suspended upside down over him. The sight only added to his disorientation, and he shook his head to try to clear it. When the movement sent a wave of agony up his arm from the damaged hand, he could not keep from crying out, and he was surprised how weak and pitiable he sounded. "You be still, do you hear me?" the factor chided him. "I have sent one of the men to fetch Miss Haskins. She will bring you back to their house and have you physicked up properly." The thought did bring Hal some comfort. For all that he didn't want to worry Molly, he knew that seeing her face would do him more good than would any physicking that she or her family might be able to arrange. With knowledge that more help was coming, and in such a pleasing form, his head cleared somewhat, and he said, "I think I can sit up, Mr. Anderson. Thank you." But Anderson put a hand on his shoulder and pushed him back down. "You'll stay right here for a while longer, my friend. You've done yourself a nasty injury, and you're liable to feel woozy for quite some time yet." "I've had worse. I feel restored after my little nap." Hal tried to make his tone light, despite the throbbing of his hand. After a thoughtful silence, Anderson added, "I know that you have lodgings over at Lathrop's Tavern, but I think you'd be better served to stay someplace where you can be watched over more closely for the next few nights."
Hal didn't want to admit that Mr. Lathrop had previously watched over him as he recovered from an injury. It would raise too many questions that he did not care to answer, now or ever. In any event, although he doubted that Anderson was aware of it, Mr. Haskins had long since made it clear that Hal was welcome not only to join them for meals on a regular basis, but to avail himself of the guest quarters any time that he felt too weary to return to the village for the night. For her part, Sari would probably welcome the opportunity to fuss over him and Molly. Hal found himself thinking that a man could suffer a worse fate than having friends care for him. For the first time that he could remember, he had a warm sense of being genuinely cared for. Not merely taken care of as a matter of obligation or charity, but having his welfare be truly important to the people around him. It took him a moment to realize that he was crying, and a longer moment of reflection to realize that he didn't mind it so much. He looked up to see Jonathan was crying too, and the boy asked, "Am I causing you more pain, Hal? I can hold the cloth to your wound less tightly if that is the case." Hal shook his head slightly and smiled through his tears. "Nay, Jonathan, though I appreciate your concern." Tilting his head upward again, he addressed Mr. Anderson. "I do think that I am recovered enough to sit on my own now, sir. The dizziness is past, I am fairly certain." "All right, Hal," the older man allowed, releasing his shoulder. Hal pushed himself up and, nodding to Jonathan, said, "I can take that now, too." Jonathan adjusted his hold, making room for Hal's good hand, and Hal took over applying pressure, wincing at the inevitable jostling that accompanied the transfer. When the boy had stepped back, Hal pivoted and scooted over to lean against the wheel of the wagon, dismissing the renewed sense of spinning with an impatient shake of his head. Mr. Anderson rose to his knees, examining Hal's face anxiously. "Your color still not as it should be, but I suppose that you cannot fall very far from where you sit." He stood and brushed the dust off his breeches. Then he turned to his son. "Jonathan, you stay with Hal, and I'll go keep a lookout for Miss Haskins." Jonathan rose and echoed his father's actions, brushing his knees and backside clean of the dirt and whatever else he had sat in this case, fresh horse droppings. As a look of horror crept over the boy's face, and he frantically shook his hand to expel the offending dung that clung to his fingers, Hal couldn't help laughing, no matter how it made his own hand throb all the worse. Jonathan frowned at Hal. "Sure, you can laugh, but you don't have to explain to my mother how I managed to get manure on my breeches." Hal smiled and indicated his own thighs, which were splashed luridly with blood. "That is true, but I am going to have to try to convince either the washerwoman at my lodgings, or worse, Sari at the Haskinses, to try to clean these stains out, rather than get rid of my only good pair of breeches." Jonathan looked at the stained cloth and agreed. "I suppose that my clothes will be easier to clean. Still, you only have to show your hand to explain what happened." "On the whole, I think that I should much rather have your troubles than mine," Hal chuckled, but there was an edge of regret and sadness in it. He'd seen less serious injuries than this become swollen with infection, until radical amputation was required to preserve the injured man's life. Hal didn't dare remove the cloth covering his wound, but he was burning with curiosity as to the state of his hand beneath it. In the brief glance he'd gotten before Mr. Anderson had wrapped it up, the cut had looked clean enough, but there was no telling what had been on the iron hoops or wood that had done the work of a chirurgeon upon his finger. "Aside from salt," he acknowledged wryly to himself,
as another wave of burning pain flooded through his hand. He was still sitting against the wagon wheel, holding the twist of blood-stained cloth as tightly against his hand, when Molly appeared in the doorway, her face red with the effort of rushing to the warehouse. She spotted him immediately, and her hands went to her hips, her eyes wide with worry, but her brows creased with exasperation. "What have you done to yourself, you fool?" Chapter 19. Hal struggled to his feet, the cloth dropping from his damaged hand as he used the other hand to steady himself against the side of the wagon. Molly's eyes flew to the uncovered hand, now caked with drying blood, and quickly slid away. "Well, I did not intend you to show me an answer." Her tone stern, but her expression belied her concern and sympathy as she hurried to his side. She plucked the cloth from the ground where it had fallen and shook the dust from it, frowning as she examined the fabric. Hal almost thought she was doing so to avoid looking at his hand again. However, she then took hold of his left wrist and turned his arm so they could both see the torn stump of his finger. She wrinkled her nose, but said, "It looks to be a neat job, at least. Sary's daughter will want to dose you with poultices and draughts, but you should survive those as well as you have this." Glancing at the dirty cloth again, she tossed it aside, released his wrist, and reached under the hem of her gown to draw up the edge of a petticoat. "This will be cleaner," she explained, and with a jerk of her hands, tore the garment upward from the bottom. Hal's eyes followed her movements, and she said, peevishly, "A gentleman would look away." Hal turned his head with a jerk, his cheeks warm, but he did not miss the smile that crossed her face. He heard the ripping of cloth a couple more times. Then Molly stood up straight, her skirts falling back into place and covering the damage she had done to her underlayers. "Give me your hand," she said briskly, and he did so without hesitation. She centered the strip of cloth she procured across the maimed side of his hand and began to draw the ends together under his thumb. "Tell me if this hurts too much," she murmured, but Hal only winced as she wrapped the ends of the cloth over his thumb and drew them together, knotting them so the dressing would stay in place without having to be held. "There, you should be able to travel now." She stepped away from Hal, and as though noticing him for the first time, she turned to Mr. Anderson, who had followed her into the warehouse and attended closely as she had bound his wound. "Thank you for sending for me, sir. We will have him back to his old self in no time, so that the plans we have all been making can come to fruition." While she put no particular emphasis on any of the words, Hal could not help but wonder whether she was making a veiled reference to the plot around the gunpowder, his further employment in the factor's warehouse, or some other plans that she had not yet seen fit to share with him. Anderson gave her a half bow. "Of course, Miss Haskins. I knew at once that you would have the exact physicking that our young friend here most needed." There was a twinkle in the man's eye, and Hal wondered whether he was being made sport of. But Molly said only, "Indeed, I do." She then turned to acknowledge Jonathan, who'd been watching silently from where he'd leaned against the side of the wagon beside the wheel. "I thank you, too, staying beside my friend." Jonathan smiled shyly, but said nothing. Overcome with a wave of gratitude, Hal interjected, "Yes, thank you both. I am grateful for the care and concern you have shown me." He held up his bandaged hand and said ruefully, "This will always be a reminder of this day. But what I will recall most is not the physical loss or pain, but your friendship." He winced as he lowered his hand again and amended, "All right, so I may remember the pain, too." Molly grimaced. "The sooner Phoebe can get a look at that,
the sooner you may have some relief from the pain. We had best be on our way.
The following fortnight consisted of the happiest string of days that Hal could remember in his life. Despite his injury, waking every morning in the comfortable guest room of the Haskins home was a fresh reminder of how well cared for he was there. When he'd arrived, even the normally taciturn Mrs. Haskins had been all smiles as she showed him to his room.
My Aunt Pamela was the last to use the guest room, she chattered. It's over a year ago now that she left, and no love lost between us when she did either.
The ghost of her familiar grimace returned.
A thoroughly unpleasant woman. She blamed us for everything during her stay here, from her poor digestion to the noise of the surf.
The noise of the surf? Hal asked. Can it even be heard from this remove? Mrs. Haskins smiled grimly.
No, and neither can Aunt Pamela's complaints, as Mr. Haskins suggested to her that she might find happier lodgings with her mother in Surrey.
Hal snorted. She took the hint, then?
Not until she came back from town one day to find that her baggage was packed, and Mr. Haskins had purchased her passage on the next ship. Then she finally understood that she had worn out her welcome here, and consented to depart.
A smirk played at the corner of Mrs. Haskins' mouth.
She may have said a few indecorous words, but I won't hold them against her, as I never expect to see her again, either in this life or the next, if you take my meaning.
Hal laughed aloud at that. Well, I shall endeavor not to wear out my welcome. I thank you for the comfortable room. I arrive only with the clothing on my back, stained by my misadventures, and a light heart. We can ask Mr. Lathrop to send a few necessaries here for my lodgings, though, so that you need not provide them for me.
We will do that, certainly. But first, let's get those clothes to Sari for cleaning. Just leave them by your door, and then get some rest. I'll have Sari bring you some broth right away, and she can take your bloodied clothes when she leaves.
Thank you kindly, Mrs. Haskins. Your family has become very dear to me, and while I dislike having to need to lean on you for support, the fact that I can has made me more content than I have felt since... He broke off, not wanting to invite his father's malign presence into this welcoming environment. Well, since I was very young, he finished quietly. She nodded and took a moment to reply, evidently choosing her words carefully, not saying everything that was on her mind.
Mr. Cooper, I will confess that when I made your acquaintance, what I thought I knew of you was an incomplete picture, based on your name alone. Now that I have come to know you better, my opinion has changed rather sharply. In particular, the things my Molly has told me have given me a much greater appreciation for how you have striven to rise above your station.
She pursed her lips.
Perhaps that is saying too much, but it is well that you know the high regard in which you are held by the members of this household.
She seemed about to say something more, but instead nodded to him and slipped through the door, the latch falling into place quietly as she closed it behind her. Hal lowered gingerly onto the bedding, reflecting on the exchange, and basking in the warm feeling of belonging. After a moment, though, he rose long enough to doff his stained clothes and fold them clumsily, and, as instructed, leave them by the door. By the time he had returned to the bed and pulled the blanket up under his chin for warmth, his hand was throbbing inside the bandage that Molly had fashioned for it. Sari had come to visit him next, and her care had been every bit as solicitous as expected. Under treatment by both her and Phoebe, who turned out to be the young slave Hal had encountered in the outdoor kitchen the night that Paul had been restored to his family, his hand had avoided the hazards of infection. The area immediately around the stump of his little finger had swollen up to an angry knot of agony by the morning after his accident, immobilizing his entire hand. But Phoebe's patient and gentle ministrations had drawn out that uncomfortable buildup of humors in short order, and after just a couple of days, Hal could again wiggle the remaining fingers. Strangely, it felt as though he were wiggling all 4 fingers, even when the evidence of his eyes clearly told him otherwise. Neither Phoebe nor Sari could not explain that phenomenon. Their experience did not extend to dealing with someone losing parts of their body often enough that they knew what to expect. But Phoebe had been able to explain the importance of keeping the strong-smelling poultices bound tightly to the wound with fresh bandages.
"Is to allow the herbs to do their work most effectively, Mr. Harold."
Hal had dark suspicions about the content of the poultices, as they smelled more of the barnyard and less of the fields. Phoebe was not done, however.
"If you loosen the bindings so that the poultice no longer touched your skin, why, it's just the same as sniffing at a draught without swallowing it. That reminds me, you are overdue for another draught."
Hal would have been just as glad had she overlooked that, even if they were healing his hurts. He grumbled, "Will this one be as awful as last night's?" She said with utter seriousness,
"They must be awful, Mr. Harold, else they would not chase off the bad spirits that seek to enter your flesh through your wound. Many's the time that I've seen a man refuse his draughts, and those spirits made themselves right at home, carrying him off with them in the end."
She shook her head.
"Miss Molly would have my hide if that were to happen to you, Mr. Harold, so I'll have no argument from you. Do you hear me?"
He surrendered with good grace, choking down the foul mixture that she presented to him. One of the chief ingredients had to have been 40-day-old fish from the aftertaste, and the belches it left in its wake. The young slave nodded in approval as he covered a particularly nasty burp with his bandaged hand and used the other to return the empty cup to her.
"You keep that up, Mr. Harold, and your skin will knit right up and give those spirits no place to find their way in."
Indeed, the wound where the finger had been nipped off was already closing, although Hal quickly learned that flexing the neighboring fingers too vigorously was liable to break open the scab that had formed. Phoebe and Sari had a lengthy consultation over the question of whether to attempt to sew it closed, but Sari had prevailed in her position that the wound ought to be left alone, so long as it seemed inclined to close without intervention. Hal was glad for that, as the prospect of having a needle and thread applied to his swollen hand as though it were a shoe with a burst seam sounded far more painful than the original injury had been. "Now that I have swallowed my draught, as meek as a lamb, may I now take my daily constitutional with Miss Haskins?"
"So long as you keep from knocking that poultice loose, you may take her out for a dance, for all I care,"
Phoebe retorted, but a smile broke over her face as she turned away. Over her shoulder, she said,
"I'll tell Miss Molly that you will be down once you're dressed."
When Hal arrived at the foot of the stairs, Molly was already waiting for him, fairly bouncing with joy. She was usually happy enough to see him, but never so openly excited, and he asked, "What has you jumping like a fish on a line?" She laughed, then answered,
"Mr. Anderson just came around to see how you're doing, and he has some news to share. They have had word back from Captain Ord, and he is setting sail for Bermuda to collect the powder within the week."
Chapter 20. As he walked alongside Molly, over the same roads that he'd trodden all his life, Hal's mind couldn't stop buzzing with the news that she had just given him. Up to that moment, the whole plot had seemed like a child's game, a lark, an experiment of the mind. Could a given thing be accomplished, with the circumstances being thus and how would one go about it? Now, however, it became suddenly, dreadfully real. He was going over all the things that would need to go just exactly right, and the potential for disaster if any of them failed to go to plan, while Molly examined his face curiously. "What has you bound up inside your own head that you are not even taking note of this glorious day, with its marvelous weather, a scene from paradise laid out before your eyes, and not least of all, in the company of a beautiful girl?" Her question startled him out of his reverie, and he nearly tripped over his own feet as he tried to take in everything that she'd said he was missing. As he registered her last comment, he chortled aloud. "Beautiful now, are you?" She scowled at him in mock seriousness. "Are you saying that I am plain, Mr. Cooper?" "No, never that. But you need not ask for compliments so obviously, my friend. The fresh air certainly suits your complexion, and unless I miss my guess, that is a new-made bonnet on your head, is it not?" "It is the very same one that I wore when we went to take our dinner at the Powder Magazine." She crossed her arms indignantly and sniffed. Hal sighed. "I am sorry that I failed to take note of it well enough then to recognize it today. It is very fetching, and I appreciate that you wear it in memory of that interesting day." She favored him with a grimace. "That is more like it, I suppose. And as for asking for compliments, I agree wholeheartedly that I should not need to lower myself to that point, but it seems impossible to extract them from you by any other means." Al sighed again and stopped to face her directly. "I never want to offer you offense, my friend. I am too often concerned that paying you a compliment of that nature might seem too familiar or even forward. It is not usually that I fail to notice your many charms, but that I do not think it is my place to say such things to you." Her face softened. "I have set you a difficult task, have I not? Very well, let me simplify it for you. I am glad to hear when you take an especial note of my appearance, or when I say something that you particularly esteem, or when you otherwise have some kind word to share with me." She tilted her head slightly and smiled. "And, in the unlikely event that you should find something amiss in my appearance or conduct, I should consider it a mark of our trust and friendship if you would tell me of that as well." He raised an eyebrow skeptically. "You? Anything less than a vision of carefully constructed beauty and demeanor? The very notion defies imagination." They both burst out in giggles, and he added, "Of course, if that day ever comes, I shall be certain to offer my observations from a distance, just to be on the safe side." Molly shook her head and laughed. "That will not be necessary, as my temper is not typically my mother's." He grew solemn and said, "Nor my father's, thank all that is holy." She frowned in concern. "Could you tell me about him? All I have heard is rumor and gossip, so if you could bear to set the record straight, I would be most glad to hear your own account." Hal took a deep, shaky breath and let it out. "I think I could do that, yes, if you can bear to hear it. I warn you, there are parts that will make your stomach turn." She gazed steadily into his eyes. "If you endured them, Hal, I can stand to hear them." It was the first time she'd called him by the more familiar nickname, and it warmed his heart to hear it from her lips. "Very well. My father, as you know, is not only named Cooper, but is a Cooper in his profession. Throughout my childhood, there was never any discussion of my being anything but a Cooper myself, and I went into an apprenticeship with him practically as soon as I was tall enough to see into the top of a barrel." She nodded her understanding, and he continued. "From the earliest days I can remember, it was readily apparent whenever there had been a reverse in the business, Anything from a customer late with a remittance to an increase in the cost of supplies. Even something as simple as a piece of wood that he could not bend to his will. He would come home, fortified with rum, and release his frustrations upon my mother and I. He grimaced at the memories, but forced himself to go on. Most times, it was just hard words, but at some point, it became more. I'd come in from fetching water and find my mother pressed up against the wall as he shouted abuse at her, or he'd knock me off my feet for making a smart comment. He shrugged, and Molly's gasped, or for merely being too slow to give him the answer he wanted. Most times, when things seemed as if they had reached the point of being beyond bearing, the difficulties he was dealing with in the business would ease, and his behavior would improve, until the next time. Molly had crossed her arms over her chest as though to protect herself from the blows that young Hal had suffered, and he could see her fingernails digging into her arm. He asked gently, "Is this more than you wanted to hear?" She shook her head. "No, I just didn't expect it to be so hard to hear confirmed what I'd suspected." Her voice broke as she continued, I think about you as a little boy, bewildered and hurt by the man who ought to have been showing you how to bear up under difficulties, and it just breaks my heart." Hal pursed his mouth. "Oh, he did show me how to bear up, by showing me the wrong way how to do it. Since my break with him, whenever I have found myself tempted to blame someone else for some reverse, I have done my very best to instead examine the question with a magistrate's eye and determine whether it was my anger speaking or the facts." He displayed his good hand to Molly and added, "And I have never, even once, raised my hand against another person, no matter how sore the temptation." His voice took on an edge of steel as he declared, "I did not ever want to be like my father." Molly reached out and seized his hand, clasping it between both of hers. "I believe you, my friend, and you grow in my esteem all the more for the effort you have made in overcoming the example that was laid before you." He smiled tightly and said, "I have not yet reached the end of my story." She swallowed visibly, but nodded. "Of course. Go on." We continued much in the same way for several years, with his rages waxing and waning with the fortunes of his business. Then Parliament closed the port of Boston. The mainland colonies felt compelled to respond in kind, and my father's cooperage faced a decline such as he had never seen before. He drew a deep breath and described his final confrontation with his father, the stave thrown at him as he departed, and his long recovery under the innkeeper's care. He concluded, his voice quiet, "I seem destined to always be in need of rescue by better men. Though I cannot understand what they see in me that they deem worthy of rescue and restoration, I am grateful for their efforts on my behalf." Molly's expression, which had been sympathetic, shifted to disbelief. Her voice sounded angry as she bit out, "You speak of my father, Mr. Lathrop, and Mr. Anderson as being your betters, yet I misdoubt that a single one of them has suffered through such severe reverses as you have and stood up afterward." He started to object, but she silenced him with a raised finger and a furious glare. "You truly do not comprehend what these men find worthy in you, to give you the merest assistance in your struggles? I thought you insightful, but I am starting to believe that you might be utterly blind, at least so far as your own qualities are concerned." Hal stood staring at her in shocked silence at her outburst. Finally, he answered quietly, "The truth of what you say is self-evident. That such fine men have chosen to devote their energy to my well-being demonstrates that I must be worthy of it, else that they are fools of one sort or another." Molly frowned at him, but did not argue the point further. She turned once more toward the road ahead, and, exhaling, pulled him alongside her, tucking her hand inside his elbow to resume their familiar, comfortable walking position. He was relieved to have escaped this disagreement with her, although he was slightly bewildered at her seeming eagerness for an argument with him. For that matter, why had he been so clumsy with his words as to raise her ire? He was starting to descend into a bout of self-recrimination when she gave his elbow an affectionate squeeze, saying, "Now that I understand even more clearly your history with your father, my opinion of you is only improved." She shot him a reproachful smile. "You wonder about your worth, when a lesser man would have happily followed his father to the bottom of the bottle, drinking away the pain, and taking it out on others as he does." Hal considered this. "While I enjoy a nice tot of good rum as well as the next man, I have never been inclined to seek solace in a bottle. And as for releasing my frustrations by doing harm to others, that is an urge that I have ever been wary of, as said." He nodded in acknowledgement. "I suppose you make a decent argument that this makes me a worthy man. I'll not permit myself to make such a lazy accusation against myself again, if I can help it." She grinned merrily. "You can say something like that with all seriousness, and not see how just the act of making that resolution places you well above most men around you? If I cannot convince you that your quest to achieve a higher station in life is already won by such measures, then I suppose I shall just have to beat you about the head and shoulders with praise until it sinks in." He laughed. "And I suppose that I can bear up under such assault of goodwill. Indeed, it may improve me in the long run." They walked in companionable silence, turning back toward the house at their accustomed point on the road. After they had gotten about halfway there, Hal screwed up his courage and asked the question that had been nagging at the back of his mind for weeks now. "Molly, I know that we've been thrown together more by circumstance than by our own intent. Well, than by your intent. But are we now courting, and not just passing time together?" She took a long time to respond, and Hal's heart felt as though it would beat a hole right through his ribs. She finally smiled at him. "Yes, Hal, we have been for some time now. I am glad that you're finally aware of it." Chapter 21. Once they arrived back at the house, they found that Mr. Anderson had come to meet with Mr. Haskins to discuss the exact timing of their caper. Both men glanced up at the arrival of the young couple, but Molly's father continued the conversation without the interruption of a greeting. "I should think that a moonlit night would be ideal, so that we need not carry any light that might alert anyone to our presence, either at the powder magazine or on the way." But Anderson shook his head emphatically. "I have spent far more time under the stars than you, my friend, and I can tell you that the moon is not necessary to make your way around a clear night sky, but can instead betray your movements to anyone who cares to glance outside." His hand described an arc overhead, and he said, "I am sure that you have seen the Milky Way on stepping out into the dark. It looks like a cloud in the night, stretching from one horizon to the other. Once you have been outside for the better part of an hour, though, it is no longer faint, but a credible source of light." Haskins frowned, clearly not convinced, but Anderson continued. "This grants the smuggler by night a double advantage. Not only can he see with reasonable clarity, but those who may emerge from a candlelit room, or even from a house with a fire upon the grate, are naturally rendered insensitive to the low light, and so all they perceive is the darkness that conceals our movements." Mr. Haskins' expression of skepticism barely eased, but he admitted, "You have, as you say, the experience of making use of this light, while I do not." Very well. I will grant that a moonless night is ideal. Let me consult my almanac to find some likely dates. Haskins walked over to his desk and pulled out a well-thumbed pamphlet. This one's not as good as poor Tom's Revived out of Charlestown, as he printed his final edition last year, but it will serve well enough for our purposes. He paged through it until he found what he was looking for. The 25th of August, a little less than a fortnight from now, is a new moon, and is both tolerably close to us and distant enough that we can make the arrangements with Captain Ord. Anderson nodded. Then I will send word to the good captain by the fastest means at my disposal. Very good. Haskins closed the almanac and slipped it back into his desk, commenting, Usually, I would mark such a momentous date like this in my almanac. But in this case, I suspect that the less we set down in writing, the safer we will all be. You are exactly right. I have long avoided committing anything of my activities to paper, as any record of most of them could be enough to earn me a visit with the magistrate, or worse. Hal interjected, like slipping nooses around our necks. Anderson guffawed. Oh, nay, they do not hang us for a bit of irregular trade. They'd seize up the goods we brought in, certainly, as well as the profits from our work, and they might levy a fine against me personally. The worst you would have to fear, though, is that I would be unable to pay you what you are owed for your contribution to our efforts. Hal shot Molly a meaningful glance. All that talk of gibbets and danger, and there was never any real risk. However, Anderson went on. Of course, now that we are planning to steal His Majesty's powder reserves, that does change the picture somewhat. I expect that if we are caught, we should be brought up on charges as high as treason, particularly if the end purpose of our plot is discovered. Hal frowned, but said nothing. Mr. Haskins took note of his expression. Harold, I do hope that you are not having second thoughts about your involvement in this plan. The stakes have gotten high enough that it would be very difficult to release you from our cabal without putting everyone else in extreme danger. Oh, no, sir. Quite the opposite. I merely want to be certain that I understand exactly what the consequences could be. I am committed with all my heart to doing whatever you may need of me to bring this scheme to a happy conclusion. Very good, Mr. Cooper. That comes as a relief, as I will confess that I was already trying to think of ways that we could induce you to maintain secrets to which you are no longer committed. Hal smiled, a quick, nervous gesture, and said, I am sure I do not want to know what means you might have been contemplating. The stakes being what they are, you would feel duty-bound to employ methods that would leave me of little use to Mr. Anderson or anyone else. Anderson let out a bark of laughter. Oh, no, Hal. We are not so bloodthirsty as that. Oh, but you must think us a band of brigands to even consider such a thought. No, Mr. Haskins and I are respectable citizens, leaders of the community in our own ways. So let us hear no more of such dire suspicions. We trust in you, and you may trust in us, all right? Yes, sir, Hal said solemnly. Anderson stood up abruptly then, clapping his hands on his legs as he did so. I had better send a messenger to our Captain Ord with the date we have decided upon. I will also make the rounds to the rest of our friends so that they may make the necessary preparations for their parts in the matter. Much to do, and not much time in which to do it. Once again, Hal was struck by the sudden and inescapable reality of this plot. It was now in motion, and could not be stopped until it had either succeeded or failed. However, there was another matter that made his heart flutter even more fearfully in his chest, and after Anderson departed, Hal knew that there was no sense in putting it off. Mr. Haskins?
Yes, Harold.
There is a wholly separate matter which I am compelled to discuss with you, no matter how unhandy the timing. Haskins set aside the papers he had been examining, the younger man's attitude compelling him to lend his entire attention. He answered in a serious tone,
I am at your service, sir. What is this other matter? Hal had to force his voice to stay steady, his gut so roiled with anxiety.
It is about Molly, sir. He glanced over at her, and she offered him an encouraging smile. Seeing no visible change in Mr. Haskins' expression, Hal forced himself to press on. She and I have found a warm friendship with each other, completely aside from the roles that we have played in this conspiracy. In short, sir, I would like to ask your permission to court your daughter.
Haskins looked unsurprised and turned to Molly. My dear, does this meet with your approval?
Yes, father, she said gravely. As I have come to know Mr. Cooper, I have become sensible of his many finer qualities, as he has demonstrated them time and time again. He acted without hesitation or consideration of the danger to himself to save my life at the powder magazine. And even before that, he proved to be a true and steadfast friend when we thought that we had lost Paul. She shot Hal another quick smile. Despite an occasional clumsy word, his dedication to this dangerous and crucial undertaking of yours has shown me that he is aware of the concerns larger than his own interests, and the fortitude with which he has borne up under the challenges of his recent injury has impressed me. She took a deep breath and added, What has most impressed me about Harold, however, is that he has done all of this upon a history that a lesser man might have used to excuse any personal weakness. With this degree of honor and integrity, I am eager to learn what sort of companion he will turn out to be in the long run.
Her father gave her an inscrutable look. Your mother and I have often discussed what sort of man might best complement your many qualities, Molly. I know that I do not surprise you when I say that your strength of character is both your greatest gift and a significant challenge for most men you will encounter in your life. Molly gave her father a sour look, but her eyes sparkled with contained mirth as she nodded in agreement. He turned to Hal. What my daughter says about you comports well with what I have observed myself, as well as what I have learned about you from others around the island. You do work hard, but then there are many young men in better circumstances who apply themselves. He gave Molly a fond look. However, I am forever grateful to you for having preserved my daughter from harm during the course of the hazardous task that I set you to. And I do not doubt that you have been a patient and steady friend to her through the many distressing days we have suffered of late.
He pursed his mouth.
What with one thing or another, it may seem that there are few ideal times to pursue a match, but amidst of a brewing conflict between our sovereign and our only reliable means of supply is a uniquely difficult one. You are far from assured of being able to provide for yourself, never mind of being able to meet the needs of a family, if you should be blessed with such.
He dipped his chin, conceding,
This is, of course, not unique to your station at this time, but a young couple starting out in life together will be particularly affected by the disruptions of this moment in history.
Mr. Haskins shook his head, and Hal's heart stopped for a moment. However, the older man said,
I do not know where you will find the energy, between working to earn a living, working to save this island, and working to restore your health, but, yes, you have my blessing.
Chapter 22. The theft from the powder magazine was set for the following night, and Hal had weathered many stages of nervousness and anxiety to reach a state approximating resignation. If the plot had already been discovered, and the governor's men were even now planning to act against the plotters, there was no action they could take to preserve themselves. And should there otherwise be some item of intelligence they had failed to factor in, it was now too late to address the shortcoming. The cabal met in Mr. Haskins' dining room one last time, weighing and considering a multitude of alternatives and possible scenarios. Haskins started an argument when he said, flatly, "My one requirement of this entire venture is that we take no life, even if that means the plan must be abandoned." A number of men immediately spoke up in objection to this stricture. One, whose voice rose higher than the others, and so was able to command silence around the table, asked, "Do you not think that our own lives are already in the balance, even before we strike our blow? Why should we have such scruples when the redcoats in Massachusetts are happy enough to strike down any who dare to oppose them?" Haskins assured him, "I share your fervor to help our mainland cousins effectively defend themselves against the depredations of the armies that King George has sent to their shores. But do we want to invite him to inflict the same upon our little island?" Another man spoke up. "Lewis, those are fine sentiments. But if the governor has posted a guard at the powder magazine tomorrow night, are we really going to slink away as though we are shy of the fight and tell Captain Ord that one solitary armed man prevented us from acquiring the supplies that he was to take to the American forces?" Haskins challenged. "What if that guard is a whole squad of men, and overcoming them would require us to make our intent known across the island, as we fought them in open battle? Could we even prevail against a squad of trained military men?" A new voice joined the fray. "If we encounter a guard sufficient to repel us, could not Captain Ord's men come ashore to reinforce our numbers and secure the powder?" Haskins snorted, and Anderson leaned forward to explain. "I doubt that Captain Ord would give such an order. His men are accustomed to the ways of battle at sea, but a standing assault on land would expose them to the possibility of being hanged as pirates." Hal dared to interject. "If it makes any of you feel any more sanguine about our chances of meeting such fortified opposition, I can tell you that I have ventured past the magazine several times over the past few nights, on the excuse of making my way to or from my lodgings, on my way to meet a girl." He flushed at the knowing grins that some of the men shot him, and looked over to Mr. Haskins for reassurance that he was not speaking out of turn. At his host's encouraging nod, Hal concluded, "The only time I saw a guard was some weeks ago, when the man on duty granted me and Miss Haskins shelter within the magazine during a storm." One of the men turned to his neighbor and said something in a snickering undertone, but it was inaudible beyond the two of them. Hal decided that it was probably just as well, as he could guess its topic, and he would tolerate no slight against Molly's reputation, and he knew that her father would not either. Mr. Haskins said, reasonably, "If there is a single guard, as Mr. Cooper observed, I see no reason that we cannot overcome him without killing him, and without revealing our identities. A man hooded and bound is less of a danger to us in the long run than one buried before his time." The thin man, who'd suggested Captain Ord's part in the scheme, added his thoughts now. "I think it's sensible to say, though, that if there is a large enough guard that it cannot be overcome by stealth, that ought to be cause for us to abandon the operation until we can make the necessary arrangements with Captain Ord to return with a force of fighting men who will be suited to the job." Haskins frowned. "If we allow the governess men killed, we start open warfare on this very island. Warfare that will not stop with ourselves, but which will threaten the annihilation of our property and our families.
The thin man spread his hands to indicate everyone around the table.
We may not yet have open warfare with set lines of battle, but our families and our very lives are already in peril, due to the warlike acts of our sovereign, and the necessary answers from the mainland colonists. War has come already to our larders, kitchens, and tables, to say nothing of our boatyards and docks. He shrugged. That war, invisible but as deadly as a redcoat's bullet, may be brought to a satisfactory conclusion at a single stroke. And if that stroke comes at the cost of a few soldiers' lives, why, I say that it is better their lives than ours. The thin man sat back in his chair. Of course, if your young friend is correct in his assessment, at worst, we will need to ensure the silence of only one man who might have the duty tomorrow night, and all of this argument will have been without cause.
Haskins shook his head. Not without cause. Whether or not our plan for tomorrow night comes off as we hope, it will not be a decisive contribution to the victory of the American mainland against the forces of the Crown. There will be future battles as well. He grimaced. We must decide today, here and now, whether we will cross the Rubicon into the precincts of murder and death, willing to lower ourselves to the level of the basest savage, dashing the brains of his enemy in the hopes of some ephemeral gain. The man at the head of the table had been silent, listening to the argument without visible reaction, his fingers steepled before him on the table. He unlaced them now and laid his hands flat.
That is a very nice speech, Mr. Haskins, but I disagree. We do not need to settle this matter for all time today.
He glanced around at the other men gathered and said,
What we need to discuss today is no more than the question of how we will proceed tomorrow night. I think that we are all in agreement that if the guard is small enough to overcome without a fight, one man, or, say, as many as 3, we should do so and proceed with the plan.
He quirked a smile at Mr. Anderson.
Indeed, finding a guard who might possess the key to the door could spare your boy a dangerous job in the dark. But if there is no guard, or no key, we already know that we can rely upon him.
He looked over at Mr. Haskins and finished.
If there is a guard that we cannot get past without substantial bloodshed, we can defer our plans for the next new moon, and in the meantime continue this debate of philosophy and practical considerations. Does that strike you all as acceptable?
Nobody at the table seemed inclined to argue the matter further, even if Hal could see a vein pulsing at the corner of Mr. Haskins' brow, despite his outwardly calm demeanor.
Very well, Haskins grunted after a long pause.
Captain Ord will anchor off of the Tobacco Breakers, which is a decent spot for a ship the size of the Lady Catherine, and handily situated near a trail down from the road on which the powder magazine stands. Once we have gained access to the inside of the magazine, he nodded in Mr. Anderson's direction, we will need to communicate that to Captain Ord's men, who will come ashore by way of Tobacco Bay. Haskins gestured at Hal. Mr. Cooper has volunteered to carry word of our successful entry into the magazine down to the beach. He will proceed at all possible speed to Tobacco Bay and await the launches from the Lady Catherine. When they have arrived, Captain Ord's men, along with those of us around this table who are capable, supported by a crew of our own laborers, will convey the powder to the launches. He grinned, anticipation of their triumph visibly improving his mood. Captain Ord will weigh anchor as soon as he has the goods aboard. After that, we'll return to our beds to await the shocking news that the Americans have struck here to seize supplies for their war, and that will be the end of the affair. The thin man spoke up again.
What of the governor? What may we expect him to do in response?
That will depend a great deal upon how long it takes for his men to discover the theft. If we are caught in the act, or have to force our way past a guard, I suppose that our dear governor will feel bound by duty to make a show of trying whoever is apprehended, as well as compel those he put on trial to reveal the names of others. The man at the head of the table looked around expectantly. Well then, gentlemen, I propose a pact between us, upon our honor, that any of us who may be questioned will never reveal the names of any of our cabal, nor any details of how the deed was accomplished, nor any other particular of the plot. The words hung over the table for a long moment, with everyone looking at each other to see if any would dare to speak out against such an oath. Each man saw only resolve and firm intent in the eyes of his cohorts. It was Mr. Anderson who answered first. What has been proposed is the natural rule in the line of work that I pursue in these troubled times. I have no hesitation about making such a pact with all of you, gentlemen. One by one, the others around the table likewise gave their sacred word to take the secrets of the scheme to their grave, regardless of its outcome, good or ill. When it came to Hal's turn, he hesitated and asked, "Should we not also have the women join in our pact? Mrs. Haskins and her daughter are nearly as deep in our counsels as any man here. I ask not out of distrust of them, but respect for their significant contributions to the furtherance of this plan." Mr. Haskins looked startled, and then said, "You are right, of course. I have no doubt they are trustworthy, but my faith in them does not impose an obligation upon all of you to extend that same trust without their promise." Most of the men around the table looked amused at the idea that women ought to be expected to swear themselves to secrecy as their equals, but nobody seemed to want to contradict either Mr. Haskins or Hal. Taking their silence as agreement, Haskins stood, went to the bottom of the stairs, and called the women down. They followed him back to the table, looking confused, until he explained. Mrs. Haskins looked briefly annoyed, but Hal thought Molly wore a hint of gratitude in her expression. Her mother snapped, "Of course I will keep your secrets. Not only would doing otherwise destroy my family, but it would do grave harm to the cause of liberty." Molly chimed in, solemnly, "I swear on my sacred honor that I will not bear witness against any member of this group, nor aid any authority in learning anything about the action we are undertaking." Satisfied, Mr. Haskins declared, "Gentlemen, ladies, unless there is anything else we have not yet discussed, let us part until tomorrow night." Chapter 23. On the beach, Hal waited impatiently for some sign of the launches from the Lady Catherine. So far, the plot had unfolded as smoothly as anyone could have dreamed. The powder magazine was entirely unguarded, and Jonathan had been able to climb in through the window and lower himself down a rope to the floor without difficulty. The boy had then navigated to the door by feel, and, after a bit of trial and error, worked the heavy bolt back from the lock. With access to the powder now assured, Hal had been dispatched to the beach to await the Americans. The stars of the plow were already lower than when he'd arrived, and he knew that when it touched the horizon, the time would be near to midnight. If the Americans did not make themselves known by then, the execution of the plot would have to wait for another night. A stifled curse reached his ear at that moment, just barely audible above the surf, and he relaxed somewhat. He continued to wait, and presently he could see by the dim light cast by the stars as a longboat, pulled on muffled oars, glided up onto the sand and a sailor led onto the beach to secure it. From the protection of a clump of scrubby pines, Hal called out, "Philadelphia and free exchange." The answer came at once, "Boston and gunpowder." It was only then that Hal released the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He stepped out of the trees and approached the sailor. "Well met, friend. We need exchange no names, I think, but know each other only as allies. It seems a capital night to roll some barrels to liberty, does it not?" "Aye, that it does, though I should think that we would wish to avoid rolling them, lest we make noise that would give someone no choice but to raise an alarm." It was but a figure of speech, Hal assured the sailor. "We should not want a chance to a spark either. As such, we have assembled a goodly body of men from among the architects of our plot, and no small number of slaves. Your arrival has set the moment of our action, so now we shall carry what we can with all possible haste." "Excellent," the sailor said. He made a quick motion with his hand to the waiting crew of his boat, and they fell into a squad before him. "My men will be happy to help fetch the powder here and to stow it aboard. Do you suspect that it will take more than one boatload to carry it all away?" Hal raised an eyebrow at the man. "Captain Ord should have gotten the word that we have more powder than would be required to defend this island from an armada of pirates or an entire fleet of Spanish raiders. There are in excess of 100 barrels of the stuff." "He must have disbelieved that intelligence. Perhaps you could explain how your little island might have come to have such a remarkable supply as we make our way to this body of men you have." "Happily." Hal fell into step beside the sailor, pointing the way along the half-visible road up toward the powder magazine. The rest of the crew followed without a word, their steps quietly audible. Hal said, "You are, naturally, sensible of the various duties and other demands laid upon the trade when it crosses our shores here." The American offered a wry smile. "Aye, I may have heard a word or two spoken of such matters over these past years." Hal grinned in reply. "As have we all. Here on Bermuda, our governor has not been so inflexible as to insist upon money in payment for these assessments. It has been the accepted usage for some time now that the customs houses will happily receive an equal value of powder, should money be too dear to part with." The sailor nodded. "'Tis hard to pay the crew in powder or other goods when they are expecting good coin to gamble amongst themselves or waste upon the next friendly shore." Hal turned back to his squad with a sly smirk, and Hal saw the answering grins of many of the men. One quipped, "Nay, I've never visited an alehouse or an alewife who will take payment in powder, as useful as the stuff can be." The sailor turned back to Hal. "So it seems beneficial to the captains whose ships touch here. But what does the governor gain by having a magazine stuffed with so much powder? I presume that he, too, has need of money to manage the affairs of the government here." "Less than you might expect. The shipbuilders and sailors bring in a steady supply of money, and we keep enough circulating to serve our purposes." Hal scowled and amended, "Or so we were able until the events of late. The Parliament's exactions have been ruinous in places like Boston and Philadelphia, I have heard, but here they threaten to render our very plates barren." They reached a crossroads, and Hal motioned the sailor to the right, continuing, "It should come as little wonder, then, that our plot tonight has the support of so many of the chief men of this colony. Though I am certain that the governor would be quick to denounce us were we to be caught." "Then let us endeavor not to be caught, eh?" The sailor's tone was good-natured, but there was a serious note to it as well. Hal agreed. "That is the general plan, yes." Then he announced, "We are coming up to the magazine now, just there on the left of the road." A hush fell over the group, and Hal could see more than one of their number crouch slightly as they proceeded into the darkness. It was so comical-looking that he had to stifle a chuckle. Because of the danger of their prize, they could not bear even a single lantern. However, as Mr. Anderson had predicted, the light of the great arc of the Milky Way overhead proved sufficient to at least see where the road was, even if it was of little help in navigating through the growth around the magazine itself. When they reached the structure, someone called out the whispered challenge, and Hal answered with the prearranged passphrase that confirmed he was accompanied only by their friends and had not been taken by the governor's men, nor suffered any other mishap that would endanger the plot. Mr. Anderson had delighted in the business of challenges and passphrases, requiring Hal to memorize nearly a dozen combinations to cover a range of circumstances. It was in Haskins' nature to have thought through all of the possibilities, and to have prepared for them all. But Hal had worried that he would blurt out the wrong phrase at a critical moment. He breathed a sigh of relief as one of the members of the cabal stepped forward and conducted the sailors into the cavernous darkness inside the magazine. The entire party got down to the work of hoisting casks atop their shoulders, ensuring that they were steadily placed, and making their way out into the somewhat less inky darkness of the road. Hal did not join the men lifting their loads to their shoulders, as Mr. Haskins had forbidden it. "I will have enough to worry about, without checking whether your scar has been torn open, or risking that the missing finger might cause you to drop a cask. No, you'll bring word to the men of the Lady Catherine, and then guide the laden men back to the beach. That is the extent of your role in tonight's work." In truth, Hal was relieved, as he'd had the same doubts. And there was enough danger in being at the head of a column of men carrying casks of gunpowder through the darkness. If even one man stumbled and fell, the potential results did not bear thinking about. With this in mind, and balancing the requirement of speed against this danger, Hal led the men as quickly as was safe back down the path to the beach. In the faint starlight, he could see the lines snaking out behind him on the road, each of them taking the most particular care in placing their feet, and not so much as a whisper passing between any of them. When the longboat was filled with its first load to its maximum prudent capacity, the crew pulled away, returning to the Lady Catherine. Hal directed the men still carrying powder on how to most securely arrange the barrels on the beach, and then led them back up for the rest of the magazine's contents. A small number of men stayed on the beach with the stacked powder barrels, though Hal couldn't really imagine what they might do if they were discovered. In the entrance to the magazine, Hal could hear a whispered conference taking place. Mr. Haskins and another man were arguing about a small number of full-sized barrels that had been found in the back corners of the building, with the American advocating for adding them to the cargo. "The only way to move them is to roll them, and we cannot be certain of being able to do that undetected," Haskins pressed. "There was enough powder in the small casks to fill Ord's holds, so there is no need to take the added risk." The other man, whose hoarse whisper Hal did not recognize, said, "Those few barrels of powder might be the difference between a victory and a defeat on some battlefield." Haskins countered, "If we don't get the supplies safely away, they won't make it to a battlefield at all." The unfamiliar man was silent for a moment, and Hal could feel, rather than see, his heart stare at Mr. Haskins. Finally, the American sighed. "Oh, all right. It presses me sorely to leave them behind, but I cannot argue with your concern." He chuckled dryly and added, "Their abandonment will give your governor something to puzzle over, in addition to wondering how we got at his powder in the first place." "That it will," whispered back Mr. Haskins. "All right, then. Let's get the last of it out and clear off from here. I'll be happier when Mr. Cooper is back to confirm that the first load is on its way to the Lady Catherine."
I'm here, Hal spoke up. We loaded what we could onto her launch and sent it off. I do not know how long it may take for the crew to return for the rest, but I suspect they may bring more boats so as to finish the job as quickly as possible. They do not anticipate that we will be able to supply them with so much powder.
Anderson whispered grumpily from the other side of the doorway. I had a feeling that Captain Ord thought I was overstating the case. No matter. I have confidence that they will get it aboard with all due haste. Haskins agreed. They'll do their part, now that they understand the scope of the job. But we must wrap up our work here and return the magazine to an unchanged external appearance as much as we can. I hope to give the next guard who is sent to check on the magazine as little reason to raise an alarm as possible. Hal led the men down to the beach again, though he hardly thought they needed his guidance a second time. When they got to where they'd left the remnants of the first load, they found 3 longboats pulled up onto the sand, and their crews just finishing stowing what was already there. The final hazardous casks were gently set into the launches, under the close direction of the sailors, and with hardly another word spoken aloud, the boats grated off the sand, taking with them the last of the pilfered Bermuda gunpowder. Chapter 24. Hal awoke to the sound of someone pounding on the door to his little room above the pub. "Out you come, with all the other villains," a voice called, brusque and impersonal. Hal wiped the grit from his eyes, realizing that some of it was actually sand from the adventure on the beach in the night. He sat upright then, suddenly completely awake. Have the members of the plot really been discovered so quickly? He fought to keep the panic out of his voice as he responded, "Permit me time to dress, if you could. And what summons am I being called upon to answer?" The voice on the other side of the door said only, "Get yourself decent and come downstairs. I'll tell you along with the rest." Hal frowned as he pulled on his breeches, careful to avoid putting undue strain on his still tender hand. If the visitor was one of the governor's men, why would he have gathered the plotters all the way out here at the docks? It didn't make any sense, and he tried to think whether there were some other matter that might have brought someone to rap at his door just by coincidence. Downstairs, his confusion only deepened, as it appeared as though all of the laborers from the docks had been gathered there, packing the pub quite tightly. A man whom Hal did not know stood by the entrance, seeming to count those in attendance. As one last straggler slunk in, the counting man nodded to another man who had taken up a position at the front of the pub, and he closed the door with a bang that made Hal jump. The man by the counter spoke up then, and Hal recognized him as the owner of the voice that had roused him from his sleep. "A crime has been committed against the lawful government of this island, and the circumstances of that foul act give the governor reason to believe that men now in this room were at the center of its commission." A mutter ran through the crowd, and Hal tried to look as surprised as any of those around him. The representative glared them all into silence, and then continued. "As at least some of you are no doubt aware, a scheme to steal the governor's supply of powder from the magazine was carried out last night. I am pleased to tell you that the ships to which the stolen powder were transferred were swiftly captured, and their crews have already informed on the guilty parties." He looked around the room grimly, and Hal had to keep a surge of panic from showing on his face. Was it possible that the governor could have captured the American ship, never mind forcing its crew to turn informants so quickly? He decided that the governor's man must be bluffing. His implication that there were multiple ships gave him away, and focused on keeping his visible reactions as believable as possible. He noticed that many of the laborers had drawn apart from one another, their expressions suspicious as they looked from one face to the next, and he followed suit himself. The governor's representative gauged the reaction of the crowd and added, "Naturally, the governor should like very much to ensure that this violation of our laws is punished fully, but he has assured me that he will grant leniency to any who come forward with a voluntary confession of their part in this plot. You have until the sand runs out of this glass to step forward." He produced from his coat what looked to be no more than an egg timer and set it on the counter. Another murmur ran through the crowd. Hal scanned the room and saw only one other man whom he knew was in on the plot. Their eyes met only long enough for both to blink, but Hal knew that neither of them would fall for the government man's ruse. He turned to the laborer beside him, a gnarled-looking fellow with whom he'd worked on a couple of jobs, and whispered, "Do you suppose that anyone here would be a part of such a thing, Billy?" The other man glanced up at him and whispered gruffly, "I suspect that any of us would have, had we been asked, but I heard nothing of any plan." "Nor did I," Hal lied. His eye returned to the glass, where grains of sand were swiftly falling from the top chamber to fill its bottom. The silence in the room grew as every gaze remained fixed upon the timer's progress, and Hal wondered if anyone was breathing. He was almost certain that they weren't, for it seemed that everyone jumped at once when the door banged open. Mr. Anderson stood in the opening, his expression grim, and Hal's heart lurched in his chest for the second time that morning. However, he had to suppress a grin as Anderson roared into the packed room, "What is the meaning of delaying these men from their work on this busy morning, sir?" The governor's man shrank back at the sheer rage in Anderson's tone, but he quickly rallied, saying, "I am conducting an inquiry on behalf of His Majesty's representative on this island. I expect to release most of these men within the hour." "You'll release all of these men at once," Anderson barked back. "There's work to be done, and they are needed in the warehouses and on the wharves. I will be only too happy to speak to the governor myself, and to hear you explain to him why the work of feeding our people and conducting our commerce was delayed for your fun and games." Hal could see that the matter rested on the balance of wills between these two men, but after a moment, the governor's man shrugged. "Very well, they may go. But I shall be speaking to the governor myself, and you may expect to explain to him why you found it necessary to interfere with the pursuit of those criminals who have endangered us all." The last of the sand drained through the glass, and he knocked it aside carelessly, catching it in his other hand and slipping it back into his coat. Then he gathered up his fellow investigators with a sweep of his eyes, and they left the pub without another word. Hal sought out Mr. Anderson's glance and caught the slightest quirk of a smile on the man's face as their eyes met. Anderson called out to the room at large, "Back to your work, boys, and don't you worry too much over whatever he was about. Lots of strange rumors flying about this morning, and likely none of them are wholly true." Hal followed the factor out of the pub and into the sunlight, where he stood blinking for a moment until his eyes adjusted. He started to trail the other man to his warehouse, but at a warning wave of the factor's hand, he abruptly turned aside. Hal decided that the man must have meant for him to return to his lodgings, despite his claim to the governor's representatives that every man was needed for work. He could see the wisdom in that. The plain fact of the matter was that nobody could vouch for his whereabouts during the previous night. Although, as he'd fallen into his bed, he had been thankful that he did not share the room, and thus was not burdened with somebody who might attest to the lateness of his return. He realized now that if he were sharing the room, his companion would have been induced to lie on his behalf if questioned. As it stood,
It might only be a matter of time before some informer mentioned to the governor's men that he'd been seen slipping up the stairs well after his accustomed hour. He retraced his steps back to his lodgings, and then had another realization. He'd been seen in Molly's company often enough that anyone who had spotted him might well jump to the conclusions that his late return had a more scandalous, but far from illegal, explanation. The thought made his face warm, but the memory of their farewell before he departed for the powder magazine, offering her hand for him to bow over and press his lips to it, warmed his heart even more. He wouldn't be the first young man who had been seen returning late from an appointment with a woman he was courting, and the thought gave him some comfort. Climbing the stairs to his room, he realized just how bone-weary he still was. Indeed, the thought of laying down to catch a few more blessed moments of rest was deeply appealing. He pulled the door closed behind him and regarded his narrow bed, the thin blanket in disarray from his hurried departure. He sat on the bed and kicked his shoes off, then leaned back against the wall. No matter how exhausted he might be, there seemed little chance that he would fall back asleep with so many questions buzzing through his head like flies around a fishmonger's stall. How trustworthy were the other plotters? What of the laborers who had worked with them through the night? It was one thing to defy the governor as a lark, but quite another to resist pointed questioning from a menacing interrogator. He was certain that the governor's man had been bluffing about the American ship already having been captured, but was it possible that it might yet be overtaken and subdued by their pursuers? What of the possibility that some watch had been set about the magazine itself, assigned not to protect it, but to identify anyone who might violate its security? Did the governor place a spy among the men who had sworn to maintain the secrecy of the plot? Did he know every detail of the night's events, even before they took place? Hal scarcely noticed when his worried ruminations transitioned into increasingly improbable dreams, as his head lolled to the side, and he slumped against the wall in sleep. Chapter 25. For the second time in a single day, Hal awoke to the rapping of knuckles on his chamber door. He sat up with a jerk, wincing as his neck protested against his sleeping position. The knock sounded again, this time accompanied by Molly's voice. "Hal, are you within?" He hurried to his feet, replying, "Yes, just a moment." He pulled the door open and stood there in his stocking feet, almost dumb at the sight of his intended at the entrance to his unkempt room. Tentatively, he asked, "What brings you here, Miss Haskins?" She shook her head and smiled slightly at his formality, but said only, "My father would like you to join us for supper, if your work today permits it." He could see in her eyes that there was something more, but she wasn't ready to share it just yet. He nodded. Mr. Anderson had no work for me at dawn, and I confessed that I had quite drifted off back to sleep after he dismissed me. He has not sent Jonathan to fetch me since, so I feel secure in accepting your father's invitation. Would you like me to accompany you back to your house? I should very much like that, yes. Still shaking off the grogginess from sleep, Hal murmured, "Wait just a moment, then, while I make myself presentable." He started to close the door, but caught himself and asked, "Would you like to come in, or would you prefer to wait without?" She smiled broadly, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "What would your neighbors think, Hal? Won't that cause a scandal?" He favored her with a lopsided frown. "More so than having the governor's men pounding at my door before sunrise this morning?
I should think that my character is already the subject of all manner of speculation." Her eyebrows shot up, and she looked truly alarmed as she stepped into the room.
"The governor's men?"
He grimaced. "Aye. They seem to think I had something to do with some wild scheme to steal powder from the magazine last night." He hoped that she would take his hint that they were not safe from being overheard, even within his lodgings. He need not have feared, as she played her part smoothly, replying, "How perfectly shocking! Not only that there was such a scheme, but that they would suspect you of involvement in so awful a violation of good order." He pulled the door shut behind her, and said under his breath, "No need to lay it on quite so thick." In a normal tone, he continued, "It seems that all who work at the docks fell under suspicion, as they were indiscriminate in their questioning. Mr. Anderson prevailed upon them to release the lot of us, however, and sent them back to the government house empty-handed."
"That was good of him, to have risked his own reputation for the sake of you all."
Hal shrugged, turning away to pull his hair into a somewhat passable club, and fetching a ribbon from his table to tie it. He inspected the result by touch, and decided that it would pass. Turning back to Molly, he said, "Our benefactor pointed out that if we were all imprisoned, there would be none remaining to move goods at the docks, which is true enough." He scowled slightly as he sat on the edge of his bed to pull on his shoes. "Of course, that presumes that there are any goods to move, other than what we bring in under the cover of darkness. The governor can have his high ideas of loyalty to the law, but his table will never be bare, will it?" Molly motioned with her eyes toward the door, to remind him that it was still possible that someone might overhear. Hal pursed his lips. "He does a fine trade himself in goods that are not accounted for in the official ledgers, so he can hardly fault those who add to that supply." Molly nodded.
"We all must find our bread wherever we can, though, so I cannot fault him especially for that."
"But he'd be less of a hypocrite if he weren't so energetic in enforcing the Crown's bans against his own interests." Seeing from Molly's creased brow that his tone had been too sharp, Hal ducked his head sheepishly. "I'm sorry, my dear friend. I know that you have less than nothing to do with the governor's actions, or his reasons for them." She did not reply, but extended the crook of her elbow and asked, "Ready?" He slipped his hand through her offered arm, and let her steer them through the door. On their way to the Haskins' home, Molly kept up an inane monologue, commenting on how perfectly scandalous it was that someone should have stolen the Crown's own powder, and right from under the noses of the governor's men. Al was too busy observing the people moving about their daily business to do more than grunt at what seemed appropriate moments. He could see no suspicious eyes cast his direction, nor any outward sign that anything was any different today than it had been the day before. As they passed the mercantile, though, which was typically quiet in these days of disruption, he was surprised at the number of people out in front. He gave Molly's elbow a tight squeeze. "Wonder what all the fuss over there is about. Shall we go and see?" She replied brightly,
"Perhaps there is some news of the events of last night. I wonder if they have caught the fiends."
Hal shot her a reproachful glance, telling her without words that she needn't overdo the act, and she grinned merrily.
"If they have caught the responsible parties, wouldn't you want to be the first to know that your name has been cleared?"
He smiled reluctantly at her as they approached the cluster of people gathered on the broad veranda of the shop. "I suppose I would, at that." Someone near the front of the crowd was reading off a posting that had been jammed over an old nail on the storefront. As Hal and Molly came within earshot, they were able to make out his voice. Let it further be known that in addition to the reward of £100 in real money offered by the legislature from the exchequer of the colony of Bermuda, His Excellency Governor Brewer, out of a fervent sense of duty to the responsibilities of his position, is offering a further £30 of real money out of his own purse to any person who can offer intelligences that will lead to the apprehension of these malefactors. Although the reader continued calling out the rest of the announcement, a murmur ran through the crowd at the mention of such huge amounts of money. Hal saw one man shrug and heard him ask the fellow next to him, "Why is the old gollopus so worked up over a little powder? It's not as though he's in any need of it here." The man he'd addressed asked, "Didn't you hear? His own son was killed this very summer by the rebels. The boy was serving in the defense of Boston." Hal tried to keep from wincing visibly at this news as he moved away from the two men. He had not heard of this personal loss that the governor had suffered, but it gave him a level of appreciation for how keenly the man must want to bring the plotters to justice. He heard another man muse, "Why, that's enough to purchase a share in a proper merchant ship, that is. A man could be set up for life with that much money." His neighbor scoffed, "Or the ship could be struck down by a storm, and a man would have to return to a life of labor. Better to leave such affairs to them what ain't got their whole fortunes tied up in them. I imagine, though, that you could buy yourself a decade of Tuesday nights at Miss Hattie's establishment, which seems a more enjoyable use of the money." Hal guided Molly away from the crowd, feeling his color rise at the thought that she had been exposed to such an indecent utterance. He had no personal experience with Miss Hattie's, but its reputation was not one that he wanted to try to explain to his intended. Seeking to direct her thoughts away from whatever she might have overheard, he said, as lightly as he could, "It certainly seems as though the governor is anxious to get his hands on whoever took the powder." Molly scanned the road, ensuring that they were far enough from any other passers-by to avoid being heard, and replied, "I only hope that the prospect of so much wealth isn't enough to tempt any who know the identities of the conspirators into selling out their fellows for a life of ease." Hal said quietly, "I should think that their sacred oath is more important to them." She eyed him and asked, "What of the laborers who were employed in the scheme and took no such oath?" Hal had no immediate answer, but after a few dozen paces, he spoke even more quietly than before. "If they thought they might collect the reward, I suppose there might be some danger from that quarter. However, I misdoubt that either the governor or the council would honor their offer to any but a freeman, and I expect that any slave who might be tempted would reach the same conclusion." He looked around at the few people on the street, moving about their business, and added, "At least, that is what I hope." Chapter 26. Dinner at the Haskins' table was, as usual, beautifully presented, though Hal was a bit disappointed when Molly told them as they seated that Paul was unable to join them, his cough keeping him in his bed. He had been looking forward to seeing her brother's reaction to the success of the plot. As Sari set a mouth-watering fish stew before them, Hal told the woman, "I did not know how you managed to set such a lovely table, with all the privations we have suffered." "Oh, I have my ways," she said with a smile. "And Mr. Haskins was able to send Peter out for some extra fine provisions this morning." Mr. Haskins winked broadly at Hal. "Fresh shipment came in last night, so I heard. Though it was nothing in comparison to what we ought to expect in the months ahead, what with our end of the bargain fulfilled." Hal raised an eyebrow and motioned as subtly as he could in the direction of the kitchen, where Sari had already disappeared again. Mr. Haskins nodded, a reassuring smile flitting across his face before he said quietly, All in this house are deep enough in our counsel to betray us, should the thought tempt them. We must trust in their loyalty and sense of duty to our family for our security. Louder, he continued, Nonetheless, I agree with you, Mr. Cooper, that Sari does an uncommonly fine job of laying our table with whatever provender we happen to be able to find. And tonight, we have reason to celebrate, have we not? He filled his glass to the top with wine, raised it, and declared, Bumpers all around, even the ladies. Such a day our family will not see again in some time. Molly grinned at Hal and poured her own glass, passing the bottle to her mother, who gave a half-smile as she followed suit. When she handed Hal the bottle next, he could have sworn that she even winked at him. With a stir of confusion in his gut, Hal accepted the bottle from Mrs. Haskins and filled his glass. Mr. Haskins met his eyes and held his gaze as he toasted, To the governor's confusion and to my daughter's happiness. Hal was happy enough to drink to both, and he and the Haskins family drained their glasses. Mrs. Haskins and Molly developed identical patches of blush on their cheeks, and Hal wondered how often either of them had ever so quickly finished off a whole glass. Mr. Haskins smiled broadly and said, So, my young friend, I hear that you were caught up in some excitement this morning. Someone thought that a fine, upstanding citizen such as yourself might have been involved in some sort of dastardly plot against the crown. Aye, Hal said. The governor's men rounded up most everyone who works at the docks, and they were pressing us pretty hard when Mr. Anderson showed up and made them let us all go. We shall drink to Mr. Anderson in due course, I expect, Haskins said, but paused as Hal leaned forward to share what he and Molly had learned in town. The council and Governor Brewer have offered up a hefty prize to anyone who might be able to enlighten them as to the plot and those responsible for it, a total of £130. Haskins leaned back in his seat, pursing his mouth as his eyes rested on the beams of the ceiling in a thoughtful expression. Have they now? 'Tis a good thing, then, that our comrades in this affair were not motivated by money, but by genuine concern for the welfare of their neighbors and families. He looked sharply at Hal, adding, No man can eat money, whether it is a note or a coin. It's fine for the governor to prattle on about his duty to his sovereign and the legitimate authority of the Parliament, but his table is less likely than yours to be empty, eh? Hal frowned and asked, Have you heard about his son? Haskins shook his head. What of the boy? And what has he to do with the question of feeding these islands? We heard someone say today that he was killed by the Americans in the fight at Boston earlier this year. While I agree with you wholly that the governor's actions are not in the best interests of the citizens of these islands, I think we can be more charitable in our understanding of the full cause of his ire. Haskins' eyes narrowed in thought as he considered this new information. Finally, he shook his head. It makes no matter. The mainland is still the most sensible place for us to look for our supply of foodstuffs, and the powder amassed here was a reasonable exchange for that supply. The governor may mourn his loss without inviting us all to partake of it. Mrs. Haskins spoke up now, her voice surprisingly firm. The deed is already done, so there's no use in trying to talk a wave back into the ocean. We've dinner getting cold, and happier things to speak of. Mr. Haskins grinned at his wife, and then at his daughter. Indeed, we have. Right after this course. My dear, would you be so good as to start the stew around the table? While Mrs. Haskins filled her plate and started the tureen around the table, Hal again felt his gut twist in nervous anticipation. He was starting to get a sense of what these other matters might be, and the prospect seemed liable to release a whole field's worth of butterflies in his belly. Nonetheless, he followed his host's exhortation to eat up and applied himself to the stew with determination. Although he knew that it had to be uncommonly good, after all, nothing Sari had offered had been anything but. He barely registered anything about the dish until his plate was empty. Taking note that everyone else around the table had also finished eating, Hal looked at Mr. Haskins expectantly. Haskins cleared his throat and seemed suddenly self-conscious. "Son, in the past few weeks, you have more than demonstrated your qualities. You've saved Molly's life. You've borne up under an injury that would have put a lesser man into a funk that might have lasted half a year, and you've risked everything for a scheme whose benefits to you are, at best, distant. Your character is of the best quality, and you seem to be a worthy match for my daughter's spirit." He glanced at his wife and at Molly, both of whom nodded at him in turn. "Right. We've talked it over, and we all agree that it is high time that you join our family and marry my daughter." Although Hal had expected that the question of his relationship with Molly might be the topic that had been hinted at shortly after their arrival that afternoon, he hadn't anticipated this particular development, and his ears roared as he absorbed the full meaning of Haskins' question to him. Molly was looking at him with clear amusement and affection dancing across her features. Her eyes on him settled his jagged thoughts enough that he was able to turn to Mr. Haskins and answer with only the slightest tremor in his voice. "I should like that very much, sir." Chapter 27. Mr. Anderson smiled up at Hal from his seat at the front of the church, his expression reassuring and happy. Beside him, Jonathan looked stoically miserable in his new suit of clothes, the late summer heat only making things worse. For Hal's part, he was scarcely even aware of the trickle of sweat that was making its way down his back beneath his shirt, as he gazed down at Molly and repeated the words murmured by the priest. Her steady eyes on his were all that he could see, and the sense of homecoming in his heart was all that he could feel. There would be time later to take note of the friends and family who had come together for the occasion, and to skim lightly over the absences that no longer mattered. Not even an empty seat marked a spot for his father, but Mr. Lathrop, the tavern keeper, sat in the front row beside Jonathan, his lined face showing the traces of tears that had escaped his rheumy eyes. Molly's mother sat beside Paul, whose frame grew ever gaunter under the cough that still racked him, but Molly's brother was not going to let any illness keep him from bearing witness to her day of joy. There would be time, too, for worries about the trade, both regular and irregular, and what frustrations it imposed on the governor, who seemed unlikely to ever bring to justice those who had handed the powder over to their American cousins. Questions of what foodstuffs and other critical supplies might be able to escape British cordons around American ports to relieve the privation of the islands were also no part of his worries in that moment. That detail of the future, like most, was uncertain at best. For now, Hal could only take in his next breath and lose himself in the eyes of the girl who was the one thing in his world that was certain, before he spoke the words that made her his forever.
Historical notes. First of all, a word about the unforgivable institution of slavery as it is depicted in this audiobook. Listeners of my other novels may be surprised not to find any characters in this one who seem to object to it. This was a decision based on what the academic sources I was able to find had to say about the practice of slavery on Bermuda during this time in history. It was still undeniably ownership of human beings by other human beings, a concept that is repugnant to modern listeners, including your author. However, the enslaved persons who lived on Bermuda were typically used as domestic servants, while most of those who were engaged in heavier labor were required to crew the ships that the islands were so well known for in this era. The sort of relatively congenial relationship that I depict between Sari and Phoebe and the Haskins family reflects the imperfect documentation that survives, and I acknowledge that the surviving documentation will have been almost exclusively from the viewpoint of the slave owners, and not those who were enslaved. I do hope that listeners will forgive me for doing my best to write about this repugnant aspect of the Revolutionary era with as much fidelity as I could to the historical facts I was able to discover. For those who crave stories where the enslaved characters take a more direct hand in their own fates, I recommend The Freedman, my North Carolina novel, which wrestles deeply with the contradictions of the quest for liberty by men who owned other people. Another aspect of this story that some listeners may question is the degree to which some of the women who appear in this story have control over their own lives, and can even make open suggestions about things such as property ownership and suffrage. This, too, is a result of Bermuda's economy in this period being so heavily reliant upon the boat building and seafaring trades. The plain fact was that a great many men were absent at sea, whether temporarily or for tragically permanent reasons, so women were granted an unusually large role in Bermudan society. I tried to reflect this in Elizabeth Haskins' no-nonsense attitudes, and more importantly, in Molly Haskins' general demeanor. I am only writing what I know in this regard. My parents raised me with three sisters, in a house my grandmother and aunt shared with us, and all of these women were at least as strong of conviction as my mother is. I do not know how to write a shy and retiring woman, and Molly follows in the footsteps of many of my other characters of the fairer sex. My depiction of the powder raid itself comports as closely as I could to the facts of the events of August 25th, 1775, and the following days. Most of the extant evidence we have of this incident are the indignant letters and reports that Governor Brewer sent in its wake, which lends credence to the idea that the men who actually took part in the raid had agreed to never reveal its details. Nonetheless, it was, at the time, a relatively open secret that the leading businessmen of the colony took an active role in the plot, and Brewer's letters make it clear that he was incredibly frustrated that he could not gather the proof he needed to bring any of them to justice. I did make the offer of the reward more speedy than the historical record reflects. It took the council and governor a couple of days to offer the riches they did in return for information, and I have no direct documentation showing that dock workers were rounded up and questioned as I've written. But the rest of the government's response to the raid hews as closely as possible to the known history. My depiction of Hal and Molly's intelligence-gathering visit to the grounds of the powder magazine is entirely my own invention, as are the details of the building's construction. Although contemporary accounts do describe access to the magazine being gained by lowering one member of the conspiracy through an upper window, there are few other hints as to its overall form. My original mental image was largely drawn from the elegant, tall, octagonal powder magazine at Colonel Williamsburg. The actual structure in Bermuda may have been wildly different from that, as the roughly contemporary, purely functional squat, windowless design of the magazine in Charleston demonstrates. In the end, I settled on something somewhere in between, but I left enough vagueness to allow for the possibility that better documentation than I could find exists somewhere. In any event, the structure does not survive to the present day, though its location does bear a historical marker. The sharp ridgeline that rises directly behind it probably factored into the decision to locate such a dangerous facility there. But I cannot help but think that it may also have offered temptation to those who sought access to its contents on that sultry August night so many years ago. Acknowledgements. Writing a story of the American Revolution in a setting outside of the colonies that had rebelled against the Crown would not have been possible without the incredible research resources that countless scholars have made available to the curious mind. In particular, I found the Journal of the American Revolution to be an invaluable source for this audiobook, along with the historical research made available by proud Bermudans. Developing an understanding of the many ways in which the economy of these isolated islands was buffeted by world events was a fascinating exercise, and one that I enjoyed a great deal. My initial impressions of the lifestyles of the different classes of Bermudans in the late 18th century turned out to be largely incorrect, and I was glad to have learned more as I wrote this story. My dedicated editor, Jen McDonnell, once again offered insights and suggestions that made this a far better story than it might otherwise have been, and I am grateful to her for them. Any errors or awkward passages that remain are entirely my own doing.
Also by Lars D.H. Hedbor. Available from Brief Candle Press. The Prize. Tales from a Revolution, Vermont. The Light. Tales from a Revolution, New Jersey. The Smoke. Tales from a Revolution, New York. The Declaration. Tales from a Revolution, South Carolina. The Break. Tales from a Revolution, Nova Scotia. The Wind. Tales from a Revolution, West Florida. The Darkness. Tales from a Revolution, Maine. The Path. Tales from a Revolution, Rhode Island. The Freedman. Tales from a Revolution, North Carolina. The Tree. Tales from a Revolution, New Hampshire. The Mine. Tales from a Revolution, Connecticut. The Siege. Tales from a Revolution, Virginia. The Will. Tales from a Revolution, Pennsylvania. The Convention. Tales from a Revolution, Massachusetts. The Oath. Tales from a Revolution, Georgia.